when people are involved in arguments and combative situations, they're very tense and it's very difficult. Then it becomes you against them. It's like I try to like get as far away from that sort of sensibility as possible, and I just want to just tell me what you think, and I'll try to steel man it. I'll try to like figure it out, and then I'll say what I think.
Yeah.
And I have to know where they stand first. I have to really understand like why they come to that conclusion. I've had some disagreements with people about some pretty important issues, and that you've got to let that person express themselves. You got to figure out. But the beautiful thing about a podcast, as opposed to almost any other form of media, is that no one is telling us what to do. It's just you and me having this conversation. We only met for like 10 minutes before we sat down, and then we talked for 3 fucking hours, which is crazy.
How long have we been going for?
3 hours now. Yeah, it's crazy. So it's like it's an interesting way to see how a person views the world.
Yeah, but I think maybe so. What we do to avoid like that one, so we're just doing philosophy as well, right?
Right.
Just doing a philosophy podcast, and we say to them, we're just sticking with like this book or this paper.
Okay.
And so we've got like 4 researchers working on this, and we know all the ins and outs of it like the back of our hand. Right. So we can give like the audience member the best analysis they can get without having to go and do it themselves. And when you're doing like such a broad project like this and so many different topics, it's impossible, right, to be able to do that. But I wonder if you think, I'm genuinely interested and curious to hear your thoughts on it. Is a better situation for our public discourse a media in which we've got lots of different, let's say podcasts, for example, lots of different podcasts, lots of different hosts who all like specialize in a different thing in order to analyze? Or do you think that having this general public-facing podcast, which has not an area of speciality, with people talking about things which are, in some cases dangerous, right? Or that they're important to these. Is the situation better when we have lots of hosts and lots of topics and lots of podcasts, or is it when we've got a general podcast which is covering these topics? Right?
Well, first of all, we have lots of podcasts, lots of hosts. It's just this one's the most popular for some strange reason, but that's not my fault. I mean, I can't alter it because it's too popular. That's ridiculous. Like one of the reasons why it's popular is I talk to a bunch of different people about a bunch of different things. And some people I am just eternally curious and I have no understanding of it at all, and I want it laid out to me. And other things I have very strong opinions about, and I want to know why a person thinks differently, or how they came to their conclusions, or maybe there's a person that I really admire, I want to understand their mindset. Maybe someone who's got some very fascinating esoteric information, and I want to learn it. The podcast is entirely based on what I'm interested in.
Yeah.
So that's how I do it. And there's a lot of podcasts that are experts in a very particular field, and they talk only about that very particular thing. Yeah. The thing about that is you're not going to get as many people. You'll listen to it, but you'll get millions of people listening to this conversation between you and me. So the benefit of that is then this ignites someone's curiosity. And if we only do a cursory examination of whatever the subject is, I'm really not qualified to really delve into it. Now this person's excited about it, and they can expand, check out your podcast, other podcasts. It's good for the greater ecosystem of podcasts and just a general discourse.
So it's sort of on the list to not just go, I've just listened to this person for 2 or 3 hours. I should leave my church or go out and live in the middle of nowhere.
You should do whatever you feel like doing. And I think that's the best message that I can give. You should live your life in the way that you want to live your life. And if you are inspired and motivated, and if something changes in the way you view the world based on a conversation that some people have on a podcast, then that's good. It's good. As long as it's beneficial to you, it's good. And we should all sort of try to acquire these conversations and experiences with people, because it elevates our own understanding of ourselves and how we interact with each other.
Like if someone listens to this and decides to quit their job and start
I don't think
counting grass,
if they
I just don't want someone
decide
to give up and
it's
think
not your fault.
It's all meaning. No, as in like counting grass instead of
It's
helping
not
people.
your fault. If they do that, it's not your fault. But that's their path for whatever reason. I don't know why anybody chooses what they choose. I don't know how you think. I don't know what things smell like to you. I'm just guessing that your view of the world is similar to my view of the world. And that's just a guess. And it can be. There's so many people like art that I think is dog shit. So many people listen to music that I can't stand. Obviously, we're getting different things out of this world. Obviously. And I don't mind that. I think that's a good thing. I think it's a good thing. There's a lot of stuff that I don't like. A lot of people don't like me. Good. Yeah. And the more popular you get, the greater surface area of people that hate you will be.
Well, no, I'm fundamentally here for a reason, which is that a lot of the things we're talking about, especially today, are just like things that are underrepresented in like legacy media, like especially like non-human animal rights stuff. I find that when I've tried to talk about it, and whether it's the BBC or podcasts and stuff, that people sometimes feel like they're complicit or that it's too divisive. Like 2 weeks ago, I was removed from a panel which I was supposed to be speaking on because I was going to be defending non-human animal rights. So they changed the topic of it. That's because I don't want to upset people who are in the audience who consume these messages. And it's sort of like it's a conversation. Yeah, precisely. And that's a shame as well with agnosticism too. There's a huge amount of people who are spiritual but not religious. And we've got this public conversation, which is you're either like the Pope or Jordan Peterson, or you're like one of the four horsemen of atheism, and leaves out all of these people in Reddit who are like trying to search for that. You're either an Antifa or you're a Proud Boy.
Yeah, we're nuts. We're nuts, but we're sorting through it. Listen, man, thank you very much for being here. I really enjoyed the conversation. It was a lot of fun. Tell people how they can find your stuff, website, and stuff.
Cool. So if you just search Jack Symes Philosophy, you can get to my site where everything sort of is. Podcast will be used the band Sidecast. Means casting thought everywhere and the verse, and that's all about all kinds of philosophy. $2 out the show, Philosophers on Guard in a year.
That should be on the front page of the New York Times, the Los Angeles Times, the CNN, NBC. That was phenomenal, man. Nice work. I mean, like, exceptional work. That was fucking amazing. So, did you hear me? Yeah. I bet it's me. Okay. Yo, dog. Do you hear me? Okay. That was absolutely phenomenal. That should have been on the front page of the New York Times, the LA Times, CNN, MSNBC, Fox News. Should be everywhere. And that was absolutely phenomenal. Bravo. Bravo to you. Bravo to the people who had their moment with the Congress people. You know what was really, 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 really fucking weird? When you told me that was going on, it was in the middle of Lou Elizondo's testimony. Yeah. Do you know what Joe Rogan I was watching at that exact moment? Isn't that crazy? Lou Elizondo. It was like complete serendipity. It was wild. I'm like, I was wondering, like, if he hears that I was listening to Lou Elizondo, he's like, hey, dog, do you know that there's. Yeah, like, no, serendipity. I'll leave it at that. I don't want to give Big Brother that much credit. Definitely. That was amazing. And then, you know what they said? I listened to it. What did I like about it? The fact that they talk, I mean, just talking about aliens, like with important people, and they're taking it seriously. That's amazing. What I didn't like about it was, especially like they kept saying, like, well, I signed a non-disclosure agreement, so I can't talk about that like in public. Right. Benson and constipated. I just yeah. It was fascinating, and I think it's going to be as big as the one that happened in 2023. And it's like it's hard to find news on it. I mean, when it was going on, I figured maybe there'll be something in the news, like on the New York Times about it. No. Robert F. Kennedy as health secretary. That's an interesting one as well. But like looking at the website, right, at the New York Times, there is nothing. No, absolutely. And it's like, so now I have to go to Reddit and find out more about it. Also, you sent me something about like a new streaming service. I don't use that one. I nothing against it. I got to look into it. I got to look into it, but I'm not against it. So I'm going to go to just the UFO subreddit. Uh, uh, yeah, yeah. Here's what happens. So let's say we did that. All it takes is one copyright strike to torpedo it. I'm not saying I would love to do it. It's just the amount of work that it takes to do all that, and just to know that one person can just not like it and flag it, and then no one sees it, and then it's like months of work. And um, but I'm going to look into that and see if I can add it to our TMP to Rumble Studio. The this this just one moment. You're going to hate me, but here is a proof C-SPAN is edited, and I stopped recording at the worst possible time. Okay. Um, so apparently C-SPAN was edited, and that doesn't surprise me. I don't understand why C-SPAN isn't more discussed. It's never discussed. It's like, dog, this is how our fucking government works. Oh, yeah, don't pay attention to that. Like C-SPAN should be available, like for free, just like NBC, CBS, Fox, and ABC. It's obvious they don't want people knowing what they're doing in Congress, so they make it cable only. I don't know what you say. No, this one guy who was here earlier today, whatever his name is, Lance. I've never, ever, 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 ever known anybody like that. And yet he didn't say anything. But I am so desperate for people to be in here all the time that he can say whatever the fuck he wants to me. And literally everything he says, I just give him the okay symbol. And then he comes in with another 24 messages. And I'll be like, okay, 16 messages, okay, 8 messages, okay. Which is, it's almost like, are you even fucking like human? But I think he is. Oh, wow. That's it. All right. All right, Rabbi, what do we have now? I got banned from fucking the Rainbow Six Discord, which is like, who gives a shit? I mean, I just basically said to myself, okay, all the top 100 games, I'm just going to take one of my throwaway accounts, sit it in there, and then just wait till it gets banned. At least somebody saw it, and they banned it, so that's one impression I made. And I'll just do that with everything. So League of Legends, Valorant, all that shit. And then some of them don't kick me out. Fortnite. I'm in the number 1 Fortnite spot. I've been in there for like a week. Not one person for 7 minutes. Which is like, that's how it should be. I mean, so long as you're not doing something, I don't know, against the rules, then people should be able to do whatever they want. That's why you have rules. I'm in this other Discord too. The people have been really nice. There, got like 300,000 people among me, and it's at first they were giving me some shit, like they were just kind of being mean to me, but I worn them down, and that's just kind of what I do. Eventually, it just gets so associated, or not so associated, but like used to me, severe exposure effect. That you're just like, okay, well, that guy's streaming in there, I guess, and then you don't realize it, but it's like I'm a parasite, and you're just, because I will sit there all fucking year if I need. Right. I mean, I can define it like that, but it is really, I'm just doing what everybody else is doing, except I don't talk on my microphone, which I feel is totally fine. And if they want me to talk on the microphone, I will, or I can, but sometimes like a lot of times people ask me like, why don't you talk on the mic? I sometimes tell them that the mic doesn't work really well or computer slow, those are all true. For the most part, I don't get too much.
They're both on guard as well. So the first one's philosophers on guard, talking about existence. And the second one is defeating evil by challenge in defense of God's goodness. So I spend that time defending the existence of God despite being agnostic. So that's
this is one of the most athletic things that you're ever going to see.
I'd watch the program.
Thanks very much. Appreciate it. Bye, everybody.
Look at that. Look at that, kids. I didn't even need to use any special abilities. Joe Rogan podcast, check it out. Not Joe Rogan experience. Train my day, Joe Rogan podcast all day. All day.
So, hey, thanks for coming in. All right. Good to be here. A cold shower. Yeah, yeah. Those are hard.
Oh, well, New York City cold showers in the winter are brutal.
Because it doesn't get your whole body, so you actually have to constantly move around
Mhm.
and breathe your ass off. You know
Well,
what I mean?
it's hard to breathe, too.
Yeah. I do that for a while.
When I was a kid, when I used to do martial arts, I used to work out with like Bob Caparella. It was like a real psycho. And Bob used to always take cold showers. So it's good for the spirit.
It is.
We would all be sitting around now, what the fuck is wrong with him? This guy's in the shower. It was January in Boston. This guy's in the shower. He's fucking freezing.
But I feel like when you do it, it's like you feel afterwards this awakeness.
Oh, yeah.
But you only get with girls. Like that, like fucking, like, oh, I'm, like, you never realize how not present you are until you take a cold plunge. And then you're like, oh, now I'm fucking in the world.
Right, because your body's trying to protect you from dying.
Yeah,
You know?
which is a real rush.
Well, it really is, though. It's norepinephrine. That's the
Yeah.
big one. Dopamine kicks up, everything, and it lasts for hours. That's what I tell people, even though they don't want to do it. I'm like, I know it sucks. I don't think it's good. I don't get it. And you go, oh, this is amazing. I'm the best. I get in. I go, oh, this is nothing. Jesus Christ, just keep it together. And I just try to stay calm. But I know when I get in, I'm going to feel great for hours and hours.
Except for the time I do it. When you're instruction, I'm fucking. It was like Jackass doing it at home, and like people losing getting a nap ripped off. I saw you do it. It looked great. Put the ice in the bath, and I was just cold for 2 days straight. It was crazy.
Yeah, I wouldn't recommend doing it for 10 minutes the first time.
Yeah.
You went a little crazy.
I went a little crazy. Yeah.
But kudos to you for doing it. It's fucking hard to do 10 minutes.
Well, I don't like. I used to do a lot of drugs. I don't really do drugs anymore. I mean, I'll do edibles, and occasionally creative. So I guess I do some. People just comparing heroin, but I'm pretty clean other than that.
Yeah, processed foods, a lot of dessert, but fuck it.
Yeah. I mean, crystal meth, but that's it.
I drink whiskey, no rocks.
But I don't do like the big drugs. So the cold plunge is really the closest to get to that high.
Yeah, if you could get that in a pill, it would be a very popular pill. People would be taking it all day long.
I know. But part of it is probably going through that pain, right?
Yeah. It's just better for your brain because there's a part of your brain, Andrew Murray's talked about this, I forget what it's actually called, but there's a part of your brain that actually grows when you force yourself to do difficult things. Like say if you're a person who likes to run, you force yourself, I'm going to run 5 miles every morning for 60 days. Like if you can actually do that.
So natural.
Yeah. That's my friend
I
Dale.
can't imagine myself running.
I have a buddy of mine that was doing a marathon every day.
Oh, really?
Yeah. He's a psycho. He does these ultra marathons where they run for 3 days. He does
Like Forrest Gump. But you know, Forrest Gump was running.
yeah, he was. But they do these things through the mountains. So they do the Moab. I think it's the Moab 200 or 240. So it's 240 miles through mountains. It's not just like straight 240 miles. Like you're going over mountains and hills and shit.
I can run for about 7 minutes, and I'm probably not. I'm definitely not. I can run for about 4 minutes before
I used to not run at all, and then I entered into a 5K, and I couldn't believe how hard it was to do it. I thought I was in reasonably good shape.
Yeah, it's crazy how much more in shape people are.
Especially running shape.
Like the runners and people that can do the sprints, they can do something for like a really long time that I can do for maybe like 2 seconds.
I think they're drug addicts too, though.
Yeah.
Natural drugs.
And
The natural runner's high. Yeah.
Whatever that thing is.
Runner's euphoria. Yeah. I don't know what are the actual chemicals that get released during a runner's high. We'll find that out.
Yeah.
It's got to be dopamine. But there's a thing that you do when you do a lot of cardio where you do get really high. Not high in a bad way, but high in a very chill. Endorphins. Yeah. Popular culture identifies these chemicals behind the runner's high. So this is a short lasting. How the thing is that short lasting?
Oh, you have to do it for a while. You have to run for like, I think 40 minutes.
Oh, here it goes. It says up to a few hours. That makes sense. So the bliss, it can last anywhere from a few minutes to a few hours.
But it's side effects. Yeah, no, I mean, that's, when you don't do drugs, that's the only way. Yeah. My dad plays tennis for 5 hours.
That's a good thing.
Yeah.
That's a great thing.
He's obsessed. You watch it. All he does is play tennis and watch tennis.
Really? Just a tennis freak.
He's a tennis
And he's retired, so he just plays tennis all day.
Just plays tennis. He has one of those rackets where he's a real nerd about it. You plug it into the computer and look at the data.
Whoa.
And then he's either playing tennis or doing that or just watching tennis. That's all he cares about.
See, that's one that if you get into, you're relying on your vehicle, unfortunately.
Yeah.
You know, like if you're getting into chess, you pretty much always move those fucking things around.
Yeah.
You know, if you really get obsessed with
Chess
chess.
is my favorite sport.
Really?
I'm only at it right after the first 45.
Do you play chess?
I used to play chess. I used to be in the chess club.
Oh, no
I
kidding.
don't play more as well, but I love chess. Yeah.
I'm scared of chess.
Really?
Yeah, I'm scared I'd get addicted to it. Like, so the same reason why I want right. Like, I don't have any time. It's like, that's why I want the golf. Same thing. Like, I'm sure the golfers, like James, big golfer, they'll tell you how awesome it is. I'm like, I believe you. I'm not gonna try it. I'm not gonna let it get its fucking fangs into me.
That's how I feel about video games.
Oh, yeah.
I play video games, and I'm like, I think that's the worst. Because then you're just wasting your life. There's no intervention.
Also, it doesn't have to be sunny out.
Yeah,
fucking
exactly.
3 in the morning. Like, I don't want to go to bed.
I was at my brother's place. I played a video game, and I haven't played it since like GoldenEye, so I haven't seen any of the movies. So I started playing. They're like movies, like crazy.
Yeah.
And I got so hooked. There was a moment where I just like saw myself being addicted. It just like snapped out of it. It was like 4 hours straight. Yeah.
I had to quit cold turkey. I used to play Quake online.
It like numbs you out.
It's just too easy to get a game.
Yeah.
Because you could always, at any moment in time, I could either be bored, I could be having a conversation that's boring, or I could be doing something boring, or I can just log in and have a death match one-on-one with some dude from fucking Denmark.
I know.
You know, like, it's crazy. Like, I remember typing, like, where do you live? And then people are like, I'm in Estonia. Like, whoa, that's crazy. Like, you kill each other and you make little pauses and you ask. It's fun.
It's great. Yeah, it's fun. I'm afraid to like waste all that time.
100%.
I'm like a workaholic. Which obviously you are.
Yeah, but I think that's okay. As long as you're doing something that you actually enjoy, I don't think there's anything wrong with being obsessed with something.
Yeah, no, I'm not a workaholic. When I worked at Red Lobster, I was a workaholic. When I worked at Fish's Big Boy, I was
Exactly.
let's get this right.
I think that's the deal with a lot of kids that are bored in school and they're calling them ADHD. I think they think that the subjects that are being discussed are boring as fuck. Of course, they're bouncing off the walls. They're 13 years old. They have so much fucking.
Why is it never the teacher's fault?
Exactly.
It's like, why did the teacher say something interesting? It's insane. It's like to be like, oh no, they're just. It's like the audience doesn't laugh, and you're like, no, it's not that funny. It's that you have laughing deficit disorder. It's like, it's throwing the ball onto something else. Be interesting.
There's an article in one of the science journals recently about, one of the science magazines recently about ADHD, and then they were saying that it was actually an advantage to think that way for hunter-gatherers.
Oh wow!
This is left over from where they're constantly looking at other things, trying to pay attention, and they get focused on one thing like very intensely.
Oh wow!
But they're scanning for a bunch of other
But
stuff.
you notice, you're like, oh, what's that? And that's like,
also, they're always in activity and motion. ADHD may have evolved to help foragers know when to cut their losses.
You're too focused, you get killed.
This is not the one that I read, because this is from February. The one I read was just a couple of days ago. But symptoms of attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, such as impulsivity, may have helped foragers and hunter-gatherer communities quickly move on to new areas when food sources were low.
That's amazing. So if you're too focused, you don't know when to quit.
Right.
And then you get fucking killed or you run out of resources.
That makes sense. Like, it's like an instinct. Let's get the fuck out of here.
Right. Yeah. Well, I got really addicted to like
I'm scared of that too. I've never tried it.
I used to, when I was after college and started taking it like recreationally, I went to a psychiatrist and told her I had a problem. And she was like, well, we can prescribe it for you.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
That'll no longer be a problem.
Oh, my God.
I was like, okay, I was thinking more like rehab and shit.
That's fucking psychiatrist. She's probably on Adderall right now. So amazing. It's insane. I clean my house.
I did it for like, I was doing 90 milligrams a day. I was like,
is that a lot? Yeah. That's a lot. What is a normal dose?
10?
I did 20. 48 hours or something like that.
It's crystal meth for nerds, but it's crystal meth. I mean, it's fucking, it's like, It's intense. I was so confident I wrote poetry. That's how high I was. I thought I could write poetry.
This gentleman, Norman Holer, was on my podcast 2 weeks ago. He wrote all about
I
the
saw you
math
post
in the Third Reich. Dude, it's crazy.
And speed, yeah.
The whole thing was meth. They were all messed up. They were messed up when they fucking did the blitzkrieg.
I do a bit about Hitler speed. I'm obsessed with that.
Oh,
yeah. I have one of my bookshelves is just Hitler books.
Really?
But I'm dying to read that. I know Oren was on everything. Oren was a huge thing for this.
Hitler was one of the things, is the misconceptions that he was on meth. It appears a lot of what he was on was oxys. He was on oxycodone. Wow. Yeah, they had the original oxycodone.
So they're just like hot. It's like when you get high, you run over someone, and they're just like, they're like, what the fuck did I do when I was hot?
She don't even care.
I killed all the juice.
Did you ever see that video of the lady who's on pills and the cops are telling her to pull over and she doesn't know why, and she has no wheel on her car? Her car is like spitting flames. Have you ever seen it? And they pull over and she's like, what's the problem? And the cop's like, man, you're not pills. What the fuck is going on? How do you not know you lost a wheel on the highway? You know what? You gotta see it. It's bonkers.
Yeah, that's insane. Yeah, it is. Like the Nazis were just all on drugs, which is just like a crazy. I mean, the whole Third Reich is surreal. That's the
thing. Look at this. So here's this lady. She's just driving, like nothing's wrong, waving, hi. Her car just gave out. They said, what the fuck are you talking about? That lady's on pills. If she's not impaired, she shouldn't be ever driving. If you don't notice you lost a wheel,
right? That's a big red flag.
There was not the same one. That might not have even been the same one. Right. Okay. This is it. Like, there's no way you don't know that. There's no way you don't know.
And the trust yourself.
Also, the fucking thing is completely open.
I think that's not even a big problem.
I can't imagine that she's not medicated. That doesn't make any sense to me. Like something's going on.
If she isn't medicated, she's like, she's a psycho.
Right, something's wrong. If she's not medicated, like, she's got a blown fuse. But also, that's how cars they catch fire right now.
Like, no, that's the thing. Yeah, no,
yeah, what's this guy saying?
Are you having a hard day?
Oh, Jesus. Well, there we go. Now we're assholes.
Well, that's making it up.
She might be making it up. Like, she might be telling the truth, which makes sense. Where you're like, your whole world is like, what is life? I'm going to die real soon, and they can't fix this. And you're just, the car's fucked up, you don't even care. That could be it. Hatch is open, you don't even care.
Yeah.
If your world is open.
Or you're like, oh shit, I fucked up. Let me say something to get out of it right now.
You're a cynic. I am an optimist. I look for the good in people.
I did a show once where, you know, you would have started. I mean, I guess it's not a joke, but I'm having some scenes, you know, stuff and I was doing it with like some cancer shot. I'm the audience, and one person got to do their sets, and it's like, what? And they're like, our kid got her sets. I immediately like went into, you know, when you're starting out, I just wanted to be cold and safe as secure. I'm like, so I'm broke. Everyone else overdrafted. I just go right into it. And then at the end, I went up to them and apologized. Oh, we're just joking. I think that's the worst heckle ever.
Oh, that's so mean.
But I stopped doing that kind of joke after it was like, it's fine to do those kind of jokes, but you have to be prepared.
Right.
I was not prepared. Like, I don't want to upset people like that. So I just stopped
saying you lost a kid.
Right. So I was like, I can't make jokes.
Don't feel like I'm not against someone who like that's like Anthony Jackson like shit ton of jokes like that.
Of course, yeah.
They're great. People enjoy it. It's not bad. It's not bad comedy. It's like, but at least with a guy like Justin, you should know what you're getting into, and don't try to pretend there's something wrong with what he's saying, but all these other people don't have a problem. Like, it's a taste thing.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, it's like
but when you start out, no one knows who. You know, no one knew who I was.
Of course. That's why it's like, yeah, that's what, the only way they're going to find out that's the kind of stuff you do is if you take those risks and do that kind of stuff and get in trouble.
You got to do it. You got to get in trouble.
Yeah.
I mean, thank God I started before people film stuff.
How many years you in now?
17.
Okay, that's great. That's great.
I feel hard. It's not.
But you got in. I think The filming thing is fucking strange, right? Because some people want to get filmed because you can get some clips like interacting with the audience. But it's like you have to have an opportunity to work out stuff. Of course, because there's times when you're on stage and you're saying things and you have a new bit and you don't know where you're taking it while you're taking it. Of course, yeah. You have to like. That's why when they look the Louis thing. Yeah, it was any comic who ever criticized should lose their comedian badge right away. They have to me. Yeah. If you release something when they weren't doing it, it doesn't matter what they say. You're at fault for releasing something. Well, it's obviously as an audience member that released it, but the comics that criticize, I'm like, hey man, fuck you. Like you pretend. First of all, the guy didn't do comedy for 10 months. Yeah. And then second, the stuff that he was saying, if you know him and you know his act, and I guarantee you fucking do, because a lot of those people are just haters. Yeah. If you know him, you know, given enough time, he would make that horrible premise really fucking funny. Frankly, he's pretty funny then. Pretty funny then. He was horrible. He's saying like push the fat kid in front of you. It's funny. But you don't think there would be layers upon layers that would make that joke brilliant in a year if you just let him do it? And you learn the cushions. You learn Louis, people like Louis, the great comics are great at learning how to make art. Yes. And he hadn't maybe developed a cushion yet on stage. He hadn't done any comedy at all in 10 months. Yeah. So this is like literally the first set he did. I think anyone who criticized him about that was the kind of comedian who doesn't take risks. Because if you take any risks, you wouldn't want stuff to be released. Right, exactly. And if you understand how jokes are developed, like exactly. There's too many people that like got into it from something else, and they did stand up in the beginning, and then they got into it again. They consider themselves stand-ups, and they'll come out and criticize things like this. And you could just shut the fuck up, man. You're not even doing it right. You're not even doing it right. Like you saying that this is bad. Like, come on, man. This is how everybody creates material. You have to, Once he puts it on a special, then you can judge it. Once he decides. Exactly. But until then, work on it. You know, imagine my Sid joke was fair. Exactly. Well, now on Twitter, you can but no one knows it. That's for all your listeners. It's like you've got to have a place where you can fuck around, and that's the problem with filming all the time. Because there's things that like you'll start a bit off when you first start writing and start making it. It's like it's so different than when it finishes. Yeah. You got to be able to find that and not have people see it. Yeah, not have people see it because it's comedy is like you want people to see the finished product, but it's embarrassing until then. You're sweating, you're working shit out, you're stumbling, you're bobbing. You don't want people to see that part. Well, it's fun to watch as an audience member. But one of my favorite things is watching a bit develop. Yeah, watching someone like come up with an initial premise, and maybe they come in the green room, we're all brainstorming, try to figure what part is where's it get clunked. It's interesting to me. It's all mystery how it develops. Like I listen to tapes, but when you just keep doing it, it just naturally edits itself. It's an interesting mystery where it naturally forms. Right, right. As long as you're not rigid. Yes, and listen. Yeah, because some people are rigid. And this is a problem that like open micers have in beginning comics is they started doing a bit a very certain way, so they're kind of comfortable saying it that way, and they're uncomfortable on stage already. Right. So they keep saying it the same way. That's the death. Yeah. One thing Louis taught me, or not taught me, but sometimes somebody really articulates. The enemy of comedy is figuring out once you think you can say it a certain way, get the laugh, it's dead. Like if you're relying on to just say it that way. Right. And he made it clear, like he really, and he shows it. He really got to think about the emotion, which you forget it. Yeah. Like I fall into this trap all the time where I figure out a way to say a joke and get to laugh. Mm-hmm. And I think the minute you're 100% sure it's going to work, that's when it starts dying. Right. I know what you're saying. Yeah, like it has to. I think what you're saying is that it has to be real in your mind at that moment. You can't be just reading a script. You have to think, to me, it's like instead of thinking of like, oh, I'm saying something now that we're going to laugh, just trying to think of the anger or the sadness or whatever. Mm-hmm. Right. Why? What is upsetting you or making you laugh hysterically about the subject? That's why Bill Burr is so great, because it's like, you don't look like he's trying to get people right. Yeah. Yes. If you talk to Bill in the green room, it's the same guy. If I fucking told him, and that's what it is, and that's what's hilarious. Just kind of like the fact he's so great at
keeping that anger. I don't know if it's an act. I've been keeping that anger alive for all these shows.
It's not
It's just something.
You can call him right now. Bring up something that I know. Listen to you, fuck. You know my favorite is when he's on a podcast with someone and they take themselves seriously. Like he was on with Bill Maher and he was just chewing Bill Maher up, and then he was on Charlamagne the God and he was chewing him up. It's just I love it. I love it. He's the best at that.
He's good. He's amazing.
He's the best at like breaking down. Well, yeah, look at you. You know, like, just breaking it down. And you're like, oh no, he knows me.
No, he knows me. He knows me. No, he's amazing. And I just think his ability to just always be himself on something, which I think that's the kind of comedy.
He has a unique talent for it. A unique talent for anything he's talking about, just being himself.
Yeah, that's incredible.
Yeah, it's a fucking. It's so interesting to see how so many people do it differently, but we all have like something in common. And I think one thing that everybody has in common is like what the best ones are really thinking about what they're talking about.
Right.
Really.
Having to care about it. I feel like so many times I'll do a bit and it's not working. I realize I don't give a shit. That's right. About this thing I'm saying. If it's important to me, it'll be important to you.
Yeah, I have to bail on bits when I'm bored with it.
I know. To me, like I don't really care.
Yes, right. I know there's something like people are like, yeah, there's something there. I'm like, I know, but right now I don't give a fuck about it, so I have to leave you alone for a little bit.
If you don't give a fuck,
yeah,
they can tell.
Yeah, there's some bits that killed when I first started doing them, and then they got a little flat. I was like, what is going on here? Oh, I don't care.
You don't care. You don't care, and you know they work. There's no mystery.
Mm-hmm. It's also I didn't find out whatever it is in the bit that makes it a great bit.
Right.
You know, there's sometimes you just can't find a thing that elevates it from an 8. It stays at an 8.
Exactly.
It never hits a 10. Sometimes you gotta trim. Sometimes you keep them in if they make a point, if they're like bizarrely ironic, or there's something about it where you're like, it's worth it, even though it's not the funniest joke.
Yeah.
It's little hills and valleys.
With the hour works well.
Yeah, with an hour. But sometimes you just gotta set it aside, and then sometimes I'll come back to it. You know, I have like a whole folder that I call Orphan Babies, and it's all bits that never made it on it.
That's great to keep them record.
Yeah.
That's a great thing.
You have to.
That's the hard part, forgetting it.
I forget them sometimes when a friend brings them up. What about the hyena thing? I fucking forgot about that. How does it go?
People bring that up. Oh, yeah. I stuck with a joke.
I know. That's weird.
It's stuff like I did an hour at least a couple months ago, so I'm trying to work out into an hour. It's tough when you have that. A lot of jokes you just probably don't care about that much, but you need it in there just for the,
right.
Scaffolding,
Exactly, right, to keep the bits together so they're coherent sometimes. But in my head, I think everybody should have a folder that they just put on. Everybody should write. I mean, I know everybody likes to write on stage. I get it, and there's some of the greats that write on stage. But if you're listening, if you're not those people, everybody else, you should write.
Yeah, because you can go back and not remember. I have a whole bookshelf looks like 7. You know, where you have all the notebooks.
Yeah, that's great.
It's all just crazy manifestos and jokes. Yeah.
I think it's like one of the things that I found when I did this live special was that I had to really go over my shit, like with a fine-tooth comb. So I wound up writing out all my bits. And I've done hundreds of times. Write them out exactly, word for word, just drill it into my head. And then I was prepared for this. I was like, I should probably be doing this all the time. I should probably be doing not just when I'm getting ready for a special, but I should probably be doing comedy this way.
I know. It's like whenever I go on late night, I start really analyzing the jokes.
Yeah.
Cutting them. And be like, I should, if I did this all the time, I'd be pretty good. I'm like, that word does not work there, but it's just because I'm doing it on late night. So I'm like, normally I'm like, whatever.
I know. It's like, it's funny. We have our own schedule. We get to govern ourselves, which is not always the best thing. Because if we were like a prodigy, and, you were a violin coach, I'd make you practice all day, bitch.
I know, but you can only technically practice on stage. That's the weird thing. It's like
you can, but you can prepare off stage.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's really important to write everything down and go back to it, just so you don't lose it.
You can forget things. Like, I have a bunch of friends that just keep things in their head, and Duncan, I'm pretty sure he released this bit, so I can say, he might not, fuck. He's got a great bit about
Release my
Adderall.
shit.
No, but I don't know. I think it's he recorded a special, but I don't know if it's on. But
Okay.
he's got this great Adderall bit. He totally forgot about it. I said,
And
"How does it
go?
go?" And you say like, "It's oh my god, that joke's amazing." That's your joke. You forgot it.
You got it. Yeah, it's important to be with that.
Yeah, it's just we govern ourselves, and we're all slackers.
It's a weird job because it's just you.
Uh-huh.
And it's just how even like advice doesn't typically work. But every comedian, when they give advice, they're really just thinking that works for them.
Right.
And you don't know if it works for your voice or how
Right.
you. It's also you're just alone, right? And you have to create your own system.
Yeah.
You know?
Advice, as long as it's not rigid, is really good because you really can't tell people how to do things.
Yeah. And then, if anything, I mean, there's some good advice. I mean, when I was starting out, I got a couple.
Yeah.
Look around the audience, keep the mic out of the.
Oh, yeah, standard stuff.
But like once you get into real advice, I don't know. I think it just gets in your head for the most part. You know,
Sometimes it's good and sometimes it's terrible. You know, I got a lot of terrible advice when I first started out.
what's a good?
Good advice is write a lot, listen to your recordings. That was one thing. This guy Mike Donovan, and I got real lucky that I started out in Boston in the '80s. There was all these local headliners that were awesome. I mean, world class, but they were local. They stayed local. And one of them was this guy Mike Donovan. And Mike Donovan, he always had them like this is back in the day when you had cassette recorders that were big, like a fucking box of cigars. And he was sitting on the thing and press record when he went on stage. He goes, "Oh my God, you never know." He goes, "You might have a new tagline in that moment, and then you'll forget about it if you don't listen." And that was some of the best advice I've ever heard.
He was like the first comic recording his sets.
Yeah, he was just a smart dude, and he just figured out that you got to do that.
Yeah, I think like that advice is great. Like definitely writing a lot and definitely listen to your sets. It's so important. There's so many comics who go up all the time, but the illusion and they don't get better because you're not like realizing it's not working.
Yeah, you got to analyze yourself like a hater.
Exactly. But stuff about how to session, just or like your style. I don't know. It's like, kind of
100%. It's like imagine someone like Bill Burr trying to give advice to Mitch Hedberg. You know, just fucking nail the bit. Get mad. Get mad. Think about it. What the fuck? Get mad at the rights.
Get mad that there's so many rights.
I mean, at a certain point in time, that's something. I've been thinking about doing this for quite a while now. We've talked about it. I think we're going to do it. And what I want to do is have, outside of podcasts, to just have an interview with headliners when they come into town and tell me about what happened. Tell me about your journey. What was your first open mic? What was it like? How'd you feel? How'd you get started? Did someone influence you? Did someone ask you to do it? What were your first road gigs? Just not a podcast where like it'd be me talking about my stories, but just like I always want to know 100% an interview.
Right.
A conversation, but an interview. And just, so that it's archived for comics. Because you remember like when you were starting, I mean, 17 years ago, right? You could get a couple of books. There's a few books. Richard Belzer had a book on stand-up. It was kind of like tongue in cheek, comedy Bible. Yeah. There was nothing written by anybody who was really good. No. So that was part of the problem. Belzer was good, but nothing written by like a George Carlin or Richard Pryor or Lenny Bruce.
It's never advice from the great. It's always some weird person, some like.
Kind of grifty.
Yeah, it's grifty. And somebody like, what? You're not a comedian.
Well, we thought about doing that at the store back in the day. We were talking about doing comedy classes where, a comic, like a headliner would come in. And I know Ari did this quite a few times. Ari did it in Phoenix when I was there. He set up like a seminar for free for all the local comics. Told them, this is how you get a manager, this is how you get an agent, this is how you get stage time, this is what you should do to organize your set. And fucking amazing resource for free. We did it for like 2.5 hours. So Ari was doing that for a while. But there's nothing like that for comics coming up. Everybody has to learn from the people at the clubs.
Yeah. No, that's a good. I would love to do that.
Because if you could start out now and you go on YouTube, first of all, you have access to everything. Red Fox, Rodney Dangerfield, fucking everything that's ever been is online. Lenny Bruce. You watch Lenny Bruce recordings right now.
Yeah.
It was impossible to find that shit when we started. Impossible.
It's still impossible to understand.
Yeah.
There was a different time where saying Yiddish was really like hip.
Right. Lenny,
the Mexican guys.
Well, the thing about Lenny was that no one would ever talk like that publicly. So this was a totally unique thing that you have to take in the context of 1963.
Some of the most groundbreaking stuff feels the most dated later because it is so groundbreaking that everyone at the model changed.
The whole world changed the way they think about things, and then talking about things openly the way he did became normal.
Right.
So he's doing normal things to us.
But it seemed, it's like the musical Oklahoma seemed such a standard thing. Right. But at the time, it was super experimental. It was the first one where they had like not a chorus on stage right away, or someone singing, and a narrative. A musical before that were reviews, and I switched to musicals. You're like,
no, musicals are cool.
I love musicals, but it was groundbreaking.
Right.
A narrative story. Much shit before that was like reviews, and they broke a lot of rules. But now it's just Oklahoma. You know, it was like experimental thing.
Like The Wizard of Oz.
Yeah.
The Wizard of Oz was monumental. Like it was something that everybody saw. It was one movie that you would guarantee everybody you talked to had seen The Wizard of Oz.
Yeah. No, it is the most watched movie. I read a book about the making. It's interesting. Yeah. Did you know that? So Judy Garland was like wrote by a lot of little people on the movie. It's like a whole thing she wrote. And I read it. Apparently they were mad. All the little people were very drunk and wild. You know. And they were mad because apparently they were getting paid less than Coda. Whoa. So the hierarchy on Wizard of Oz is like the dogs, little people, and women at the bottom, you know. And they were like broken her. She couldn't say anything. Wow. It's insane. I wish I could make a movie.
That's also good years.
1939.
Bro, people were savages back then.
Savage. Oh, he slapped the director, Victor Fleming, slapped Judy Garland in the face during the scene. Just slapped her because she couldn't keep a straight face. Oh my god. Oh no, it was that movie. I wish I could make a movie about the making of Wizard of Oz, and it would show like the beauty of the movie, but also how horrible behind the scenes were. Right. Because you had the witch caught on fire and literally like lost feeling in her hand at one point, and then they forced her to go back to Margaret. They forced her to go back to work the next day when she was in the hospital. The original guy playing Tin Man got really sick because the paint they were using. He ended up in the hospital. They replaced him. Yeah, he got really sick. Yeah, no, it's like
that makes sense. Like, what the fuck is that stuff they put on his skin?
There's no recognition. They're just like, look, try this.
They had just got done with, like, think about it. That was like Thalidomide Babies back then, right?
Yeah.
Or that was actually it. Thalidomide Babies, wasn't that like in the 60s? But they had the girls that developed cancer because they were using the loom for the watches.
Right.
So the what was that called?
The Radium Girls?
Radium Girls, yeah. It was horrific. Holes in their face and shit. Their tongues would rot out of their mouths. Nobody told them anything because they would lick the tip of their brush when they were doing these very delicate beam dials and watches.
No one gave a shit. In the Hollywood, there was no like the stars didn't have like some stars were beginning to have power, but Judy Garland, she was just treated like she was owned by them. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like to slap. Imagine the director like trying to slap like Emma Stone.
Crazy. It's just crazy to think that wasn't that long ago.
I know, and it's what the Holocaust was.
But isn't it kind of like watching tape and listening to tape as a comic? Because you don't know how bad you suck until you see it. And people didn't know how bad like that kind of behavior was until you see it. Like, go to watch the old James Cagney movies. He'd smack his girlfriend right in the face, and he was the hero, and then they'd kiss each other.
It's all, every nuts. I love watching old stuff to see the problematic parts. I just find it really funny.
You ever see the one where it's like an old Western, and the guy is spanking his wife, and the kid comes along and says, to you, like, I know why you're spanking mommy. It's because you love her. He's like, that's right, son. It's so nuts. Like, the woman is over the guy's knees, and he's spanking her. That's out of love. This is like something that someone thought you could pass off in a movie. I mean, that's how confused we were about narratives and about reality.
Well, every 80s movie, like, people are like, you gotta watch
Here
it.
it is. Look at this. It's John Wayne.
Oh my god.
Thanks. Look at these people.
Okay.
This is not the one where the guy, the wife. I mean, he's beating her with a piece of metal, and what a great show! What a great movie!
I love how they give it a weapon. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, normal. Yeah, normal. Beat her with a weapon. Don't use your hand. If your hand gets hurt.
Well, every 80s movie, they're like, you gotta watch this 80s movie. It's a classic. Then you turn it on. It's like 12 nerds gang raping a woman. It's like every 80s comedy is a prank.
Is this the? What is this one? And he spanks her too. So he's carrying her away. Look, he's spanking her in front of everybody. Look at him watching. This is so crazy.
It's insane. Not just spanking, but spanking in public.
Not just like he's holding her up in the air while he's
They're laughing.
but they think it's wonderful. Look, he's gonna fuck her later.
He
He
drops
just drops her.
just laughing.
What the fuck? I've never been so proud. Are they both with black eyes? And he's got his arm around her. Oh, sweetie, I got the job. What the fuck is that movie about?
We just look evil when we look back in the past. Everyone's just like,
And by the way, they thought they were so sophisticated because they were preparing themselves to fucking cave people.
of course, yeah. Well, we changed. We moved at our own pace.
Right. And so we had to like look at the cave page and go, that's kind of fucked up. And he stabbed that guy with a spear. I remember that. Right? To movies and plays, right?
Yeah, well, we're getting better. It's just fun. My cousin had a bat mitzvah. It was Reform. That's where you do the whole service in English, and you have to read part of the Bible. Which in Reform, and sorry if you do it in Hebrew, but in Reform you do it in English.
What is the divide Reform?
They're just more liberal, more acceptable, and usually like and it was like the cantor's tuning a guitar, and she had to read a part of the Bible, but Reform do it in English. So this 13-year-old girl had to go on stage in front of everyone and read the selected part, and like not every part of the Bible holds up. So it was like 300 people, parents behind her. She's just on stage. She has to open the part, and she's just like, "When a slave offends you, you cut off his right arm." And then our parents are behind her. They're like, "That's my girl." And then she's like, "He's offended again. You execute them. These are the laws of how to punish your slaves." And we're all just like in the back.
Is that real cool?
Yeah, or something like that. Yeah, something close to it.
Jesus Christ.
And that's why you do it in English. You don't have to. That's why we do it in Hebrew. They don't know what they're talking about.
Well, that was the whole thing about them doing it in Latin, right? Like nobody can speak Latin.
So they could
Take the priest's word for
it
it.
says, "Give me $100 if you give me after that."
I think there was a lot of that going on. That's why everybody wanted to kill Martin Luther.
Right? Yeah, the Latin. That was a big con.
Huge con.
Yeah.
Nobody speaks it.
Yeah, only we know what it's saying. If the priest is like, "Can't say the stuff I did right now."
Isn't it nuts? Isn't it nuts that that is kind of a dead language? Like you could still learn Latin, but nobody speaks Latin.
No, unless you're getting possessed by the devil.
Yeah.
Don't forget that dark.
Oh yeah, those folks. But they usually talk in tongues. They're not even doing Latin. They want
No,
something.
Yeah, they throw it a little. They don't throw Latin. I feel like The Exorcist. I feel like she throws in a little Latin.
She said your mother sucks cocks in hell.
Which, by the way, that movie, I don't understand why anyone's scared of that movie. That movie's hilarious.
That's because you're younger.
I know. Yeah.
When I was a boy, that movie was fucking terrifying. I saw that movie, I was really young. Like, I probably shouldn't have been able to see it. Like, what year did that movie come out?
75?
73. Okay.
Tried to be Rain Man.
So 6.
Yeah, well, you should have been saying the movie.
I saw that movie when I was 6. Yeah, my parents let me see all the scary movies.
But can I ask you this? Did you at the time, I was talking to them about it. Did you believe in the devil? Kind of?
Oh, yeah, sure.
Because I'm a Jew. I'm like a heathen Jew. I don't believe in the devil. So for me, it just felt like funny.
It's a good fucking movie, man.
But it's just like, she's like, saying like, your mom sucks cocks in hell? That's like, to a priest? That's definitively funny.
Well, how about when she fucks herself with the cross?
I don't know. It's just like,
What if she said some wild shit while she was doing it, too? Like, something like that.
But that's like, I guess back then, the idea of a kid cursing, it's like,
Oh, it's crazy. Well, this
but
girl,
now it's South Park.
you want to talk about someone that got fucked up from doing a movie. She got
Yeah.
really fucked up from doing this. Imagine, okay, you're a young girl, and you are literally playing the devil. Everybody knows you. You're famous now, and you're famous for being the fucking devil. So everywhere you go, people are scared of you.
You just look and see on the street.
You fucked yourself for the crucifix in the movie.
Like 13 people are walking by. Fuck cocks in hell!
Jesus Christ! You probably never heard the end of it, and that was another movie that everybody saw.
Yeah, that was yeah. I love horror movies, but I find that one, it's like, I just don't find it. I don't know. I feel like a girl. I mean, at the time, I get it. Definitely for sex. But I just find it still. It's just like you're telling the priest to go fuck himself. It's just funny.
I get it, but I think it's because we are living in 2024. And all these movies have gone on, and we've learned from those movies.
Which is interesting to think that, like, back then a kid cursing, we were so much more organical. That was, like, disturbing. And now it's South Park.
Yeah, it's totally normal.
Yeah.
Now they're sticking things up their butts.
Yeah.
In cartoons. Yeah, it's totally normal. And that's, again, it's like going back to listen to Lenny Bruce stuff and then trying to listen to. He had one joke that comics inadvertently stole, so they didn't realize that they were stealing it, but because it was so brilliant. But it was when homosexuality was illegal back then. Right? And he goes, being gay is illegal, dude. What do they do when they catch you? They put you in jail with a bunch of guys who want to have sex with you. It's just a great joke.
Yeah, great joke.
It's just. If you went back in time to the 1950s to talk to people, they would think you're a fucking alien. Like, who is this guy? How's he talking so freely about things?
Right. And he did have great jokes. You just gotta get past the dig and the sugar nose. But like, he had great jokes. I read that book of him, of his transcripts. You look at that?
No.
It's like just the
trials.
No, just the stand.
Oh, the stand.
It's awesome. You see it all in. He had one bit that was like, I loved it. That's one of my favorites, but it was similar to Bill Hicks' joke. Not to say that I stole from it, but they're just great lines to like about, like, if Jesus came back, he would want to see a cross. Something similar.
Yeah.
And
where a bunch of guys have that.
Yeah. He might have been the first.
Yeah, he probably was the first. I mean, Kinnison had something kind of similar to that, too.
I listened to Bill Hicks recently. He got me in the hand. I listened to him on a road trip recently, and he holds up so well. And I think, like, the people call him preaching. I think they're so wrong. I actually think all his jokes are good jokes that aren't really preachy for the most part.
See, I don't think it was preachy. Like I don't think Anthony Jeselnik is really offensive.
No,
you know what I'm saying? Like, it's a style of comedy. If his style of comedy is condescending, I'm smarter than you, and here's some amazing points about life. And so I liked it. I like that. Yeah, Hicks. Like, when Hicks would talk about things, he'd talk about things like, everybody's stupid. Like, this is why.
Right.
And I'm telling you how it should be. And that's what people didn't like about it. But that was also a great way to get some of those points across. Like, there's some points that's really kind of the only way, if you want to deliver it the way he does it, it's really kind of the only way you can do it.
Well, it's also funny to see a crazy person say it. Just someone who's like, that's hilarious. Yeah. Like, he is a funny character. And I do think he has great misdirects, like just great jokes that go beyond, like, what ideology professor.
I mean, Hicks, yeah. Well, he had brilliant shit about the war. Like, they have sophisticated weapons. How do you know? We check the receipts.
For the whole, like, book depository.
Yeah.
He just had great, like, I just thought he had just kind of like Woody Allen. I know he loved it when I'm like this guy.
Mm-hmm.
And when you listen to it now, a lot of it is kind of what a lot of good comedy is, where you take a hot button issue, but then you just have a joke that's just kind of about something else.
Right.
And that's really a lot of what this stuff is. It just feels like kind of like modern comedy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, he definitely changed a lot of people's idea of comedy because he made it kind of interesting for the first time. He had interesting subjects.
Him and Doug Stanhope definitely were big influences. I loved you too. I loved your back when I listened to comedy albums. That was a different era, I guess,
Oh, wow, yeah.
But I loved your bit about the tiger in the zoo, the monster box.
Yeah.
I still think about that when coming to the zoo, because they always make the cage look like they could possibly jump out.
Yeah.
Do you remember that bit?
Yeah, I do. I kind of remember it. I remember the story. These kids threw pine cones at a tiger, and the tigers can jump 14 feet in a 12-foot cage.
The cage is secure unless the tiger gets really mad. But what's that going to happen?
I would see the look on their face when that thing touched the top of the bars.
Yeah.
Or like when the paws hit the bars, when the body starts going over, the flood of chemicals that is going to your mind. That's a high. Off the charts.
That's a high.
Probably like nothing else you'll ever
That's like
experience in your
a
life.
cold plunge times 10,000.
So it's like undeniable. You're dying right now. Like it's coming for you. It's a 600-pound super predator.
One kid survived, right?
One kid survived. I think the kid who threw the pine cones unfortunately survived. I think his buddy got taken out.
Oh, that's how fierce tigers are. I'm not gonna fuck you up. I'm gonna fuck your friend up.
I think his buddy went to help him.
Oh my god.
I don't know the whole story. I mean, who knows? There's probably just chaos.
But I think about that bit every time I go through. They always make it look like this tiger can jump out. I'm like, why don't you just not make it look like
Put a roof on the
monster
box.
on the box?
The monster on the
yeah.
They have a roof on the box. You have a monster in the city. In a box. Put a
We
fucking
don't need
roof
to
on the
make
box.
it look like you can jump out. We don't need.
Also, how expensive is it to put a roof on? Is it that expensive?
I think they want to make it feel like it's free.
Fuck that. It's not free.
Well, yeah.
They shouldn't be there. I don't agree with zoos at all.
You like zoos?
No, I don't. I used to. I'm a hypocrite because I took my kids to them because I want my kids to be able to see these animals. It's kind of cool to see a 2-year-old staring at a hippo.
Whoa. Yeah.
But the reality is, they're prisons. They're prisons for animals that didn't do anything wrong.
But it's a little different in the sense that their life outside of prison is pretty messed up. They're just getting killed.
It's natural.
It is natural.
It's not. They're not all guinea pigs. You know, they're doing some killing too, which is also unnatural. That you just feed these things that live to kill.
I guess the zoo is better for the prey.
Exactly. Well, I used to have a joke about that too. The only animal that I don't feel bad about in the zoo is giraffes.
They're having a great time.
They don't seem to have any problem with it at all. Like another day with no lions.
Well, it's like, yeah, if that's jail, like freedom of them just getting chased by, like if you were in prison or outside of prison, you could just get eaten at any time.
Yeah.
Prison wouldn't look so bad.
Well, as long as they have a big enough enclosure and they can walk around, they don't seem to have any problem.
Yeah, it sucks for the predators because they can't like hunt.
Exactly.
And then they always put the tiger like next to the giraffe or the lion just to fuck with them, which is so crazy. It's so cool.
You imagine being a tiger and you're like, I can't believe
You forget because you have bad memory.
Yeah.
Oh, he's right there. Fuck, what the fuck?
cocksuckers.
Yeah, they're kind of cool with that. Put them in different places.
Well, you shouldn't put them there at all.
Yeah.
It's great. The whole thing's crazy.
Yeah.
And I get it does protect some endangered species, but boy, I think if we really care about animals, we should put a lot more money into it, and there should be a lot larger spaces, and it shouldn't be anything remotely resembling a zoo.
And it's always weird who gets the big space. I might at the little zoo, like there's a wolf who just got like fucking like 12 acres, and then snow leopards like a little diorama with a cage on it.
It's sick. The way they do it in Africa is the way to do it. If you really want to go see an animal, you go on a fucking safari and drive through these areas where they're killing gazelles and they're doing normal lion shit. This is a normal lion in a lion environment, and you drive through it, and it's probably dangerous as shit. Yeah. You keep your fucking windows rolled. You know that lady from the Game of Thrones, the video, I think one of the video editors, one of the editors from Game of Thrones got killed by a lion in one of those parks.
In the safari?
She rolled her window down, and she was leaning out to take a photo or something. The cat reached in and grabbed her.
Oh, God. I saw one of the videos from people in the car, and I thought, what it was up I think it's a tiger, not a tiger, I forgot, but it was a lion coming up to the car, and they're looking at it, and the lion just opened the door. Like, the door to open up.
Lock the fucking door, man. Imagine a little skinny ass piece of window that you can put your head through easy. Yeah, and there's a lion right outside of it. He put his head through it easily.
Yeah.
He doesn't know, but if he just fucking smashes his head, it'll go right through that thing. He's a lion.
He just like crazy that day.
If he just decides to pop it with his paw, it's just gonna burst.
Well, that's what's crazy about the tiger who killed the kid. It's like, they were like, he can't get out unless he's really wants to. It's like, don't protect it from him really wanting to. Well,
but they didn't have the proper height fence.
Yeah.
They not only did they not have a roof on it, the fence was 2 feet shy of what a tiger can jump over. That's what you got 3 foot. What? Leaping over a 3-foot wall and out of its enclosure? No.
They might have misunderstood when I read this article, but that's what this said.
I don't think that's correct. I'm almost positive. I'm almost positive that it was 14 feet long. Oh, the wall was 1.2 meters, 4 feet shorter than the recommended minimum.
But it wasn't. It was 4 feet.
I think it was 12 feet.
That'd be hilarious. Whoa, what's the problem?
That's crazy. It's 4 foot shy.
But this one is even. This was also weird. I thought it happened in 2011. This says it was 2008. So.
Maybe it's more than one.
This was the same person that died. Like articles.
Oh, how weird.
They try to say they were on drugs. It's like, yeah,
You guys were-
doesn't mean they deserve to.
1 meter, 3 foot wall. That's so crazy. I could jump a 3 foot wall.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's not real. I could try. This is
no
no get you on
way.
the third try.
Yeah, you could probably at least get over the top of it. There's no way it was. There's no way that's this tall. That's crazy.
That would be hilarious. They're just thinking 3 feet. They're like, he does that. Yeah.
What does that one say? Oh, that's pretty high. It says, oh, the new glass wall makes it 19 feet. But it looks like the current wall used to be 12 feet. So that's where it was, and the tiger jumped over that. And now they gave him an extra 5 feet. Fuck that place. But look how it, or 7 feet.
It looks like it's built to have that tiger jump off that top part onto the thing. It's like it's built so he can jump.
Did they say the tiger jumped from the bottom or the tiger jumped from that top part?
The articles I was reading when it first happened, they weren't sure what the fuck happened. They were like, it doesn't make sense that it happened. They're like, someone must have helped it.
What? That's them covering their ass.
Yeah, that is a little bit of that.
That's them covering their ass. They know exactly what happened. There was eyewitnesses. People saw it happen.
Also, who could have helped him?
Yeah. So that's what it looked like? Oh my God, my hands got big coming over the top of that.
That's the 3 foot fence,
Yeah.
I think, that they were saying.
Exactly.
Oh, wait, so if they're throwing pine, is this the pine cone thing?
Yeah.
So that it had to be below if they're throwing pine cones.
No, it could be over there. They could throw it over the ridge.
You think it got all the way to the.
Yeah, you could throw it that. That's not that far. No. It's like 15 yards max. Let me see that again. Let me see that photo again. Yeah, that doesn't look that far.
I guess you can.
It's probably a big jump for a cat. I don't know if he made the jump. I think he made the jump from the bottom.
Yeah, the one that was confusing said that it was basically on these bushes. So they fucking, when they were standing on this rail throwing shit at it, and they got too close and found out like it was going way closer than they thought.
That's not what I heard. No. I don't know. What I had heard was the thing was over there. They would continue to throw things at it, and it came towards them and jumped over the wall, which only makes sense. Eyewitness accounts, statements from the time.
Here's where my confusion. Like, this is from 2011, and those last two articles were 2008.
Well, maybe they didn't release the whole story until 2011. Yeah, but there it is. Okay. So the lawsuit. Yeah, they should fucking sue for sure. I mean, definitely you shouldn't throw pine cones at tigers. You're a fucking kid. You're a dumbass kid. That could have been us. If we were both 17 and I'd throw it there and throw a pine cone. It's just a pine cone. And to the dry mold to the top of the wall. Wow. Yeah, it's crazy. From the bottom of the dry mold. So they got into the bottom of, like I thought. It was at the bottom.
I can't imagine jumping out unless it's provoked. Yeah, but it shouldn't be able to jump out if it's provoked.
Yeah, that's so crazy.
You should have a backup plan for the tiger's emotions.
Yeah, also, why do you have guards to make sure that someone doesn't do something?
The tiger can't get out as long as it's the tiger's chill.
Wow, followed someone's blood trail for about 300 yards for presumed attacks. Oh my God. Photos show blood-smeared asphalt where the tiger apparently dragged Zeus's body. It found the blood trail. The tiger would leave the kill to go after something else unless it were a compelling reason. Oh my God, another victim blaming. The tiger passed exhibits with warthogs, which it ignored as it followed the blood trail of the two brothers to the Terrace Cafe outside the government.
This is a real, what are they wearing? What were they wearing?
Yes.
You know what I mean?
That's exactly what it is.
They were high. Or like when a black person gets killed, they try to vilify the black guy. Like he was on drugs. It's kind of like that. They're like, he was high. They should have provoked it. It's like, you should have a cage where a tiger can't get out on any move the tigers.
Yeah. And
whether he's happy or mad, they should test every move.
Yeah.
Let's see if he can jump out and in the middle.
Also, what if it killed some old lady who was just there with her niece,
Yeah.
showing her around? And what if, who the fuck knows what could have happened? You're just guessing.
And it didn't even kill the friend. It didn't even kill the guy. It killed the other guy.
I don't know who it killed. Now I'm I'm saying that I'm trying to remember.
But I bet it killed
like a younger, the two brothers were really not.
Who was the one that threw the plankton? Were they all throwing
I
them?
don't like that.
It sucks that they know that the tiger was like,
Maybe they were all throwing plankton. Maybe I heard the story wrong.
or the tiger was just clearly more annoyed by one of them. Like one of them had a run on his face.
It's who the fuck is closest.
Yeah.
Who's closest? Who's going to be taken out first? This thing has never had a chance to take out anything.
Yeah. It's a little.
I mean, the whole reason they exist is they are the cleanup crew for nature. Anything that has a limp, anything that does something stupid, you go walking through the thick grass, that's a wrap. That's what they're there for. They're there for overpopulation.
Yeah.
Because they exist around deer.
Yeah, of course.
They exist around a very specific kind of deer. It's called an axis deer, and these deer move like lightning, dude.
Yeah.
You ever see the axis deer?
No, I don't think so.
They fucking they take off like it's crazy because they evolve around tigers.
Right.
So they just explode away so fast.
A lot of times you see those water buffalo movies, they seem to completely forget about tigers or lions or they jump out, and then they're like, oh shit, and then they go run away.
Not that many lions and water buffaloes.
Yeah.
They're so big, they're too dangerous. You can get a broken jaw, broken leg, they stomp your head, you're dead.
But yeah, I agree about predators. It sucks for them in the zoo, but you never want to have a zoo that's just prey. That would kind of suck.
Reported that her claws were not frayed, suggesting that she made a 12-foot, 9-inch leap on her first attempt. Oh, God. Dr. Dunker also reported that there was no disease or signs of trauma on the body other than bullet wounds for the cat. Jesus Christ. Do you know there's one specific tribe of lions in Africa that does hunt water buffalo?
Yeah.
Because they got stranded on an island.
Oh, wow.
The currents changed in this river, and these lions got stranded on this island that only has water buffalo.
Oh, wow.
And so the female lions evolved to become much larger than normal female lions. They look like Hulk lions. It's crazy. It's called relentless enemies.
So they're the hunters.
Yeah, it's the females of the hunters. So they got as big as male lions. So the female hunters are they're jacked too. Like they look freakish because they have to take out water buffalo all the time.
Have you seen the video, the best nature video? It's the one before it's walking and the lion comes, and they like it's like 4 lions, and you never go after the big one. So it's like 4 of them after like a baby water buffalo, right? It's like, yeah. And they push him into the water, and then a crocodile comes out of the water and grabs the water buffalo, the baby, and then the lions are like having a tug of war with like, the crocodile. It's like insane.
I've seen that. Yeah, I've seen that.
But
that's crocodiles are the ultimate group.
Yeah.
You see if you can find that relentless enemies thing, because you should get to see what these female lions look like. Right, just show it to us. It's these female lions, they don't even look real. They look like CGI lions. They're super jacked.
So the female lions are normally small, but they are
they're the hunters. But this documentary, Relentless Enemies, see if you find one of the images of the jack. Look at her, she's built like, geez, she's built like a man. She's fucking huge. Huge. Because they have to take out water buffalo.
She's like a female bodybuilder.
It's a great documentary, though. It's because it's just about nature adapting.
Right.
And the size of them, they're so much bigger. And, you know, they have to be because these fucking things are ruthless. And water buffalo are huge. And they're tough as shit. You can hang off them with their claws. And they don't even notice it.
Yeah. I always have like a bunch of them. They don't notice.
Like, fucking shit.
Have you done this before?
No.
My buddy became, and my friend, he did it. He stepped in front of the line like a friend.
Right in front of it.
Yeah, he filmed it. Yeah.
And then those open jeeps.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not shit.
They haven't figured out yet. They can get you.
People love, it's like the zoo. They love to have it all open. Yeah. They love to just like, push it as far as they can.
I want to get an Iron Man suit with a chain.
Yeah.
One of those chain guns. I do not want to.
I think so. I have to.
Yeah. If I have it.
Wait,
Are those Iron Man suits? What happened? Power went out. Is the video recording? The video's going to be recording? We keep going? Oh, there it is. Yeah, no, it's today the hottest day of the year. Okay. Really? The camera's shut off and all too, though. Everything's still on. Okay. what is it today? God, I didn't feel like it.
Yeah, it was
I don't know what to do. I want to stop for like 5 minutes and make sure this doesn't bad in the morning. I've got opportunity before it fucks up. But I don't know. Not your fault. But it's recording, right? Yeah, but it's 4 or 5 times. Right. What could possibly happen? It's not recording. So we can. Like, well, we have a chance for this time. That's awesome. Okay, we'll take a little pee break. We'll come back, ladies and gentlemen. Now we're up. Oh, we were just about to complain about the government. Or whoever it is.
They're cracking down on our controversial takes
Yeah.
on wines.
It's YouTube. They're trying to ban free speech. It took 2 hours to be able to Oh, okay. Is it a brownout? Is this one on brownout? Texas has its own grid, which is great until it's not.
I've read the article.
Yeah, it got real close. Apparently, during the cold front, it got real close. We were like 30 minutes away from losing the whole grid.
You know, my best friend from Zach, he was here during that, like, what, the snow and whatever. So what if it just became like,
It was crazy.
so crazy for them?
That was the first year we lived here. No one knows how to drive in the snow. It was hilarious.
Yeah, I don't remember
People with Corvettes like spinning around the intersections.
No, he was melting snow. Why was he melting? Like, they had to melt snow for something.
For what?
I don't know. It's like like that movie of Alive.
They melted snow for water?
It was for water. Yeah, I think the
Pipes first.
yeah,
Yeah, that makes sense.
it was crazy. Yeah,
Yeah, you gotta have some water, folks.
yeah.
Keep some water in your house. It's a good move. Yeah, if you're in a place that happens like that, it's like if this happens in Boston, they know how to deal with the snowy road. They can fix things. It's easy to plow. You know,
And the
everything's
shop,
fine.
every time it all shuts down.
Like, hey guys, I've been here twice and it's snowed. Come buy a fucking plow. You know, have one.
Yeah, I guess it just haven't happened enough for them to, Yeah, but
That's so stupid.
yeah, no, I know. Louisville, I'm from Louisville, Kentucky. Whenever it's not shut down the whole city.
It's funny if you grow up in a place like I grew up in Boston. It's just like snow is just normal. It's just normal. It's part of life. It's snowing out.
Did you even have like did school ever close?
It had
Fucking snow. But that you were
school to
because like closing school is such a fun.
Oh yeah, no. We did have them. We did have snow days because it did fucking snow. But in places like there, if it's just snowing a little, really go to school. Go to school.
There's anything better than a snow day. It was so exciting.
I think I learned more on snow days than I did any other day.
Worse. And then you'd be like watching the TV waiting for counting and all this stuff.
Yeah.
No,
please, if it's in the church,
it was no greater joy.
That was wonderful.
But now the snow sucks.
Someone should redesign school. School's terrible.
Yeah.
It's just the whole design of getting kids to sit down all day. It's fucking terrible.
We wake them up at like farmer times. We wake them up. I used to get up at like 5 in the morning, like I was a farmer.
Yeah.
And your parents would just go back to bed. They're like, people come out, they just get up, then they go back to sleep. I'd be on the bus at like 5 in the morning.
Bullshit. Terrible.
And then they say they have ADD. We're fucking tired.
Yeah. Tired of bullshit. Yeah. This thing you're doing for me sucks.
I got back to the adult thing, so I got addicted, and I ended up.
What did you start off with? How much were you getting in the beginning?
I think probably like 30 minutes.
Right away.
Yeah.
Whoa.
I think. Maybe
Jamie, you said 20 kept you up for 2 days? Not a user, but 20 was what?
It's not like I said user. Like, I'm not a user. I'm not a user like this junk. I'm not a user.
So you started off with 30s.
Yeah.
You started taking it every day? Or
Yeah.
right away?
Yeah.
Recreationally?
First recreationally, then I got the prescription. So it was FDA approved.
So you did listen to psychiatrist. She's a doctor.
Yes. But then I started taking more, I think, off the street. And then at one point I couldn't get any. This kid I knew was kind of bad seeing. I asked if he had any, and like something he said his uncle made. It was like a synthetic drug. Turned out to be assholes. I ended up taking that. I was a reader at H&R Block, the pathways. And I just like basically had horrible panic meltdown. Like it kicked in, and I just thought I was about to die. And I called my twin sister. I freaked out. Like, you know, I'm about to die. Goodbye. And I hung up. And then she called back. And she was like, call the ambulance. I called the ambulance. And everything. Like, I don't know. Probably the medicines from exercising, but it was fast. It was fast for me. Probably wasn't old. It was like 190. Oh my god! And yeah,
That's red one.
It was crazy. Yeah, I almost died. And I couldn't read it for Adderall, which is kind of embarrassing.
How hard was it to kick?
You know, I weaned off, which was if you wean off, I think it's okay. Cold
Yeah.
turkey is not for me.
So what did you said you were up to 90 days, so how'd you wean?
You know, 80.
Really?
I think that's like that. Yeah.
So were you completely functional when you were on it, or were you out of your mind?
No, I was functional. I was annoying. That was the thing. I was annoying.
Oh, you couldn't stop talking.
I got really annoying. And that it ended up like people just that's the thing. People think drugs are, you know, I'm not like a crazy person, but I just annoyed.
Right.
And so the intervention was more like you're really annoying, you're talking about stuff. And then I got off and it's not the same. Wasn't that different? I'm like, no, it's just me.
And you're out of work, it's actually a perk.
Yeah, exactly.
It's actually a plus.
But I miss it. I mean, I could never do it. I miss it. And it was my favorite drug. It made you, because I have low self-esteem. And when he did it, it made me just write. I just was so productive.
Really?
Yeah, because when I write, I mean, I've gotten better at it now over the years. But when I write, you have that voice telling you shit and move forward. And this was before I was doing stand-up a little screenplays and stuff. And the adult gave me the confidence to just fucking plow through. It wasn't all good, but it was good.
Mm. Yeah. Well, I mean, that's why they were prescribing it to people back in the day when they first came up with it. Like in Nazi Germany, even before they were giving it to the Nazis, you could buy that. What was it called? What is it called? Pervitin? Yeah. Well, it was the for sale version of methamphetamine that you could buy at drugstores.
Yeah.
And people would just take it. It was like a low dose. It's essentially just like, that's it right there. So, kind of real similar to Adderall in a lot of ways. But it was it was methamphetamine.
Oh, wow. And you just could take it. This is like over the counter, right?
Yeah.
Back when they had like
Look at that, methamphetamine hydrochloride.
That's crazy.
So it was a small dose, and people would take it all day long, and it gave them all this energy to get things done. I mean, think about the engineering that was coming out of Germany at the same time.
Yeah,
kind of nuts.
They're focused.
They were fucking dialed in.
He was really focused on that Jew hate. That's really fucking.
Yeah.
If he wasn't on it, he probably wouldn't have killed it.
Well, it wasn't on everything. He was on oxycodone, and they were giving all these crazy animal hormones. He was having them remove animal organs, and they were injecting glands into Hitler's body. He was like, they're practicing.
But here's what I've done oxycodone. And when I'm on it, I'm very lucky. I live everywhere.
Mm.
He was on it, and he was still hating it. That was like, he should have been like, I love the Jews. Like, the oxycodone should have made him like more lovey-dovey.
Yeah, that's why I was confused too, because I had always heard that it was meth. Because I knew that there was meth use, and I knew that Hitler liked cocaine, and they used to shoot him up with testosterone too.
And that makes sense.
That makes sense.
Your meth are like, we got a problem.
Yeah.
I'm focused. I'm going to commit to it. But the oxy, it's like when Rush Limbaugh, you found out he was on oxy. He was always so like angry.
Right.
I feel like if I was on oxy, I'd be like, everything's going to work out.
But he was on it.
Where? Look, the love.
I did so much to think it's part of the reason why I'm deaf.
Really? Rush?
Yeah, there's actually like a thing that happens when you overdose on opiates. Opiates fries your fucking ears.
But why, like, to have all that on my painkillers, I just don't get it. When I'm on painkillers, I love animals.
I think it's because you're a nice guy.
Yeah. That's good.
I think who you are, like at your core, like why you operate in life, whatever you're taking, whether it's alcohol or pot or whatever, it only enhances that who you are at your core. So if you're like an evil person deep down, but you're covering it, then you get drunk and you get really vicious with people, those people are probably already vicious inside of them.
Right.
You know?
That's totally
true. If you're a happy drunk, you're probably a good guy. And you need a couple of drinks to feel loose, and now you're fun, you're having a good time, you're loving, you're hugging everybody.
That's a good point. It's like when I used to drink, I would like tell people I love them. Now I'm sober. I don't tell anyone. Now I'm sober. I'm worse sober.
Right.
Like that's just like rigid.
That's the benefit of some drugs, is that they allow you to relax whatever insecurities you have and just be cool with people.
So my girlfriend, she's on like serious blood thinners because she's had a stroke.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Holy shit, a couple weeks ago. She's 85. So when we started dating 2.5 years ago, she was about to get her heart surgery. Yeah, but she told me that on our first date.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
This is like something she was born with?
With a congenital heart with mitral valve.
Mm-hmm.
She had a mitral valve leak.
Oh, Jesus.
And she found it out. She's 37. And so 4 months into our dating, she got open heart surgery.
Oh my God.
Yeah. And then everything was going well. And then this was like this month. Like, I don't know, maybe a month ago. I'm going to see a screening of a friend's movie. It's really great comedy about Billy Hagen. It's funded her movie. I'm going to see it. We're going to leave. And she calls me and she says she can't see her left eye. She's all this stuff. We have to like call an ambulance and like rush to the hospital. And like the crazy thing is the ambulance did not take her right away. Like we got in there and they like had to make her fill out her shoes.
Oh my God.
For like 20 minutes.
Oh my God.
And then
So with one eye.
with one eye.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
So crazy.
I thought ambulances go.
I thought they were too.
They were like getting the insurance. She's like dying. They're like, what's your group member ID number? And then they finally went and there was no siren. We just had the ambulance without the siren, which was pointless, you know. And
So ambulance in traffic.
ambulance in traffic. We get to this like ER type place. They think she's having a stroke. And we had like a person on TV. It was like Black Mirror. They got like some neurologist who was like on vacation. They brought the TV in, like a TV and she was on the video. The camera was moving around the room. Looking at people. It was so bizarre. And she said for the stroke she was on like really intense, like blood thinners for the day. And that they were so intense that she didn't want her name. She could get bleeding in the brain. So they had to observe her for like a day on these really, like she couldn't go anywhere. But she bled so easily with the blood thinners.
Right. She said stick put.
Yeah, so they gave it to her. She started, oh man, she had like she was like smiling, like, and then the craziest part is, so they had to take her to the ICU to observe her. We weren't in the ICU, we were ER to stay the night. So we had to, even though she was on these blood thinners, because we had to go home for 4 hours, I had to put her in an ambulance in the spray. And we had to drive to a place where she couldn't move for a day because she could get, if she got hit. Her head got on the glass.
Oh my God.
It was insane. Yeah, it was insane.
A lot of problems with like EMTs and people like that. It's not a problem, but it's part of the job is to get real accustomed to getting fucked up and dying.
I know they do something like that.
It's kind of crazy. Like I've talked to friends that work as EMTs and they have the most morose senses of humor. And they're so used to people dying. And they tell you stories. They all have PTSD. They're all right. They all get their gunshot wounds and they all see the worst shit. Car accidents, the worst shit, motorcycle crashes.
For us, it was like a huge emergency. That's just a stroke. Her head's intact.
Oh my God, so crazy.
She can't get it back. She has like a lens.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
No way it's coming back, or
she's gotten used to seeing out both eyes, but when she closes one eye, there's like this, it's like your forehead would be out.
oh,
And I don't think it's going to come back. She's doing great. She's not yeah, so it was sad. We left the hospital after like a couple of days, and the saddest part is like we were outside and there was like a sunrise or a sunset, which is like, it doesn't look very pretty. Oh, no, it was awful. But she's got I think she can see it. She's more just. But I feel so old. I'm like, I got a pastrami sandwich for her there, and I felt like just a Jewish cookie, just eating pastrami sandwich.
after one of the stroke.
Yeah, take your pastrami. Yeah. But, you know, I never thought 20 years I'd be the healthy relationship.
That's the luck of the draw.
It's nice. Even that, like when she had open heart surgery, we both, I make a bit about it, but we both kind of equally. We go up subway stairs and it's just be like,
Oh,
okay,
Jesus Christ.
yeah. And she's doing great. She's like a better person than me, which is kind of annoying. So even in the hospital, therapist who was like super worried. She was a therapist who was super worried about her patients while she was having stroke.
Oh wow,
I don't know.
that good.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's the kind of therapist you want.
Yeah.
So she doesn't get jaded by the world.
Not yet. Yeah.
Therapist, that's another one. I mean, you got to think everyone's out of their fucking mind because everybody you're talking to is out of their fucking mind.
Oh yeah. She sees people like it's she helps. She was social worker therapist, so she helps people that typically can't afford. Like, so it's not like
Right.
it's like safety planning. That kind of stuff.
Right.
It's not like I feel unhappy. It's like we beat you out and get you out of the house. Yeah, sure. But it's nice to get because the hardest part about dating someone is their job. It's like boring work stories. And you just have to deal with it.
Right.
But her stories are never boring. They're always like insane shit.
Guess that's better.
Better than pretending you care about like her friend and
After a certain point of time, you make it for that.
Yeah.
I'm looking for nonsense talk now.
I like her.
Do you?
I think so. Even when she told me she had not to get open picture. I mean, I liked it. I get excited, but I was like, I don't like shy.
Right. That's probably a good sign.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, it feels like we were for like 25 years now.
Wow. Yeah, you've gone through a lot, right?
Yeah.
You really learn about someone's going through heart surgery.
Yeah.
You react to it.
In the hospital when she had it, there's like, have you ever been to the hospital for a surgery?
Mm-hmm.
There's like a giant terminal thing that names and says like in the middle, if they're in the middle of surgery or not. And then sometimes it just flash canceled. Like that person died. But I think they just
Canceled surgery.
But yeah, thanks. But I got a couple good things out of it.
Did she get upset that you got bits about it?
No. Maybe she might have been disturbed with speed, well, it's tough. I was in a rut over it. Sometimes you're in a rut with comedy, and then something crazy happens. Just
right. Yeah, the problem is if it involves someone else.
We get it.
Yeah.
I mean, which I get. I mean, she's being Canadian. She doesn't give a shit. Like, I just want to be personal.
Right.
I want to bravely disclose all her personal. Disclose all this.
No, that's trouble you're having with her.
Yeah, I'm like very brave for bringing this stuff up about her.
Absolutely.
But yeah, no, but she's amazing. And yeah, it's my first serious relationship. Like serious. I went from
your first ever serious one,
moving.
Oh wow. But you're a comic. It's so hard for comics to just settle down to just staying put and doing things with a person and hanging out. You're just so used to just running from club to club and set to set and meeting your friends, and it just becomes a bizarre lifestyle.
Especially when I moved to New York, I got into the cellar, and at that point, it's really hard to take people because you get a lot of spots.
Right. Yeah, your night times are filled.
Yeah, exactly.
And they get mad. You don't have to do this tonight, but I do.
Yeah.
I remember when I was dating this girl, I was 25, and she was like, "You don't have to go tonight." I'm like, "But I do. I suck. I need to get better. There's only one way to do it."
I know, but I am working with my therapist about realizing that, I always for years thought the person you're in a relationship with is somehow like an enemy of your artistic process. Like they're there to stifle you. It's an unhealthy way of thinking.
How did you develop that way?
I think my mom was actually pretty open, like a Jewish mom. She was so kind of always overbearing, always wanting to know. And then I think my response was go in my room and shut people out. And so I think I'm afraid. And she was a Jewish mother, so she tells me everything to do at all times.
Right.
So I think I've associated intimacy with someone. I came up with this, my therapist. I'm not smart. And I think I associate intimacy with someone trying to stifle me.
Right.
As opposed to something trying, doing something.
Because it also can happen if you're with someone who they don't understand. Like, they have unreal expectations. They expect you to just quit doing comedy. Like, I had a friend And he was a good comic, and he was dating this woman who wanted him to get a job. And he was doing pretty good. You know, he wasn't like headlining all the places, but he was middling quite a few places.
Yeah.
And like he had some bits that were bangers. He had some good bits. And he could have been a really good comic. And they got divorced a couple years later. Like I ran into him 3 years later. He got divorced. He was trying to do comedy again. He hadn't done comedy in 3 years. And he lost all of his momentum, and he couldn't get spots, and he gave a shit. And everybody else had kind of moved on and moved up.
And that's a bad relationship because she doesn't understand it, or like she thinks like my thing with my girlfriend doesn't that way, and I sometimes find myself projecting on her.
Right.
Like she'll just be like, I'm not comfortable with you doing this joke, and I'm like, quit trying to silence me.
I think the thing was with this guy is that he was in his 30s, and it hadn't happened yet.
Yeah.
And it was one of those, probably the parents, like, what is he doing? What if he doesn't make it? You know?
Right.
Like, have you ever experienced that? I had a girl that I was dating when I was 21, and her father said that, like, what if he doesn't make it? Like, first of all, I'm fucking 20. Right? I'm a little kid. Right? Leave it alone.
Yeah.
And second of all, like, who knows? Yeah, he's right. He's like, who fucking knows? I might not make it, but I'm gonna try. I'm not gonna not try because I might not make it. That's a pussy's way to live life.
Of course. And like, yeah, I mean, you have to like, I don't know. I mean, to me, it's not about thinking about if you love someone, you do it, and do it even if you're broke. I mean, to me, it's, I don't believe in like, I don't think of things like a safety plan. David Martin, I think it's something. Don't have a safety plan because you're under falling down.
Yeah, that's common. You don't have a net.
Don't have a net.
You will fall.
I think you just have to, if you love something, like for me, I love comedy, I love making movies, I'm focused on that.
That's wonderful. There are guys that are doing open mic nights for $25 a minute, and they're still terrible.
Yes.
Maybe those guys should be gone.
Oh, 100%.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
The question is, are you one of those people?
Right. And well, at 21, I really didn't know if I was one of those people. But you have to at least give it a chance. And if you're dating someone that doesn't want you to do something wild and take a chance, this is not going to work.
Yeah, it's definitely good, especially if you have a kid. I feel like it's definitely good to really have a career of some. Like, I have a career. It's not like amazing, but it's a career.
Yeah.
And that helps. Like, it's like, I am making money. So,
yeah.
But it's really tough if you don't make money and
you
have a relationship. Especially if you have a kid.
Oh, if you have a kid and you're starting out as a comic book, that is a fucking uphill slog.
You're fucked because then you're also selfish now.
Right.
You're selfish and you're taking shots.
Yeah.
When you should. So that's tough.
You know, well, if you live in the city, at least you do it when everyone's asleep.
Right.
You know, when I was living in LA, I would do 10 o'clock shows. So I'd be at home, and then everybody's basically going to bed. I'm like, I'm going out when you do shows. So I do shows from 9 p.m.
That's true. But how was it hard when you first had a kid? Like,
yeah, it's crazy.
That's got to be tough to do.
It's crazy. But it's also, you know, the thing is, like, they go to bed early. And as long as you have a spouse that understands what's going on and she's cool with it, you can go out and do things.
Yes.
But if you're starting out then, and this is like this pipe dream that you have, and you're not making any money doing it, that's a totally different thing. Like I was already a headliner, I was already on television, I was already making money. That's how we make money, how to go to comedy. So that's a job, but it's not a dream. You know, it's like, if you're chasing a dream and you're 36 and you have 3 kids and you want to quit your job at the accounting company, like, yikes. It's also like, literally, you better get really fucking good before you quit that job. Like, how are you going to have the time to get really fucking good?
Yeah, exactly. You want to, like, if you're going to have a kid, I think we talked about us earlier at some point, like, you want to at least make enough money in your career. If you had a kid, you'd actually just have to work hard. As opposed to get started.
Right, exactly. And it's like, there's a lot of people that are, they have the dream of stand-up, but they probably haven't really gone at it 100%.
Yeah, well, that's
and they still have this thing in the back of their head that one day they will, and one day they'll really bear down and really start writing and really start performing more often and doing that more than twice a week, and they just don't. And then they get into a situation where they're like, oh my God, everyone's kind of passed me by. And all the guys I started out with are now working professionals, touring the road, and I'm still stuck in LA.
Right. You know? Yeah, you have to. I mean, you have to work harder. We were talking about it. Like I was like, well, you would, you know, on the weekend I'll be on the road, but during the day, during the week, I can babysit the kid. She's like, I don't feel like you're being serious if you're referring to it as babysit. Your own kid.
What you do all day, babysit? Oh, whose kid's mine?
Doesn't seem like you're really committed to it.
It seems
No,
like
maybe
you
fit the kid.
have a very clear responsibility, and it's not yours. I'll do your job for you if you want to take it. Like you
I'll
go back to
babysit the
being,
kid for you.
you do back to being the boss of the kids.
Just pay me $10
Give me what number to call. Yeah, that's hilarious.
But yeah, it's yeah, having kids is scary, but I think it's good,
I think it's good.
Yeah.
But it's not good for everybody, and it's not good depending upon the kind of relationship.
Right. You definitely can't do it to save.
Oh my God, I've seen that happen before. Like, what are you doing? Are you crazy? You guys are about to break up now.
No one's like, we're about to break up.
But yeah, but swear, I guess. Yeah, I mean, you always talk.
I feel like kids break people apart.
They break some people apart. They bring some people closer. They definitely brought me and my wife closer.
Really?
Yeah, it doesn't have to be a negative thing. It's just like comics look at it as a thief of their time. And Louis said it best. He said you just got to let it change you.
Yeah.
I thought that was really good advice. Because it definitely changes you, and you can't resist it. You just got to be who you are now. You're just a different person now. Now you're a person that's watching the babies come out of your wife's body, and then grow up and talk to you. And you take them to do things together, and you have fun laughing together. It's like this very strange thing where a life that did not exist now exists.
Right.
And you love it more than anything you've ever loved in your life. You love this person.
And you love it no matter if the kid telling a boring story. Like it goes beyond. Like with your friends, you're like, every story's got to be entertaining,
Yeah.
People you love, it's like, you just love it.
I talk to my kids about the most boring shit. But to them, it's not boring. They like to talk about bands they like and stuff they like. And it's interesting. It's fascinating to watch their little minds grow and where they interface with the world and see them develop skills and things.
Yeah, all my siblings have kids.
It's time to do it if you're 40.
I know. I keep on acting like I'm rushing. I keep on acting like I'm rushing into things, and I don't know. It seems so quick. I'm 40 years old.
Yeah.
I always think I'm rushing into things when it's actually like the last chance, or at least the last chance. We will. It's going to be a little unbelievable.
Yeah, I would say that's probably good news. Jesus Christ.
She's on blood thinner. She's like a hemophilia.
How long should you stay on those
ass. What?
How long should you have to stay on?
For until they figure out what.
Roger, yours is a hemophilia?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Jesus, that's a scary one.
I know.
Anybody could just punch you to death.
Yeah.
Just give you a bloody nose and bleed out.
Yeah, it's crazy.
That's nuts.
Yeah. That's how she was. I mean, she's not like ICU. She basically feeling that. Yeah.
And so she has to stay on these for how long?
I think they're trying to find out exactly. They still don't know what caused the stroke. Wow. They assume it's something to do with heart shock.
Makes sense.
Either that or God hates you. Just giving you a bunch of shit.
A double whammy to deal with.
But I think it's. Yeah, I think they'll find out. But yeah, hopefully not. I mean, I think you'd have to
Yeah.
Yeah, I've like six new nieces.
So you've got that in but it seems like you keep talking about it.
A little bit. Little touch, but also, but also I don't know. They both have good backwards.
For sure. I don't think everybody needs to. But, there's a lot of people that have kids that say, everybody should have kids. I think you can have a wonderful life without having children. I think it's totally possible. But
for the people who killed their kids, probably should have kids. Everybody should have it.
I read this horrible story about this child prodigy that the mother trained this child to do it, and they rebelled at 18 and she killed him.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Oh, rebelled against us.
I forget what it was. I got so disturbed by it. I turned the page. But I was reading about this.
But that person shouldn't have had it.
Yeah, well, it's not a psycho. Their kid is just a representation of it. It's not an individual human being. It's their property. It's them going through life. You will do what I tell you to do. You will be a lawyer. You will be a football player. Whatever the fuck it is.
Well, that's why the other bullshit thing, the people who act like kids make you a better person. That's not everybody. That's not true. Yeah.
It's like the oxytocin.
Yeah.
Who are you?
Exactly. It intensifies. Yeah. It's actually who you are, but now there's like much bigger moral consequences. Like you can be kind of a dick, so it's not that big of a deal. But then if you have a kid and you're still a dick, now you're like a bad person.
Yeah.
Where before you're just like kind of a dick.
Or you're just exuding excellence in broadcasting.
Yes.
It kind of makes sense why he's so cocky. The guy was like flying high. And then, rush. Yeah. That's excellence in broadcasting.
Yeah,
That was his thing, right?
Yeah,
Excellence in broadcasting. Rush Limbaugh.
just never at once just be at peace. It's
It's
like,
just needed too. Like this whole idea of conservatives being like buttoned down, sober people who like look at the world clearly. No, your fucking main guy is pilled out of his fucking mind, spout out nonsense. Obama's from Kenya.
they're like the real fucking hippies on all these drugs. Yeah,
Well, as long as it's prescribed by a doctor, it's not a drug.
that's how I get mine.
That's just a doctor
Yeah,
said. The doctor said. I told the doctor I have an Adderall problem. He gave me a
It is
prescription.
so funny. I have a real problem. We just prescribe it for you.
That is so wild. They said that too.
I know. That's insane.
That's so wild. Yeah, well, you need it. You obviously are on it. You shouldn't get off of it because then you could die or something. You could fucking be slow and not as.
It was hard to get off. It was hard to like go back to writing without it.
Yeah.
It's tough, but you know, I have to do it. I can't go back on it after I would chain smoke on it. But I quit smoking. And honestly, that's more words than I fucking all chain smoking.
It seems like a lot of coping. A lot of things going on with it.
Oh, yeah. Oh, wait, what do you mean?
Because you always have a grip on it.
Yeah.
Well, maybe I'll take it back. I want to start chain smoking. I don't want to do that, so I don't want to go
All right,
back.
let's do it. Let's relapse that.
But I'm start snorting.
More pictures from airplanes. That day to get back on it.
Yeah, I've avoided those, but I've been curious about it.
Have you never done it?
Nope, never done cocaine, never done Adderall.
So you're not taking
Yeah, but when I was a kid, I got very lucky, and not lucky, but one of my friends, his cousin, was addicted to coke. And I watched this guy's life completely fall apart. He was selling coke, and it was like he got bit by a vampire.
Yeah.
Like he was a different person. Like he was real skinny and like real all gaunt and shit, and just coked up all the time. Fucked up.
Not to use your own supply. That's what they're
Well, he didn't follow the rules.
That's what the cook.
I think a lot of them don't follow. It wasn't like a businessman. He was a guy who like got coke and sold some of it.
Such a nerd. But that's not for dealer protocol.
I mean, it's from the biggie, the 10 commandments.
Can't crack the bed. Look at high up your own supply. I did a lot of cooking. I mean, you see a lot of sunrises.
Oh,
which
yeah.
is pretty.
That's a good way to look at it.
I've seen way more sunrises
Right.
than I would have if I didn't do cooking.
But what about when you were getting up at farmer hours? You saw a lot of sunrises then, too.
Yeah, but as a kid, I didn't appreciate it.
Like
Like,
the
as a kid,
Adderall, but
You're a
you
kid,
see
and
it
they were
later.
like, oh, well, look how beautiful something is.
It's easier to stay awake than it is to get up.
Yeah. That's a good point.
Very good point.
point.
I mean, Adderall, it's way easier to stay up.
Sounds like a profound song.
Yeah.
Either
When I was young, I used to love staying up all night. I used to think it was awesome. Get out, going to bed when everybody's running around.
oh yeah, it is.
It's my favorite thing.
It's a sacred time. I think this comedian friend of mine, great comic, and he had an awful sleeping schedule. He would literally go to bed at 9 in the morning. He woke up at 5 p.m. and just started staying.
Was he a comic? Yeah. It's comic life.
Yeah, that's a little too much.
That's a lot.
We need some,
Yeah, every now and then you probably shouldn't do that, but every now and again do it. I don't think it's so bad.
but I like something. Yeah, I like
It's good for you. So you get vitamin D. I stay healthy. But when I was like in my early 20s when I lived in New York, I'd stay up all night, all over time.
really.
And go to bed.
Not on cocaine. That's right.
No.
Just high on
Playing pool mostly.
oh, you big pool guy?
Yeah, so like I'd go to the clubs and afterwards go to the pool hall, play pool till 4 o'clock in the morning, go to a diner,
Oh, wow.
get something to eat with my friends. 6 o'clock in the morning, I was hanging out with just complete derelicts, like pool hustlers and crazy people and cops. So it was like no one was home. And so then it was normal. So if I called someone at 5 o'clock, I just woke up, they would think it was funny. Like, I was up all night. It was normal. It wasn't like you loser.
Right.
Like, no, you're living a crazy young life. You like it. Oh, it was a good time.
I'm
was a good
impressed
time.
that you could do that without cocaine. I feel like that's very impressive.
Yeah, but when you're playing pool all night, you're drinking coffee and just hanging out, it's a time. And also, I was so used to it. So I didn't have anything to get up for. Right. I didn't have a job. So, yeah, I just started making money doing comedy, so I had enough money that the comedy for the first time in my life was like legitimately paying my bills. Paying my rent, I had a car. Like I was driving around to gigs. I was doing like headliner gigs in Connecticut, Jersey, like $500 there, $350 there. So every week I was making like a good amount of money. And I was just having a good time.
That's great. I always thought that like when you start making it, you can quit your day job.
Yeah.
It never happened. I would have day jobs and make a little money in comedy, and then the day job would want to fire me because I wasn't there enough. But I'd like, no, I need this job. I don't make enough in comedy, and then they fire me and I'm forced to.
How many years in did you become a complete professional?
Things like
Oh, so you really did keep a job for. Do you think the job held you back, or do you think?
no, I only had like shitty like time job.
Right.
I think around. I started working for Castle Magazine on the road, and that's when I first started money. And she was great working.
She's hilarious.
She's amazing. I really learned her. And that's when I first worked. I think I had a part-time job. I was just living with my parents, going to like the Rudy Bins, taking Greyhound. I took Greyhound. It was it paid my tickets. I would take it like an 18-hour Greyhound.
Ooh, I did that a couple of times.
It's insane.
Bus trips to a gig.
It's like the DMV on wheels. It's
Yeah.
just the most depressing.
Some weird fucking people. Like, where are you in normal walks of life other than Walmart?
You're like, yeah, how did you even get on a bus? You're like, I've heard like the craziest shit. Like the Greyhound. But
But that's why I one guy cut a guy's head off on the ground.
I used to have to get about it because like other comics had like the observational airplane material, but I wasn't doing well enough to the airplane. I'd open all my bits with Greyhound. So just got here from the Greyhound. I had a bit about like I was surprised it doesn't even stop after that. Usually they just keep on going, hope the shit works itself out.
That guy, what was he? He was just like schizophrenic or something. He cut some guy's head off that was sitting
He's schizophrenic. He cut the car.
Canada man who could head bus passengers bring to freedom. What?
The Canadian legal system is the same.
Wait, what?
He got off. He's like, he got off.
He's been granted freedom, full freedom.
Yeah, no, it's crazy. When you read this, it'll make you like appreciate it.
He was deemed not criminally responsible and received mental health treatment. A review board in Manitoba ordered his discharge without monitoring, saying he did not pose a significant threat. When you behead someone on a bus, aren't you a significant threat?
I just feel like once you beheaded someone, that's it. That's it for you,
Oh my God.
right?
He removed his internal organs.
People
People stabbed him. Oh my God. The attack began without warnings, alerted by screams from the victim. The driver stopped the bus and fled with the passengers as Mr. Baker continued his attack. He was found not criminally responsible in 2009 for the killing, spent 7 years in treatment in Secure Wing of a psychiatric hospital. The voice told me I was the third story of the Bible, that I was like the second coming of Jesus, and I was to save people from a space alien attack. He also said he was really sorry for what he done.
It's funny.
It's the best thing to context. Generally, I'm not a fan of that. But in this stretch, I put that back up. I like how they talking completely out of context and said, really sorry, in quotes. Not even ...
I was killing to prevent space aliens, but also, my bad.
Are you sorry? I'm really sorry. I'm really sorry. Okay.
Something about really sorry. It's just very funny for me.
Well, it definitely doesn't pose a significant threat to the safety of the public. Imagine if that's your friend. This guy cut your friend's head off and they just let him out.
It's insane. Yeah, I was thinking radio about it. It's like, in America, if you had someone, that's like the
That's
end
a
of
wrap.
your, that's a wrap. As it should be. I feel like once you cut off a head, there's no resuscitating your career. But there, they just like observed it on the world. These victims now. Well,
You have his reasons. You hear about the lady in California that smoked weed and she stabbed her boyfriend. She killed him. She stabbed him like 11 times, something crazy. And they deemed her not criminally responsible because she went psychotic. She had a psychotic break.
but here's
She
the thing. Was she really sorry?
was really sorry.
She was really sorry.
Really, yeah,
She was
really.
really sorry.
I think she said really. So
Really.
I think we're good.
I feel like that got beat up on the
I feel like that is one of those moments where I go, okay, if that was a man that did that to a woman and had the same excuse, I do not think anybody would buy it. Not for a fucking second.
just to be like,
Woman, 108 times. Excuse me. 108 times. Did I say 11?
11.
Yeah, 108. What the fuck? I forgot.
A Celtic strain of pop.
Yeah, it's
This is really
specific.
good.
This is really crazy. Dude, relax. Stop being so judgy. I mean, it's really potent.
Do they have to call it Celtic?
Yeah, scot-free. She was convicted of involuntary manslaughter. What is the difference between involuntary and voluntary? I didn't really understand involuntary crime.
Yeah, I guess it's voluntary.
Like, one time it should be attempted murder, and if you actually kill them, it's murder.
But yeah, of course.
Right? There's one stab. Right. Okay. But wait a minute. Isn't it second-degree murder if it's not premeditated? I think that's what it is. I think that's a second-degree murder. If you don't mean to. Yeah, manslaughter is an accident.
Isn't it weird that premeditated is worse? Because the other one was kind of like, oh, he can kill at any time without warning, but that should get a lesser sentence.
Yeah.
I feel like that's the scarier one. The premeditated is like, at least you might know if he's planning it. If he plans it, you know?
I see what you're saying.
But the other one, like,
reasons,
like
right?
the guy on the bus is like, I could kill anyone at any time. Well, that's not.
Although the two were dating, Spetcher told the outlet she never considered Amelia her official boyfriend, and said she told him she no longer had any romantic interest in him 2 days before killing him. Okay. She claimed he was aggressive, intimidating, and had a temper, she told the outlet. So when he encouraged her to hit a bomb the day of the stabbing, she gave into the pressure, then went into a deadly psychosis. Well, I think her alibi is actually really annoying. He seemed super annoying, got real loud and yelly.
And that's what that for a while.
It's super shouty. Fuck that guy.
That's a guy who's doing that.
But also, so we're both accountable. Oh my god. But there's obviously been more attention to my part versus Chapman's part. The part where the guy got stabbed 108 times?
Like,
Yeah.
you don't really focus on me, and I just don't think it's the full story.
Such sexism and bullshit.
I stabbed her 108 times, but like he also raised his voice.
He got shouty.
Yeah, but they're just focusing on the.
He's scared. Okay, he fucking raised his voice.
That's about stabbing someone 111 times really didn't. That wasn't that much.
Hyperbole.
I love how they say coach and weed, as if that's the strand. Like you go to the drugstore, then this strand will have you stab your boyfriend.
A month before the fatal encounter, O'Melia's roommate also had an extreme reaction after smoking out of the same bomb. Those teens said he suffered hallucinations and fear of death. But that just sounds like you get too high.
That's just what every time.
Yeah, she only smoked pot less than a half dozen times prior to the stabbing, the lawyer said, describing her as a naive user. She's naive. You know, but just imagine the sex is being reversed. She got really yelly. I got really nervous. And, I only smoked pot like 6 times before that.
Oh, well, that's no case. Yeah.
Are you really with her? Well, also, like, what about her part?
Well, I guess
she was kind of responsible.
it's just funny that they're using weed like it's asphalt.
Right.
Crystal meth.
Exactly.
It was a really strong weed.
31% THC. That's pretty high sometimes.
But it's like,
Because it's caution for high tolerance users only. Yeah, but the problem is the side effects or the effects of marijuana do not match that at all.
no,
It's the opposite.
I don't. Yeah, that's. I think that's on her.
Los Angeles-based dispensary found marijuana flower for sale legally with THC levels as high as 39%. That's even more. Similar levels were available Friday from a local competitor, but yet no one's running around stabbing people. It's just so crazy that they accepted that. It sounds so nuts. And you talk about victim blaming.
What about Chad?
Chad was
Oh,
really
his
sharp.
name is Chad.
Yeah, his name is Chad. Didn't that say it? That's his name, right? Chad. No, it's not a good name for a guy that got stabbed. Automatically. Unless her name's Karen. Automatically, you're going to be. It was Sean? What?
But it's like what we said.
Chad.
Chad.
People don't even care what the fucking name is.
I mean, like, yeah, that's what we're talking about. The drug brings back the UR side.
Right.
Like the killing of the stabbing 400 times. That's huge.
It's also like, how do you keep doing it after you do it 1 or 2? How do you keep?
No, it's really boring.
That's so crazy. Like your arm must get tired. You stabbed him 108 times.
Actually, a pretty impressive workout.
She probably like hurt herself.
Yeah.
She got hurt too. What about that?
That's a good point. Yeah.
I couldn't imagine ever seeing those rules reversed. There's no way.
Yeah, I stabbed her 108 times, but here's the thing. She was real naggy,
super shouty.
and I was pretty hot.
Yeah, really. I don't get that.
Yeah.
All right.
You want?
I only smoked pot 5 or 6 times. That's not like the
Not
first
guilty.
time. It's like 5 or 6 times. It's like, you know what weed does?
But weed doesn't do
Yeah.
anything. It doesn't make you kill people.
No. No. I mean, you can go crazy though.
You can freak
Some
out.
people freak out. They really do. But that she must have really despised it. And that might have like popped out of her.
That's not
Or
yeah.
this fucking idiot.
That's in there. Not that deep.
Yeah.
It's not like you're just like, yeah, fuck, yeah, 100 times. I mean, I had like, you know, I get anxious like weed.
Yeah. You don't go around stabby.
I like just thinking everyone's gonna hate me and I'm gonna die. I don't like thinking stabbing people. Yeah.
It is excessive. You didn't anything up 100 times. Right to do it. Yeah, it seems like you hit 108 golf balls. That's what you're trying to do. That's fucking nasty to do. Yes, you get pretty fucking.
Seems like you're more on
That sounds so crazy. I want to know if she was on anything else along with it, because you know, like if you mix like Zoloft with cocaine, it's very dangerous. There's certain things that if you mix stuff with, no problem.
Really?
Yeah, people lose their fucking marbles.
What's bad with Prozac?
It's a good question. What is bad with Prozac? Let's find out. If you're on Prozac, should you be taking edibles? Okay. What happens?
Take one of your
Oh, you're the test. Fine. For you.
I was looking up.
That's the thing. It's like, let's find use our fun. Everybody.
I was looking up NyQuil because I was taking a sleeping pill and let's see if NyQuil.
Here it goes. Okay. You shouldn't take. It may increase your risk for bleeding problems. Oh, come on, strippers. Make sure your doctor knows if you're also taking other medicines that thin the blood, including non-steroidal anti-inflammatories, like ibuprofen. What else?
I take that all the time.
Interacts with monoamine oxidase inhibitors, MAOIs, other antidepressants, and blood thinners.
I think I'm okay. I can't
So
make those
don't
my
take-
girlfriend's medication.
That's saying don't take ayahuasca. Though.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I'm not really. I don't know.
Well, don't do it.
Sorry,
If you're on the Prozac, don't do it.
I'm not.
It says it said non-steroidal anti-inflammatories and MAO inhibitors. That's one of the ingredients. Serious bleeding, serotonin syndrome.
What's the
Okay.
story?
I think it's about the blood thinning stuff. Manufacturer Prozac recommends that you avoid drinking and alcohol. All taking this drug.
I don't drink.
There you go. Alcohol can worsen. Clean.
I'm good.
Okay.
I'm good. Just don't take my girlfriend's blood thinners.
Does the Prozac make you kind of speedy at all?
No, I have a really bad. I was on Paxil for like 10 years, and then I tried to get off of it. What is Paxil? It's like an antidepressant.
SSRI.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I got off of it 5 years ago, just being off of it, and then like 6 months later, I had the worst panic in my life. I basically was dizzy for like 3 months straight. I had panic attacks at every show, just on stage, every open, but not open, whatever. And I was super dizzy, and it was my psychiatrist said it wasn't even withdrawal.
This is the same one that gave you the other prescription.
No.
No. Are you one of those guys that shops around for different psychiatrists?
Well, that was a little bit. After I went to rehab, I was like, maybe I should get a different treatment. But I had a terrible illness. I had to get off the circle.
Is there anything else that helps other than the Prozac? Is there any activities?
I don't
or
have to like tell my girlfriend, have sex for 2 hours. That because it makes you. Well, actually, it keeps you from getting. And I don't have it.
So the Paxil was helping you in a different way than the Prozac
I think it was
is?
the same thing. I just wanted to go back to Paxil because I just wanted to do that game. So I wanted to do that game.
So, and what was the difference when you felt on Paxil versus on Prozac?
Those of them honestly made me feel kind of like the same, which is just like a somewhat anxious person. The problem was when I was on Paxil, I thought I didn't need it. But the reason I thought I didn't need it is because I was on it. You know what I mean? That's the problem with people who get off of antidepressants. They're like, well, I don't need it. No, that's because it's working.
Right.
So unless there's like a problem, I don't know. When I got off of especially having to have it on stage. It's so shitty because we all get anxiety, but usually I come to believe I usually what you can stage. Like it's a comfort. Right. And I lost like all through our sets. You know? Yeah.
Was there anything else you tried that helped them roll?
I tried.
Did that do anything?
It helps a little. Honestly, the thing that helped the most with panic attacks on stage was just continuing to have them. It was more reinforcement than yeah. Like, because I would actually still do it on stage. Actually, people wouldn't really notice. Like, I'd go off after which makes you feel more funny.
And when you were doing little shit, make fun of them every time.
I think it happened for those things. I mean, sometimes it happened. Or if I was doing a long set. But I honestly think just having them and then realizing it's not a big deal, we can still do the show. That made it come. Because I think the worst thing you do is run away from it. If you're anxious when you go to so having, if anyone it's continuing to happen, it's not a big deal. That's not going to destroy you. And it starts to go away. So now, I'm not going to be stage. But yeah, it was tough. Getting off medication.
Do you wish you were on Prozac to begin with? Or do you think that, like, did something about taking the anti-anxiety medication accentuate it when you got off it?
Accentuate it.
Yeah, like the anxiety, did you have the same level of anxiety before you did Paxil that you had when you got off of it?
I think it was more like, I mean, it's all a mystery, I guess, why exactly, but I think it was more like all this anxiety. It was this giant wave of anxiety that hasn't happened in my life. I just come out with a special and I'm feeling just like, I had this urge to just like create more stuff. And like, you know that feeling you have when you get that much stuff and you know that you're going to die? I had that urge kind of big. I was like, do the next thing. And that's actually the way it started. I was at my brother's place and I looked in the mirror and I saw these moles on my back. And I was just convinced they were skin cancer. That's how I came. And not like, I always had that, but this was different. This was different. I knew I was going to die. And then I went to the doctor and I was skin cancer. And the next day I was dizzy and was dizzy for 3 months.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I think it was a wave of anxiety went over my life, but for the first time in 10 years, I didn't have something to mask it, which I think made it more intense. You know what I mean?
How long were you off it for?
About like 4 months. Maybe a week.
So 4 months ago.
Yeah, it was awful. And it was just like, yeah, it was awful.
So did you have that level of anxiety when you were younger?
When I was really young, I had really bad screaming fits. Like when I was like 8 or 9, I would just suddenly have these moments where I was like, I don't know, this moment just for the hopeless or something. I just started yelling. And my parents never knew. I actually cut myself. And I had no. And I didn't know what it was. And then in college, I also started to cocaine, which didn't help. And then I had really bad kind of anxiety in college. That's when I went on. Yeah. But no, I've always had that. Damn. You have anxiety?
No.
It's so funny after it's a lot of fun.
I mean, we all. I could talk myself into it. I could talk myself out of it.
Yeah.
I get anxiety about existential threats. Like I get anxiety about war. Sometimes, like late at night, I get anxiety about like more reading about history. The more I understand, how many times in history society everything was great, everything was fine, and then all of a sudden some terrible event took place, and then we went back to the Stone Age. And that this is an imminent threat to life. That we look at the goings on in the world as if it's like some plot or television show that we're watching. We're watching what's happening in Ukraine. We're watching what happened in Gaza, and you watch what's happening in Iran, and you watch all this crazy shit, and it doesn't seem real because it has affected you. But late at night when everyone's asleep, that's when it gets me. Yeah, I start thinking that this ridiculous life that we live, and all the stupid societal conflicts that we have that are mostly meaningless and nonsense, and that they're accentuated constantly in the news, all the while real people are dying. Right. And like Jerome suicide bombs. You can watch one on YouTube. Yeah, I mean, I've seen so many people die on Instagram reels. So many people get blown up by missiles and blown up by drones, suicide drones slamming into people, detonating them. I watched this guy, some guy, I forget what part of the world it was, but he wore a suicide vest. They tried to stop him. These guys run and they grab him and they all explode. They're trying to stop him from the and it's just, this bomb goes off. You see just parts of people flying. You're like, fuck. This is all happening in the world right now. It's just not happening right here. You're watching it and you're like, this is really anxious right now. Yeah, I get freaked out and I start thinking about just how fragile our civilization really is.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Yeah. And we're so soft. We're so accustomed to living this way. We're still like when the power went off earlier, when we were doing this podcast. What do? Wait for it to come back on.
Yeah,
we said the bit about that. Like when the dumb people out fuck the smart people, and the power just goes off and no one has any idea to turn it back on again. What do? Somebody does it. They do it. But then, what if that guy's dead? Like, do we know? And when do we know? How long after do we figure out the power's not coming back?
Well, it is crazy. The world's just functioning off of just no one's really running the ship. It's just a collective thing of functioning.
And we're connected by the most fragile thing we have.
Yeah.
Which is the power grid and our computer infrastructure.
Yeah.
All of it can be wiped out in one solar flare.
And we think it's so much for granted.
Yeah. It's the only reason why we're alive. It's 100 degrees outside, and I have a hoodie on. Right. You know, I'm super comfortable in here. We have air conditioning. We're fine. We're not dying of heat exhaustion. We're not out there dehydrated to death. Yeah. I know where the water is. And we're just so alone, and we're so reliant to keep this civilization going the way it is. Like, think about what we've been talking about today. Like, if you go back and watch films from like the 1930s and how horrific people treat each other. And over time, because of our access to all these different human beings and how they feel about things, how they discuss things, all that has kind of elevated our discourse and elevated the way we communicate with each other and we interact with each other. We demand more. And there's going to be overcompensation, and things are going to go back and forth, but generally it's moving in the right direction. That's only because all of our needs are met and because there's electricity. Yes, electricity is the thing that changed everything. When you can stay cool and stay warm, you can live in places you shouldn't be living. Yeah, I mean, cities would be unlivable. All cities would be hell. Yeah, there's no food. No one's growing food. How do you eat? Well, as soon as trucks start coming in, everyone's fucked. Yeah, there's no food. You have enough food for like a few hours of everybody eating, and then that's it. Yeah, the Gaza stuff. It's horrifying. It's such a, I'm Jewish, obviously. I think you brought that up. It's been such a complicated, horrible thing. It's just horrible. It is complicated and horrible, and it's also complicated when you see so much anti-Semitism now, like open anti-Semitism about all Jews, and as if there's like this cabal of evil people that are pulling the strings. I know. I posted. I think I hate Muslims. I hate Israel. I think both Gaza and Israel have been taken as extremes. Right. But I posted concern for anti-Semitism, and I've been like, I'm worried about that when people are down here in Gaza. I mean, there's two different things. Yeah, they're both real. Yeah, they're both real, and I have a right to be concerned. Jews have a right to be a little nervous. Yeah, we have a right to get cautious, But that's one of the things that I forget who was talking to us about this. It might have been Jordan Peterson or somebody. They were saying that it's one of the hallmarks of the civilization's decline. We start blaming things on the Jews. It's really common. Yeah. Because Jews stick together, and it's a very difficult club to get into. Well, I think what people have done too is there is an extremist faction in Israel who are like, which by the way was being protested for months on end before before October 7th.
Exactly. And what people aren't doing, they're not giving Israel the benefit of the conflicted story. And a lot of the anti-Zionist propaganda is making you think all of Israel is like
Exactly.
but it's no different than another country, like America. It's a conflicted place. There are extremists, and some of them are fun. Netanyahu put a lot of them in his government, made a coalition with him. But there's also people who want peace, people who want, Palestinian
Like
self-determination.
all human beings
Yeah.
everywhere in the world, there's good people.
It's like if you hated Trump, but then you assume when he was president, everyone in America supported Trump, right?
Right.
If you thought that, it's like,
Right.
it's very dehumanizing to think that Israel is like just
In support of the genocide of Gaza.
right,
And then you see polls, 65% of people say it's okay to rape Palestinian prisoners. Who did you talk to? Who did you talk to? 65% of who? Who the fuck is answering that poll?
Yeah.
Hey, let me ask you a couple questions about rape. Who the fuck is answering that? We talking raping prisoners? I'm all in. By the way, I'm on my way to work. Here we go.
Well, yeah, it's like there's also like there's obviously a lot of probably shouldn't Israel is done, but a lot of people go beyond that. It's not just like it's fine to be like they don't put civilians in like they don't think that's civilians. I understand that case, but a lot of people want to make it look like they're going out of the way to just only kill civilians. They have a goal. It might be bad or reckless.
Yeah, but there's the things like the killing of the 8 workers. Like the Jose Andres people.
Yeah.
Just like see what they were targeted.
I don't know. It's hard to believe the purpose for that.
To keep people from getting food to the Gaza refugees.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't like.
I don't have a position.
Yeah. I
I'm
don't
just
know.
saying
Yeah.
that's the
Some people think,
accusation is that they knew who those people were.
I think Israel. I know it's hard for me to believe that. I do think they want to get rid of Hamas. I think a lot of people died. It's awful. And I don't think it's worth it. All this at all. But I don't think they're.
You don't think that some people have a dehumanization way of looking at Palestinians?
Yeah.
They do. Yeah. Well, I think that's what you're looking at. You're seeing the soldiers rape Palestinian prisoners. You've seen that video?
Yeah. No. That can't be.
Yeah. Look, whenever a human being is capable of doing something like that to another human being that they don't even know, they consider that person the other. You got a giant problem. And that's the giant problem, being able to just bomb Gaza into oblivion and kill who knows how many thousands of people. It's almost like the United States' reaction after 9/11. 9/11, the whole world was on our side.
Yeah.
Everybody wanted America to cross. We can't believe America was attacked. America, this shining beacon of democracy and self-government. Like, no, not America. And what do? We invaded Iraq. And we killed a million people, wind up dying because of our invasion, they think. And then you think about the weapons of mass destruction posts. It was all bullshit. It was created in the media. So it's like that. It's like our overreaction is so horrific. Then everybody hated America.
I agree with that. I do think what Hamas did was so horrific, and they should keep doing it. It did plant these seeds of hate in Israelis that
No doubt.
I'm looking at this like obviously this war is terrible, and I don't think it should happen. But I also think that people have to do something happen and not kind of retaliate. So I guess if that makes sense.
I know what you're saying, that people would retaliate. It's the way they retaliate and the scale, which is horrific to people.
But I also, I think there's dehumanization on both sides.
For sure. But the only way you can do October 7th is dehumanization.
Of course. And I do think people on both sides have tried to demean the other, or trivialize the other person's accountability.
I know, it's crazy that and also people pretending as if they know what actually happened, what the stats are.
Yeah.
They didn't do that. They didn't do this. Are you on the ground?
That's the to me saying like there's no way then it's like dehumanization.
All of it is crazy. Like you don't fucking know what's actually going on. There's a lot of misinformation that's even printed in mainstream media, like the bombing of the hospital.
There's a lot of shit that happened.
That was front page of the New York Times.
There's a lot of shit that happened in the fog of war that the people who knew the answer right away. And I know it's upset hard, but you have to wait sometimes. Like the fog of war, you're not going to always have the answer right away. I mean, I'm not saying Israel isn't culpable for a lot of things, but you do have to wait. I see people sharing information that's not verified all the time. Where you're like, you don't.
Well, that's the hospital bomb.
Yeah, exactly.
That's exactly what that is. And that made it all the way into newspaper.
Exactly. I mean, I think like Netanyahu created a coalition with some really awful people like Smart Trick and Benny Deer. They're more like really Jewish supremacists, real thugs. And I think a lot of anti-Zionists are trying to continue on the trails like that.
Mm.
And I just think, yeah, both there needs to be a nice communication. Just saying, like, yeah, suffering in Gaza is horrible. It needs to stop. And also, like, not every Israeli is part of some evil Zionist, whatever, conspiracy. That's its own inverted form of anti-Semitism.
And yet, Netanyahu was this super pro-military guy. I mean, he was a special forces guy.
Yeah, and he's corrupt, and he has charges against him, and he's trying to, like, weaken the government to prevent him from coming through. And he made a coalition with two people who are truly awful, awful people. And that is really almost, these people want a theocracy. You know, they want, but that's not all of Israel. People protest against it.
So that's my fear running up in the middle of it.
Yeah.
But this kind of shit is going on with any minute. It could pop off and become unreasonable.
I mean, it's legitimate.
So legitimate fear. I don't, whatever it is, that's, if you ask me if I get anxiety, that's my anxiety.
No, I can totally see.
When I get really freaked out, that's what freaks me out. What freaks me out is that it can pop off at any minute, and then all of a sudden it's September 12th, you know.
Yeah.
But way bigger, way crazier, way scarier. And that hasn't happened since 1945, so we assume it's not going to happen again.
Yeah, we had 20 good years, and now we think everything. We had like a good time in the 80s, and now we're like, yeah, we can never go back.
Oh, dude, when the wall fell down, it was amazing. It was like a weight lifted off of my back. Every day, Soviet Union was gone. We don't have to worry about a nuclear war with Russia anymore. And now it's China and Iran, this and that. Oh my God.
It is like most periods of history, people had kind of a shitty life and a volatile period of history. We really, like, up till, like, I guess, after Vietnam, and maybe to the, you know, now, until everything to the fall apart now, like, there was a kind of smooth sailing, I guess, for a little bit, but like
As long as you're in America,
well, yeah, it's not smooth sailing.
Yeah.
People are like, you're right, great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
there's a lot of places where it's like bad.
Well, that's the other thing. Like, yeah, it's been shitty for, it's always shitty for someone.
That's the things we're not used to it happening right here.
We're very spoiled.
Oh, we're so spoiled. Like the Russians are so much more used to it than us. They lost so many people in World War II.
Oh, yeah.
You know, well, it's just, I'm reading this thing about France. It's so crazy that during World War I, France lost 25% of its fighting age men, and after World War II, they lost another 25%.
It's insane. Like, you're like, well, that's the thing. Life was so cheap. And now we feel like life is kind of expensive. Now we're out, you know?
Yeah.
But it's still so cheap for so many people.
Well, it is in other parts of the world. That's the thing. It's like we're so used to not being attacked that when something like 9/11 does happen, like Pearl Harbor happened, it's 5 hours over the ocean. It's the only other time we were attacked.
Yeah.
You know, we're so soft.
We are so.
We're soft as baby food.
But we're seeing a lot of violence. I mean, we see it. We see the guy shot Trump. We see his head exploded on the roof. We see the witness.
Take that as all
A guy trying to shoot Trump.
just the guy trying. You don't think he has his own?
No.
No? You think Lee Harvey Oswald after you run?
Yeah. I'm not a big conspiracy.
So the filmmakes joke, you don't buy into it?
I love the joke,
You love the joke.
but I'm not a big
Have you ever read into that one?
I read a little, yeah.
You need to read more. That's one you really shouldn't be flipping about. Who killed that fucking guy?
But here's the thing with Trump, though. Like, why would he be? So you thought like Biden Trump taken out?
I don't think it was Biden. I think it could be a number of people that were involved, but it seems at the very least like they were so lax in security that they were inviting something to happen. At the very least, and knowing that that guy was walking around 30 minutes before with a rangefinder,
Right.
seeing that guy, he come back and forth, they observed him multiple times, people were talking about him, they were keeping an eye on him. This guy gets on the roof with a rifle and gets off 3 shots.
Well, my thing with a lot of conspiracy theories, it just kind of ignores incompetence. I feel like incompetence is a real thing. Like,
Incompetence is a real thing. You know it's a real thing. Conspiracies, those are real too. The problem with dismissing conspiracies as being just a silly conspiracy theories, that was what the Warren Commission report, and that was when the term conspiracy theory got into the zeitgeist.
well, I don't
As
dismiss.
a pejorative.
I don't dismiss.
This guy sucks.
No, you didn't. No.
I don't dismiss. There's a huge amount of corruption, horrible things. I just think a lot of times incompetence just has plays a part, and I do think like there is incompetence and there's like randomness a lot. And
Some dude got a really good joke about it. He put it up on Instagram. It was very funny. See if we can find. Maybe you can find it, Jay. He said that it was basically like if I thought they were going to try to assassination attempt, that seems exactly like how the government would do it. Like really inefficient. Really, it was like he said it was like the DMV of assassination attempts. Dude, who sent that to me?
but it's also, I mean, I guess for me, it's like you also have to like.
You find it?
I saw it recently too.
Fuck, someone sent it to me. I get too many texts.
Anything can be real, but I also think the idea that he was a lone shooter is not that world is not a crazy world. The idea that we're in a violent place.
No, I'm not saying he was. No, I'm not saying that he wasn't a lone shooter. I think he was a lone shooter. Maybe there was other people shooting at him. I think he was training. I think somebody got him detonators. He had sophisticated detonators and explosive devices.
I think it's probably like lone shooter.
He's crazy. I think someone talked that guy into doing that. I don't think someone talked that guy into doing it. I think it's possible that someone talked that guy into doing that.
Yeah, I mean anything's possible. I'm not like dismissing that. I just think like he's like a school shooter who got little.
They took his body when he nearly 10 days after the assassination. No toxicology. Report, no public. There's been no press conference about it. No telling all the details. Here's what we know. They went to the kid's house. It was professionally scrubbed. Didn't have silverware in it.
Right.
There's a phone that was going back and forth because they have bad data. They can track cell phone when they ping. There's a phone going back and forth between the offices of the FBI in Washington D.C. and this kid's house on multiple occasions.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Yeah, so exactly. Coming out of your fucking
No,
ass.
I didn't think Epstein.
I would not hate you with your views.
I'm like the opposite.
That's interesting. So you think Epstein killed himself?
I'm not saying he's definitely killed himself, but I also think it is believable that he is a little depressed about himself.
Sure.
You know what I mean? That's
Sure.
what I think like the possibility of a happening conspiracy is it's sometimes very like plausible.
Sure.
To the point where I don't really if you need to go to conspiracy. Like maybe he got killed, but Epstein was also not in a great place at that point.
True.
You know what I mean? So I could see that both ways.
But then you have to look at the autopsy.
Yeah.
You have to look at the ligature marks around the base of his neck, which is not really what happens when you hang yourself. When you hang yourself, your weight of your body kills you.
Yeah.
And so the ligature marks, those strangulation marks are underneath the chin. His was down by his neck, and his neck was actually fractured, which is also indicative of someone being strangled to death. Dr. Michael Batten, who's that forensic scientist that did that show Autopsy, remember that show on HBO? He examined the autopsy and examined what the results were and found that the fractures in the neck were indicative of someone being strangled to death.
Wasn't there another coroner who said it was like suicide?
Sure. That was the first one.
Yeah.
First one said
Well, why
suicide.
can't we believe that guy?
Well, it seems very convenient that the cameras went out.
Yeah.
It seems very convenient that the people that were on security were asleep. It seems very convenient. All of it seems convenient.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying they get killed.
It seems to be the most high-profile defense witness in a very important case that might have been about elites and child pedophilia. Would probably you want to take that.
But also, a narcissist who's going to be about to be the most hated person in the world, but also I could see him kill him.
Sure.
I'm just saying,
Good.
I'm not saying he didn't kill him. He could have killed himself. I mean, he could
This
have
guy
been
sucks.
killed.
So how long you
No,
know?
I'm-
Leadership.
I think Oswald's acting. I don't know. I'm a believer in incompetence and everyone is both people are better than
Did you ever watch the Recruiter film?
Yeah.
The film with Chandler's back to the Of course. How do you think that happens when you get shot from behind?
Thank you.
back and forth when you.
His head goes backwards to the left, like he got shot from the front.
I don't.
You know, it wasn't a Hicks
This
film.
guy's not.
To the left.
But I also think they've tried so long to find the conspiracy for that. And I was kind of comfortable with that. I don't know. I think what Oswald did was,
I like the way you think. You know, you don't want to think about it this way. I like it. I like what you're saying.
well, to me, I think a lot of conspiracy theories think the other person, like I'm, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I think it's the opposite. I think like it sometimes can be naive to think there's someone mastermind. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like to me, I think like, and I don't know all the evidence and shit, there's all these reports and stuff, but like To me, I think like sometimes crazy shit happens, and when you look at it backwards, it doesn't. Yeah, it's crazy that he shot someone at work. You know what I mean?
That's true.
But it's also crazy shit happens, and we also have never seen. A lot of times stuff happens where we've never seen that, like 9/11. We never had two planes hit a building, but you immediately have people being like, buildings don't fall like that. This is the first time it's happened.
That's true.
So it's like, we don't always know, like, it's a lot of times something happening that's crazy, but also, like, never happened before, that people are like, that's not how it happens. But it's like, how do you know?
That's true. Like, planes flying into the buildings, especially buildings that are that tall. That's all true.
And I do think, and I've read, it's 9/11, there's so much accomplished in the government, like communications between the FBI and the CIA. I'm a firm, I'm not saying some conspiracies aren't true, definitely. I mean, there's a lot of corruption. But I'm just a firm believer in incompetence.
Incompetence is real, but conspiracies are too.
Some conspiracies are real.
The Lee Harvey Oswald, when you look into it, it's pretty nutty.
Yeah.
It's pretty nutty. A lot of people heard shots in the grassy knoll. The amount of people that were eyewitnesses that died in mysterious ways is extraordinary. Like off the charts. They don't make any sense.
But I also think sometimes
sure, and also people to people. That happens too. The thing about the Oswald thing is there's also a lot of evidence that points to the fact that they were trying to come to the conclusion that there was a lone gunman despite the evidence. And one of those is the magic bullet theory. Magic bullet theory is fucking cool for coke puffs. That shit would never fly today.
What is it?
Went through Kennedy and then into Connolly and then in pristine condition.
Joe Rogan, why do you have fucking comedians on who don't know shit about history? And then
those three
expect
shots
them
that
to want to debate.
they knew one of them hit the back, and they knew one of them was hit Connolly, and one of them blew up his head. Well, they had all different bullets for these things, for these different injuries, but then a guy got hit with a ricochet in the underpass, so they had to account for one of those bullets missing the target and hitting the whatever it was, granite curbstone, and banging into this guy's face. The guy had to go to the hospital. They found the curbstone that had been hit with a bullet. And so they knew that a ricochet had hit there. So now they had two bullets that had to have all of these wounds. And so instead of saying, hey, maybe there's more than one person shooting, maybe there's more than this one guy that was in the book depository, all these people said there was shots coming from the grass and more, maybe they were telling the truth. Instead of that, it's a no. One bullet went crazy. Like, oh, look, we found it. Here's the bullet. All good. And look at the bullet. All right, I'll give you all that. Look at that bullet. That bullet supposedly went through two people, and they found it in that condition on a gurney. If you've ever shot anything with a bullet, you know that's straight horse shit. That's not deformed at all. That's shattered bones. That's nonsense.
But what is the answer? I feel like there's some answer.
Well, if you read the Warren Commission report, and fucking nobody has, that's also, there's different, like, see the hole in his neck? It's supposed to have gone through his back, through his neck. But in the first autopsy report, that hole in the neck was thought of as an entrance wound. And then when it got to Bethesda, Maryland, then they said it was tracheotomy. There's like a lot of inconsistencies in the Warren Commission report. And if you want to go crazy, read a book called Best Evidence by David Lifton, who's an accountant. Read the entire Warren Commission, went over it, and found all these inconsistencies and said, they're just trying to cut this one. You can buy it.
I'll check it out, but also
I'll check it out. I have no fucking clue what I'm saying.
Inconsistencies are also kind of incompetence and not communicating as well, training.
Inconsistencies, yeah, but
I mean,
they
like
seem
people
like
different reports, or even him trying to force something like. I mean, like, I just think sometimes like the thing has to be like nothing's perfect. There's like a lot of like.
I also don't think Lee Harvey Oswald acted. I think Lee Harvey Oswald was a part of it.
Yeah,
I don't think he acted.
But you think he acted?
I think he was the guy that they were pinning it on. Well, he was definitely active with the CIA. He'd gone over to Russia. He married a Russian woman. Came back to America. He was doing a lot of weird communist shit. He was involved in a lot of weird stuff that seemed to indicate that he was some sort of intelligence agent, or at least a patsy, a guy they could pin this on, which is probably what they want.
I'm not denying it. I guess that it's a possibility. I guess for me, it's just like usually when there is something in conspiracy, it does get found out.
Yeah, but this is there was no internet back then, and they didn't even see the Zapruder film until 12 years later. The Zapruder film, nobody even saw it until it was on the Geraldo Rivera show in 1975, and Dick Gregory brought it on.
You know what I read in the book about Camelot? And apparently Kennedy was fucking someone at the pool was growing. Have you read this 2 days beforehand? He had like an actress. And when he got shot, so he got shot twice, right?
He got shot, yeah. least twice. They think 3 times. They think that's one through the back, one through the neck, and one in the head.
But I heard they said like because of backwards when he got shot the first time, it didn't push him over, so it's kind of sitting him up. You heard that?
No,
I read
but
that in
that
a book,
kind of makes sense.
So like the backwards, almost
They
backwards
didn't-
hot.
Well, yeah, he was all fucked up. He had a lot of like, physical problems. He was in constant pain. And he was also the guy that was getting treatment from Dr. Feelgood. Yeah, that's where Dr. Feelgood came from.
Psychiatrist.
Yeah, real similar. Like this one doctor, and I think a lot of that was meth as well. It was a habit of wearing a tightly laced back brace, and they had kept him from recoiling to the floor of his car after the assassin's first bullet to the neck, setting him up for the kill shot. The brace was firm. So this is also, this is not the back shot either. There was a shot in the neck that, again, for initial autopsy said was an entrance wound. Yeah, that makes sense. Tightly laced.
Yeah.
Makes sense. And kept him stiff. He was all fucked up though. He had like, some portrait of pain. See, he had like some real serious problems. Numerous back surgeries. They hid. It's hard to hide news photos of people walking on crutches before and after one of his numerous cracks. It wasn't until 2002 when historian Robert Dallek was allowed access to a collection of documents spanning 1955 to 1963. In 1963, the specifics began to emerge. Pate was co-author, neurosurgeon Dr. Justin Dowdy, poured over Dallek's subsequent book, numerous other biographies, and scores of documents and x-rays at the JFK Library in Boston prepared their paper. So I was taken aback by the depths of Kennedy's pain. He said how long he dealt with the pain despite his short life, how it affected his life. I was able to conceal most of that from the public and certainly from his political adversaries. So I wonder what back surgeries were they doing in 1963. Good Lord. He had scarlet fever at age 2. Spent his teenage years in and out of hospitals with abdominal and joint pain, flu-like symptoms of extreme weight loss. Age 15, weighed a mere 117 pounds. By the next year, worried he might have leukemia. Doctors began regularly checking his blood. So he was all fucked up now. So he was a sick dude.
But so like sometimes I think there's like different explanations that like aren't that sexy. Like
Here's not sexy. Look at this. Yesterday, I went through the most harassing experience of my life. An iron tube, 12 inches long and 1 inch diameter up my ass. My poor, bedraggled rectum, oh my God, is looking at me very reproachfully these days. Oh my God.
he was great with words.
Oh, he was
What could
fucking
have been a comic?
Jesus Christ. So you've got a football game. You got tackled from the side, possibly damaging his spinal disc. Again, regularly using a corset brace to stabilize his spine and control his discomfort. So yeah, he was all fucked up.
But it's like there's things like when things don't make sense. There are sometimes an explanation that's like kind of like almost boring or random. It's like the thing with Zapruder. I think it's Zapruder, person for setting umbrella up. Let him Zapruder. There's a guy who has an umbrella up and it's not raining. And for years, they thought he might have been involved with syndrome. And they finally find the guy. They bring him in front of him. He's like I'm British. And in England, it's a real fuck you when you raise your umbrella like a driving by, and he hated Kennedy. They were just doing fuck you, but then for years people were like, oh, that was part of the syndrome. I just think, I mean, I'm not saying some conspiracies are true. I just think there's sometimes other reasons that get lost.
Yeah, for sure. Certainly people look for things that aren't there.
Right.
You know, I've read conspiracies about meat. I'm like, this is it's weird when you read it, but it's weird when you read it about you. You're like, oh, this how this works. People just make shit up and just run with it.
What's the one about you?
Oh, just nonsense. Being handled by the CIA, being part of the Illuminati, through all kinds of stupid shit.
Throwing people off your trail by bringing conspiracy theories, so people don't realize it's on.
Well, they just want to think you're controlled. Yeah, they want to think that at a certain point, someone comes to you and you get controlled. But that's not real.
No.
The reality is no one's in control.
That's the right. To me, that's
Also, the reality is MK Ultra was real. And they really were trying to teach people how to kill people. And they did it with Charlie Manson.
No, I mean, there's definitely real horrible fucked up shit. I'm not saying there's not fucked up horrible shit, but I do think no one group is steering the ship, and it's like really scary.
Right. And I think our idea is that there's this one group of people that all agree with each other. I don't think that's real. I think there's competing factions even at the top levels. I think they're always battling with each other. Look, the people in the Navy sometimes don't like the people in the Army. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Like, this is the CIA and the FBI. Yeah, that's 100% real.
And that's why when people look at all of Israelis as a Zionist conspiracy, you're now doing that. You're believing this collective thing when really there's so many different types of Israelis. There's extremists, there's racists, and there's peaceniks. There's people who believe in peace. And it's like, I think you always have to be wary of thinking everything's wrong with it.
Absolutely. And I feel like that about the intelligence agencies as well. I feel like, you want the CIA. You want someone who's paying attention to terrorist plots. Of course. You want them. You want the FBI to be able to investigate when someone's done something horrible. You want those things. You just don't want them out of control. And the problem is absolute power corrupts absolutely. And some people get into certain positions of power. They use whatever means necessary to maintain it.
I mean, the Nazis had the ultimate conspiracy when they invaded Poland. They killed a bunch of their own prisoner of wars and had them dressed as Polish soldiers and concocted a whole fake attack by Poland. I mean, the ultimate.
Hitler burned the Rothschild. No?
Well, some people actually think it was the Nazis. But we don't actually know for sure yet.
I thought it was just generally assumed that it was Hitler.
I think there's still some mystery. I think some people. There was one guy who they say might have lit the fire. I can't remember his name. I read this in a book, but Hitler definitely jumped on it.
Right.
Immediately.
Well, it was a time-old tactic. Nero burned Rome.
I know he might have, but I think there's still some mystery about what. Because some people think it might have been someone else, but he just kind of jumped.
Hitler or Nero?
Hitler.
Nero. You know what else Nero did? When his wife died, he found some slave boy that looked like his wife and had her castrated and paraded her around as his wife. I don't know what he did. Probably did. I mean, imagine he decided you're going to be my wife now. I'm going to chop your dick off and bring you out in public. Wow. Yeah. And then the kid, I believe the kid killed himself a couple of years later. Yeah, so you can find that story. It is a crazy story. He found some slave boy that looked like his wife. And so, back then, you're looking at him at the fucking on the balcony. He was one of the peasants, and so you know what he knew. He just wasn't his wife anymore. He didn't want anybody to know his wife died, so he decided to make this slave boy look like his wife.
A woman who looked like his wife?
No, he's out of his fucking.
Kid if he had a sister?
Look, this is Nero, dude. He's Caligula. This dude's out of his fucking.
I should know about you.
Sporus was a young slave boy whom the Roman Emperor Nero had castrated and married as his empress under his tour of Greece, 66 to 67 CE, allegedly in order for him to play the role of his wife, Poppaea Sabina, who had died the previous year. Ancient historians generally portray this relationship between Nero and Sporus as an abomination. How do you say that name? Suetonius places his account in the Nero-Sporus relationship with his scandalous accounts of Nero's sexual aberrations, between his raping a Vestal virgin and committing incest with his mother. Some think Nero used his marriage to Sporus to assuage the guilt he felt for allegedly kicking his pregnant wife Pompeia to death.
Hopefully,
Jesus Christ. Dio Cassius, in a more detailed account, writes that Sporus bore an uncanny resemblance to Poppaea, and that Nero called Sporus by her name. Oh my God. Oh my God. Wow.
I should make a movie about that kid.
Oh, look at this. Scholars have deduced that Sporus was likely an epithet given to him when his abuse started, considering it to be derived from the Greek word sporus, meaning seed or semen, which may refer to his inability to have children following his castration. What the fuck, dude? Oh my God. How crazy was that?
They should make something. That'd be a good movie. From a kid's perspective.
You do like dark things.
That'd be a good movie.
That's the dark.
First, he has to accept that he made up some girly features.
Bro,
make it a rom-com.
But it's just like, what was society like back then? Because they all had sex with kids.
Fucked a lot of kids.
Fucked a lot of kids. It was normal for like an intellectual to have a young boy that he would fuck.
I think it was gay to fuck your wife. I think people would be like, I'm going home to my wife. I'm like, hey, gay? Go fuck a little boy like us. It was like a gay thing to fuck your wife. Yeah. It was in. Fucking kids was like fashion.
But also, how about the Spartans? The greatest warriors ever. They all fucked each other.
Yeah. They were, Greeks were like very tough, very not homophobic.
they didn't care who they fucked. They were just fucking.
That was a part of masculinity. Like fucking a guy was masculine. Like you're like, I'm tough.
How did that that kept going, and guys are just fucking guys today.
Well, the Nazi or the guy who was gay, I mean, what was it, General Rommel or whatever his name was? The one
You don't
part of the
know
original. I said that they killed him at night with long knives.
Oh, really?
He was gay. He was the toughest as they can. There's a bunch of gay people in his division, yeah.
Well, that's the ideal of the Spartans was that you would fight for your lover much harder than you would fight for a friend. So like this man,
really?
yeah, this man beside you. Not only is he your, he's with you in this war. He's a fellow soldier, but he's also your lover.
So are you saying? I was thinking they wanted to fuck each other. Is it more like the general was like, "I need you all to fuck each other"?
I think they wanted to fuck each other too.
They wanted to fuck each
I
other.
think they just got used to fucking guys. I think it's probably one of those. Like, guys are so gross. That's the thing about prison, right? There's no women around. We just fuck each other.
Yeah,
Really
we just
further
need to
into
fuck.
the sports thing, it gets a little weirder.
Yeah?
Yes. I mean, yeah, he was already married to someone else after his wife died.
Oh,
Sansalina, and then later married Sporus that year.
who said that bear remarkable resemblance to Pompeia.
But then,
He took Sporus to Greece and then back to Rome, making Calvia Caspinilia serve as his mistress of wardrobe to Sporus. Nero had earlier married another freedman, Pythagoras, who played the role of Nero's husband. Now Sporus played the role of Nero's wife. What?
yeah, I mean, this is wild. Nero died before Sporus died too.
Oh my God, he was just wild.
And then Sporus went to somebody else.
As the wife
Because
still?
and Pompeia was married to this person before Nero got her, and Nero made them get divorced, took Pompeia, finally killed her, and then Sporus went back to this guy.
Whoa.
And Sabinus.
Oh my God. Who had persuaded the Praetorian Guard to desert Nero. Nymphidius treated Sporus as a wife and called him Pompeia. So called him Nero's ex-wife, who Nero kicked to death, who he used to be married to. What the fuck? Imagine that poor kid. He's blessed with good genetics. Got a pretty face. Got a pretty face. You can cut your dick off and just fuck you and then pass it around.
Talk like my wife.
I'm gonna change your name again, kid.
This is like, because someone else who beat that guy was going to use Sporus as a victim in public entertainment as a reason.
We're gonna reenact it after all that shit.
The rape of some of the underworld.
The rape of Proserpina. The rape of Proserpina at a gladiator show. Oh my God. So he avoided this public humiliation by committing suicide. So they were going to violently rape him and kill him in a gladiator show.
So he finally gets free of this shit. And they're like, you know,
We're gonna make you die in a gladiator show.
I guess that's not the first time I did that. You probably knew it was coming, so probably like, fuck that. I'm not
Right.
going to do
You
that.
probably saw so many people get fucked up in
why did
gladiator
they feel the
shows.
need to publicly humiliate him? Didn't he do that? Why did
Kicking that ones down. I
it's just
guess.
like, you're getting a little cocky. Let's
Life back then. I mean, this is the thing. It's like they thought they were pretty progressive and they're just spanking women
yeah.
in those stupid movies.
Well, you don't know. Yeah, you don't know. It's
Hey, give me a little hammer and spank her in the ass. Oh, here you go. It was normal.
yeah.
We used
no.
to cut her dick off.
Well, you know, we do move at our own pace. It's like people act like people suck now, like we're awful. But like we don't getting better.
We are way better
Yeah.
than those days.
We are
We're
getting
way better
better.
than Nero. If you just read that account.
Yeah,
Imagine if
we're
Biden
improving.
did that. Imagine if Biden's wife died, so he found some fucking page that looked like his wife and had him cut his dick off and brought him to Greece as his wife. He'd be like, this guy's a maniac. This guy's out of his fucking
We're
mind.
freaked out when he sniffs hair.
Yeah.
We're like,
Exactly.
he's getting too close to that hair.
Look how he's smelling those kids.
Yeah,
Imagine.
I would say it was. I mean, it was good to be a king back then. You know, you really could
Yes.
do whatever you
It
wanted.
didn't last long. Eventually
Yeah.
it came to you.
He got what happened? Then he got.
What happened to Nero? How did he die?
Well, Nora says it's like, because of how crazy it's sounding, I'm starting to go like, maybe it's whoever killed him. It's like, we're going to do a smear and we're going to make up all this shit about him. It's not maybe accurate, but who's going to fucking do it?
Right, but the Nero story, that's like the historical record. The story of I took Sporus
I
and
found a UFO from 2021 that says like, how nasty was it really?
How nasty was Nero? Oh my God, Nero apologized. We got to write that about Hitler someday. It was just the oxycodone. It wasn't Hitler.
Yeah, sorry, it was a really good pot. Really smoking pot. Made him fucking white.
It's a she was 29% THC.
The weed is strong. And he only had taken weed a couple times.
Yeah, you can't fault them for killing all the Jews. He really did think they were evil. He was tripping balls.
Kill 6 million Jews. Wow, that was all painkillers.
Nazis.
Guys, that was not a lot of people. Had a bad doctor.
What Jamie was saying?
After he had sex with his mom, he killed her too. Yeah, I mentioned that.
Oh, whoops. Yeah, bad guy. I say bad guy.
Yeah.
That's pretty safe to say. That's not a conspiracy.
I'm not into that. I'm not going to try to. Here you go.
Saying confidence for that one.
I think that guy was probably a really bad guy. No, that was a bad guy. Yeah. No, he was. He definitely you were a king.
You could do whatever the fuck you wanted, which is part of the problem.
Yes, that's
so much power.
I think anyone put in that position was just doing whatever the fuck they want.
You know the Elizabeth Bathory story?
No.
Elizabeth, this is a very controversial story. This lady, apparently, so this is the folklore. There's two different versions of this. So the story that gets handed down is this woman was so evil that she was a serial killer, and she was beautiful when she was young, and as she got older, she would slaughter young maids and put them in a bathtub and bathe in their blood to try to rejuvenate.
I remember this. Yes.
Yeah. But then the revisionist approach to it was that they accused her of all these things so that they could take her land. And they imprisoned her because she was a royal, so they imprisoned her under house arrest. They locked her up in the castle. They locked her up in a room in the castle for the rest of her life until she died. And they think that this possibly could be false accusations against her that were so horrific that no one would question them so that they could take her land.
Oh, so she didn't do it.
Or, I don't know. They don't know. I mean, the stories, if they did smear her with this fake thing, it's a crazy accusation.
You want it to be true.
You want to think there's some lady that is so vain and evil that she slaughters all the beautiful young ladies. Yeah. And that these women started going missing. And see if you can find that story. It's kind of crazy.
I used to be super into serial killers, like before it was cool.
Okay. When did you start? Who got you first?
Well, first of all, I was really into Temper, the guy in the Mindhunter series. I was into him before. Now he's like everyone knows. I'm a little disappointed. I was into him.
He's mainstream now. He's sold out.
Back when I was into it, I was creeping. It was cool.
It's old school.
My favorite story is Ed Gein. The story that someone came from his house once to get borrow sugar or some shit. They came inside and it was a skull that Ed Gein was killed on a shelf. And the guy's like, "What the fuck is that?" And Ed Gein, he's like 53. Ed Gein just kind of like freaks out, just lies, and just goes, "Oh, that's the Japanese guy who killed the war going back." And the other guy's like, "Oh, thank God." For a second, I thought it was something creepy.
It is crazy. Imagine you could take a Japanese guy's head home with you,
and everyone's just like,
yeah. The case of Elizabeth Bathory inspired numerous stories during the 18th and 19th centuries. The most common motif of these works is that the countless bathing in virgin victims' blood to retain beauty or youth. The legend appeared in print for the first time in 1729 in the Jesuit scholar Laszlo Tarocci, maybe? Tragica Historia was written the first account of the Bathory case. The story came into question in 1817 when the witness accounts, which had surfaced in 1765, were published for the first time. They included no references to bloodbaths in his book Hungary and Transylvania, published in 1850. John Paget describes the supposed origins of Bathory's blood bathing, although his tale seems to be fictionalized recitation of oral history from the area. It's difficult to know how accurate his account of events is. Sadistic pleasures is considered a far more plausible motive for Bathory's crimes. Oh, so they're saying that she did do it. Bathory's been labeled by Guinness Book of World Records the most prolific female murderer, although the number of her victims is debated. So, this is Wikipedia, though? Yeah, I think there was another article that Elizabeth Bathory, like, Google Elizabeth Bathory was innocent.
We didn't have a link. Someone talking about it.
Was never a serial killer. The myth and stories about her were made up by the Hungarian noblemen who first falsely accused her, then prosecuted her based on false evidence that was mostly hearsay. Later, they got her servants to make proof against her by forcing them to say they saw the killings of young girls while they tortured them. This was because the wild dislike she got in those circles because of how well she treated her, what's that, Jabagi? I don't know how to translate. Basically, farmers who worked for her on the land, her house, and a portion of what they made. Making a bad example, and she was simply kind to commoners, something most men just loathe. This also helped them. She was actually after she got locked up, they seized her estate.
But she's actually just like a nice person.
Yeah, that seems like fishy too.
Disappointing. You know?
Yeah, who fucking knows? You know, it's too many years ago. We don't even know what happened in 1963 with the Kennedy assassination.
Right. You know, I took a not a blood bath, but a youth bath.
That's so nice.
I love them. Yeah, it's like my way place away from my friends.
Yeah, if you live 100 years ago, a fucking hot shower is a miracle.
Oh yeah.
A hot shower is a wonderful pleasure that we just completely take for granted.
Oh,
Sit
yeah.
in that shower like, soap and lather up, wash your feet, wash your face, your underarms, bathe in this preheated warm water. It's wonderful.
We do cold plunges for fun. It's like people had back then.
That's it. Yeah, if you want to wash your dirty ass, you have to get in that fucking lake. But hey, dude, it's been really fun talking to you, man. It was a really good time.
Oh,
Thanks for doing this. I really enjoyed it.
Plug us.
Yeah, plug away. Plug away. What do you got?
This was awesome.
Thank you.
I hope you.
I did. I had a great time. I enjoyed it very much.
Well, definitely check out my special Brave. Came out it's not too long ago on YouTube called Brave. Also, I just made a movie. Yeah, there it is.
Film at the
Comedy Cellar.
Nice.
Jason Katz and Jen Webb filmed it. Great directors.
Beautiful.
And I also just made a movie. We just kind of made a trailer. It's about called Memory.
You do.
And it's a movie I made with my brilliant co-director Dan McCabe.
Is it a comedy?
No, it's about a caretaker. It's like a 25-minute thriller about a caretaker that's taking care of a house dementia. And one day they listen to like music and seems to really like the song. And she's like, "Oh, do you know that song?" And he's like, "That song was playing in the house kind of gross." He cut the stuff out of nowhere. And she starts like investigating whether he actually killed someone or not. And yeah, we just filmed it. Right, we got a great acting. And
Did you think about playing? You did.
Well,
That's why you laughed.
at one point, he was talking about killing someone in it, and he was like, he looked a little too upset. I was like, you gotta, not a big deal. Like, I was giving him my spiritual wisdom. Like, we should be talking about this stuff, you know?
Right.
But he was great, and you can learn about it.
Where's someone watching?
You can watch the trailer now at movie.com. We just kind of put it together, and there's also like, if you let $50,000 budget. So if you're an investor, better remember your movie.com.
And when will it be available for people to watch?
Well, we're gonna finish editing and then send it to all these film festivals and try to. I made a movie trailer earlier this year, and I'm trying to start making all of them. I love movies, and I've written screenplays with my partner Dan McCabe. It's great writer, and we just finally started making this and raising money.
Cool. All right, man. Beautiful.
But it was so nice talking to you.
Nice talking to you too, man. It was a lot of fun. It was a good time. Enjoy it. Thank you. All right, bye, buddy.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
What's happening, man? Pleasure to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
It's always so odd. You've seen so many movies that you meet in real life. No person. You know? It's strange, isn't it?
Yeah, well, I do have that same thing myself. When I meet somebody that as you work, I agree or whatever. I'm still just the same fan that I was. Before I even got into the business. I met Daniel Day-Lewis in a Motel 8 in Conestoga, New York State. A guy saw us and he said, "Do you mind if I take your photograph?" So we went to the car park of this motel aid, and this guy took a photograph, and about, I don't know, 7 or 8 months later, a copy of it arrived at my house in Australia, and the guy basically just, written Russell Crowe, Australia. I sent it to him. So I have a copy of it, and it's a funny thing, it's like I was there with the Boxing Hall of Fame. I was there with Angelo Dundee, and he was there with Barry McGuinn. Yeah.
Oh, wow. That's awesome.
It was just unexpected. It was a cool thing. He was such a nice fellow too.
Daniel Day-Lewis is a real legend. He's one of those guys who's like disappears for a couple of years and makes shoes. Just a real artist.
Quirky stuff, and then suddenly comes back with a vengeance and a fury.
Yeah, he's
some of us have to work for him. He's probably got independent wealth.
He's just a different kind of human. Any guy who can just walk away like that and just decide to make shoes, that's the real deal.
It's pretty special.
Some people try to pretend to be quirky. They try to pretend to be eccentric. There's the real thing.
The actual eccentrics.
Yeah, the actual eccentrics is so fascinating. And yeah, for a guy like to meet a guy like that, he's one of those odd ones. But you are too. It's like it's always it's interesting to hear from a person that is a guy like you that still feels weird to meet people that are that you admire their work. I always feel the same way. I always feel like it's gonna go away. And I'm like, no, Russell Crowe. Oh wow! I met Dennis Quaid the other day. Same thing. He's like, oh, it's Dennis Quaid. To see it so strange. Yeah.
If I was to explain to my childhood self, my 10-year-old self, what was in front of me, and the people that I would meet, and things that I would experience, and the contacts that have come along, whatever, it's just my little brain would just explode. There's just no way I could possibly imagine
Right.
this life is going to unfold for me.
How could you? I mean, you'd have to be so ambitious. You'd have to have the most crazy expectations possible.
Yeah, and my first thing when I was leaving school is that just don't have a boring life. Just don't, find some way of being able to express yourself. My first job out of school, my first official job, was working for an insurance company, commercial union insurance, inputting details of policies. Oof.
Not up to a great start.
Yeah. It was a funny thing though, because I learned, a lot in my short time. In the summer before, I worked as a nightclub DJ, and I got fired because I couldn't talk. I was too nervous to talk on the microphone.
Wow.
So after like 5 or 6 weeks, they shuffled me off. And the guy really, dug what I was playing and how I got the dance floor moving and everything. But, he says, I need to sell toasted sandwiches, man. You have to tell people that the kitchen's hungry. So, I left school partway through the last year. In New Zealand, they have a different thing where you have a bursary here after high school finishes, and your bursary, if you achieve to a certain degree, you get money towards your university degree. That was clear to me in that last year. My dad was out of work, and I wasn't going to be able to go to university. We couldn't afford that sort of thing. It would only have cost $3.5 or $4 grand or something like that back in the day. That was beyond our means as a family. And I started working with this insurance company, and I was the only person in the building of a big insurance company who had actually passed matriculation into university. And the general manager of the company sat me down to tell me that one day. You're the only person with, the higher school certificate, what they call university entrance in New Zealand, in the building. And I've watched this thing unfold. The coolest dude in the building was this salesman. He had a beard and he wore kind of cool sunglasses and everything. And I remember the day he bought a new pair of shoes. And all the girls said, have you seen whatever his name is, new shoes, and they were fluttering over and stuff like that. And this guy was the best salesman they had. And in the time that I was there, I watched those new shoes get age on it and start cracking up the side and stuff like that, because he obviously used them a lot to walk around talking to people. And just as I was leaving, I overheard a discussion that he was planning on getting some new shoes again. And I was like, yeah, definitely
Don't want to be
I
that.
don't want to be here. I don't want to get that.
I had a similar situation when I was driving limousines. We were driving limos, and it was one of my jobs I was doing when I was trying to make it as a stand-up comedian. And he would work for long hours. Like, if you tried to leave after 8 hours, he'd yell at you. Like, they wanted you to work 12, 16 hours a day. There's just one guy, and he had a Cadillac. And the boss pulled us aside and says, look at this guy. He's got a Cadillac. He makes $60,000 a year, and he doesn't have to bust his ass. He's sitting down all day in a nice car and driving people around, and this could be you too. I was like, I gotta get the fuck out of here. It was my first thought, because I knew that guy was working 16-hour days. That's all he did. All he did was work. Yeah, he had a nice car. I'm sure he had a nice house. I was like, yeah, I gotta get the fuck out of here. Sometimes people like that are good for you. That the universe puts them in front of you, just so you can say, this is a trap.
Well, here's your example.
Yes.
Yeah. So, what do you want, option A or option B?
Did you ever meet anyone who was an actor? Did you know of anyone who made a living doing that? Listen, people, work out to feel good and be healthy, but also to look good. And if you're wondering why you keep working out and you still have a bit of a dad bod going on, it could be because your gut isn't digesting your food properly. Gut health is super important to support your digestion, reduce bloating, keep you regular. AG1 not only contains your daily vitamins and minerals, but it also includes pre and probiotics and other gut benefiting ingredients. There's so much good stuff packed into AG1, and gut health is a huge part of it. And I'm a big fan of that, and I have been for years. On top of digestion, AG1 covers your bases with nutrients that are hard to get in a modern diet. It's all about building a foundation for your whole body health. AG1 isn't just the best. It's a research-backed blend that has what your body needs to function at its best. So try AG1 and get a free bottle of vitamin D3, K2, and 5 free AG1 travel packs with your first purchase at drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan. That's a $48 value for free if you go to drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan. Check it out. Seriously, you won't regret it.
Well, all through my life, for sure, because my parents at a certain point of time were caterers on film sets. So that's how I got my first job. So my mom's godfather was a TV producer who's famous in the Australian industry. Not so much anymore because the generations passed. But he was the tightest producer to work for, the cheapest bastard on block, you know what I mean? And he was famous for that. And I mean, I still know Jack Thompson today. You know, I did a scene with Jack Thompson when I was 6 years old. My first line of dialogue on camera.
Wow.
With him. I made a movie with him playing his son when I was 25 or 26, something like that. I bought a property near where his property is in the bush because he was kind of like a mentor, you know. Not, I mean, he's still talking about an hour's drive, like in the bush, that's nothing, you know.
Right.
And you know, I still know him today. He's in his 80s now, you know. So I had people like that, and I like when I was 12, I went to so I did an acting job when I was 6, and another one when I was 8, right? And then I kind of forgot about it for a while, you know? And then I went on a school tour of a TV studio, and there was a TV show for the young doctors that's been made in that studio, and there was a bit part actor, a guy called Roy Harris Jones, who had been on a couple of shows that my parents had, and I liked them a lot, and blah, blah, blah. I hadn't seen him for years, and there he was on that show. And you know, while the other kids are there going on their tour, he goes, "Are you here for an audition?" I said, "No, I haven't done anything like that for ages." He goes, "Come on, let's get down the corridor and meet the casting director." So I split away from the tour. All the other kids go off. And, you know, this is a camera, this is a control room, they're doing all that stuff. And I go down, the casting director had a minute, so she sat me down and talked to me and all that sort of stuff. And 2 weeks later, I was back in that building shooting a character on a TV show.
Wow.
So, and then that kind of reignited that part of, my imagination. But, coming out of school, I really thought that I was simply going to, I was going to go into music. That was my thing. If I was going to pursue anything, it was going to be music. But basically, I would accept any job that allowed me to be in a position of entertainment. So that's why I went into the nightclub with the big DJ. And my first night, second time, because obviously I failed the first time around and been fired because I couldn't talk. The second time around, I'd auditioned for this place, but they hadn't given me the job. They gave it to somebody else, but they ended up firing him after 2 nights because him and the guy that ran the club didn't get on. So they called me up on a Sunday afternoon, and they said, "Are you free tonight? Can you come and DJ at the club? We've got a bunch of 1950s records because it's a 1950s music only club. Have you got a turntable?" And I said, "I've got one." So I went in that night with like an orange plastic sharp turntable, right? Plugged it in through the headphone socket and played these records. But I had one turntable, so I couldn't switch. So I have to talk because every time a song finishes, I have to pick up the record, get the next one, put it down, then put it in. So it was just a crazy circumstance. It was like it was created to make sure that I absolutely broke through whatever that fear was immediately. Now that I had another chance, I ended up working pretty much full time for about 4 years in that job. It expanded a whole bunch of other stuff because the guys started getting me to perform on stage when every other was working with us. He started hearing my songs. So like on the third set, at the end of the night, you come on, just do your songs. You're not allowed to do songs people know. So I have to go out. People have been listening to these old classic 1950 songs all night, and now there's some young complete bloke in front of them singing bullshit. What are you doing? But it was a real, baptism of fire. He also had me tour with him, so we would be on, Thursday, Friday, Saturday in Auckland, in the big city, and then Sunday through Wednesday, we're, in a truck, in a car, and everything, we're touring, we're going playing in these other pubs and stuff. And he fancied himself, he's always an acrobat, his whole life, this guy that I was working for was about the 1950s abroad. Blue sweat shoes, with stoke-like trousers, straight coats. He had a Cadillac, probably the only Cadillac in New Zealand at the time. And he had this thing about, Elvis used to have a comedian opening for him, so somebody should go out and tell jokes before I came up, right? And so part of my job was to walk out and tell a joke that he had told me to tell, right? I couldn't make up my own material, and these jokes were terrible. They were just trash. And trying to make that thing work. And one night I said to him, why don't you let me just go out and say something actually funny about it? Because I want people to be happy to see me. Right?
Oh my God!
Yeah,
so he set it up on purpose.
Absolutely. He actually said to me at one point in time, never ever, as a performer, never ever bring somebody on stage who's better than you. And as I was a guest, being on stage every night of the week, I was like, oh, right, so you're telling me I'm shit. The only reason I've got the job is because I'm shit, because I make you look better. But I, in my own sort of performing life, over time, I changed that rule completely. I only ever bring somebody on stage who's going to absolutely shred it. Over time, with the live performances, we've had guests like Elvis Costello, Sting. Last year, Michael Bublé got up with us. He did an Elvis song at the end of the show. Just at the Sydney Opera House, actually killed the room. Rita Ora got up last year. RZA from the Wu-Tang Clan. He got up. He's a mate of mine, Bobby Diggs. We got up in a 350, 400 standing room only little pub in Balmain area of Sydney. And then suddenly, the RZA's on the stage.
Wow.
So I learned a lot from him, but I didn't learn the things he was trying to teach me.
That's a great philosophy, to have the best people go in front of you. We have a similar problem with that in comedy. Like a lot of like big name headliners like to bring terrible opening acts, so they're like a hero and they rescue the show. I have the exact opposite. I have your approach. I try to bring the best people possible. It makes it more fun. It's more fun for me too.
It's more fun for the audience too.
Yes,
That's the whole thing about live performances, catering it for the audience.
yes, the energy of the show. What do you enjoy? Do you enjoy one thing more, or do you enjoy both things?
That's a very difficult question to answer without pages of nuance, because
I enjoy nuance.
well, I'll give it a go. The bottom line is I love my job. I love working with folks every single day that I'm walking towards the camera. I will have a plan. I know what I'm about to do, and I chose to be here. Right? I work with lots and lots of actors who just took the role because of blah, blah, right? They're not really there because of the work. But when you know the job and you know that you're talking about 4 a.m. starts, you're talking about, minimum 12 hours a day, you're talking about working in extreme conditions and stuff like that, temperature-wise, or somewhere kind of whack to get an amazing shot, when you know the job, you know how hard it is. You really got to have your reasons for doing, So I'll read scripts, and I will generally do the one that got under my skin. It can have a great pedigree, it can be a wonderful director, it can have another great cast, but if I read it and I don't get personally attached to it, I just don't do it. And then I'll read something else that everybody else is like, oh, that's kind of dodgy or whatever. But this, like, that's it. It gets me. I want to do that. I want to be the guy doing that dialogue.
Yeah.
And so, I know exactly why it works. So when it gets hard and it gets difficult, it doesn't worry me because I chose to be here. So I don't have that thing that some actors have of like getting disgruntled with it. Sure, it's my employment, it's how I pay for everything, it's and all of those things. But it's also like a deep, deep passion, and stepping into the shoes of other people and experiencing, to a degree, things in somebody else's life, or learning a new skill or whatever it happens to be. This is exciting, and I'm 60 years old, and I still dig it. I don't have any, because that one simple thing. I know what I'm there.
Yeah.
At 4 a.m. It's like a ball busting wake up time because you had a big day the day before. I know where I'm at. So it's sort of like my motivations and stuff are, very clear in that respect, Now with music, it in itself is its own reward, to play a song, to sing a song, to be with a group of musicians and to sort of gel on something together. It's just like, thank you very much. That's the reward. To then put it in front of a crowd and then have that immediate response. Obviously I've worked with a lot of actors over the years that come from a theatre background. And even though I've done a lot of theatre, I come from a rock and roll background. I come from out of class. I come from, standing on that stage, singing my dreamy 16-year-old songs, 16-year-old author by 16, 17. And to me, that's my reset place. People would talk to like Anthony Hopkins. I was working with him. He'd done a series of films. This was way back in the 90s, and I think he was off to do a season of King Lear, and he was really happy about it because for him, that's a reset. You go back into that place where you came out of, and you get all the benefits of doing the same performance over and over again. So you get to, squeeze all the different character sort of parts that you can, and enjoy them. That's his reset. But for me, walking out onto a rock and roll stage, guitar in hand, I do not know exactly what's going to happen that night because every audience takes things in a different direction. That's my reset. So that's me jumping out of a plane. I love doing it.
Yeah, they have different buttons to push.
Yeah, I mean it's performance, but there's a visceral thing that happens in front of a live audience.
Yeah.
That just doesn't happen in the sterile environment of a film set. And you can have wonderful creative relationships on a film set, great collaborations and all that sort of stuff. The same you can have with music, but there's that other there's that thing that sort of, I don't know, it gives you something back. It fills you back up again.
Yeah. Well, you're creating an experience for people, and they're enjoying it in the moment, and you're all sharing. I always feel bad for people who have never done something like that, right? Never performed in front of a live audience and gave everybody a great time.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, I actually understand what you mean, because it is something to have in your DNA.
It's a rare gift that a person gets to live their life doing that a lot. You know,
I was thinking about what we might talk about, and there's a story I like to tell. If you're into it, it's quite a long story.
please.
So back in the 90s, even the thing about this story is it sort of like this casually shows you how much of a circus the film industry can be. You know what I mean? And part of the attraction of it when I was a young actor, and later in my 20s, moving to Australia and theatre and stuff like that, looking at film people as sort of like a rare breed. And then you get into it and you realise you've got to be pretty much crazy to do this. It's sort of like it's, over time, it's gotten definitely safer, more insurance conscious, and all these things. But back in the day, not so much. Everything was about just getting the shot. So, 92 was the first time I go to Los Angeles. But I'd already made a bunch of films in Australia, and I'd been to the Cannes Film Festival. So my first time travelling outside of Australia and New Zealand was 1991. So it's like 27, something like that. And then the year after, I went to LA, got an agent, but I won a bunch of awards in Australia, and my films had been around to different film festivals and stuff. So there was some awareness of what I was doing in the industry, sort of thing, so to speak. And I got this phone call to go and meet Bernardo Bertolucci, the Italian director, who won the Oscar for The Last Tango. Fantastic director. He also did Last Tango in Paris and a bunch of other films. And I was really excited. I was like, oh, fantastic. So I get to Bernardo's house, and he's watching a football game. It's Italy versus Brazil. And he's got a bunch of people over to watch the football. So I said, I thought we were having a meeting. I didn't realize it was a football game. And Italy didn't do very well. They got beaten by Brazil. So I never had a conversation with Bernardo, because after the game, he just went off to his room or something to have a cry. I'm not sure. But I met his wife, and her name was Claire, and she was a film director. And she said, "Look, I encourage Bernardo to, invite you to the house, because I know he wants to talk to you about something, but I want to talk to you as well. I've had this script, and the script was called Miss Shumway Waves a Wand." And I was very much in the independent film world at the time, so that sounded like a good title for an independent film, And I read it, and it was pretty good, and it was based on his book, and I liked the character, so I sort of responded to it, and eventually ended up doing it. And Bridget Fonda was signed on as the female lead, so that was cool. And she was pretty happy at the time. I have a funny thing that goes on with my brain if I'm faced with I'm reading something and there's a difficult moment and something that I'm liking, right? Where my brain just goes, to be dealt with later. I'll worry about that when I have to. And there was this scene where a spider would crawl into the mouth of the character I was playing. I was thinking, I wonder how they're going to do that CGI or something like that,
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, so off we go on this adventure, and we're shooting in Guatemala, Mexico, and it's an extremely disorganized shoot. We don't have, nothing's right. At one point in time, for 7 days, we lived on refried beans and rice in Guatemala, because they hadn't made any arrangement with any kind of catering company or anything. So that was the only thing that they could get easy. So it was breakfast, lunch, and dinner. refried beans and rice. You know, and the end of that week, one of the guys on the film crew found this like cafe that sold some form of grilled meat, and we all just like went there in the middle of this rainforest and ate this meat, and realized later on it was more than likely we're eating the monkeys that were running around the trees around us, because everybody got really sick. Really sick. Anyway, so we're going through this experience, and we eventually get back to Los Angeles, and we've got a couple of weeks shooting in LA, and we go out to a place called Lancaster, I think it was. There's an old film studio out there, and I see on the call sheet, it's the Spider sign. Cool. So as I arrive at the studio, this guy, this producer, comes out to me, and I said, "Everything good?" I said, "Yeah, cool." So we're shooting the Spider scene today. And he goes, "Yes, it's really great. So everything we're fine?" I said, "Yeah, cool. But how are we going to do this? Is this going to be like a CGI thing or whatever?" "Oh, no, the tarantula man is here." Yeah, fucking what? The tarantula man's here, and he has shown a variety of creatures to the director, and she has chosen the largest. It's going to be a great day. Anyway, good luck with it, and off you talk to me. So I go inside, and they show me there's a piece of carpet that they'll be lying down here. The carpet matches a place where, a hotel room is shot in. And so what's going to happen is you're going to lie down here. They're going to place the tarantula on your chest. The tarantula wrangler will give you a little tickle, and as long as you keep your mouth out, it will head directly for your mouth. They always look for places to hide, so you just got to keep your mouth out. They tickle, tickle, tickle. Tarantula will run up here into your mouth, and then I will pluck it out of your mouth. Like, okay, cool. So I turn all these top lights. Right? I lie down on the ground. Tarantula gets put on my chest. Yeah. Tarantula. Bigger than right? It's a serious spider. Yeah, obviously I lived in Australia most of my life, whatever. I'm used to spiders, That was a large one, right? So on my chest, tickle, it comes into my mouth, right? And the guy plucks it out, done. And I'm thinking to myself, good little spider, one take wonder. Fantastic. Did everything we need. And I'm like, cool, so that was good. Oh, no, we're just going to shoot it again. We just have to adjust the lights. Second take, third take. Now, one of the things that the producer had said to me in the car park, right, looked me in the eye and said to me, it's not dangerous to use the tarantula because before doing something like this, they milk it of its venom. So it's perfectly safe. So I've taken that on board. So we take 2, take 3, take 4. Around about after the 5th take, now these lights are not very, very hot. My body is starting to really warm up, and we're taking a long time between takes, resetting lights and that. But after about the 5th take, I get a moment to talk to tarantula man. How you doing? All that sort of stuff. Pretty cool that you can milk the venom from the tarantulas so they can do things like this. And he just looks at me really confused. You can milk the what? Okay, so what I thought was my only safety net gone, right? So takes 6, takes 7, and I'm starting to really get hot. These are, I wouldn't be surprised if they're all Klieg lights, because it didn't look like anybody had used this studio for a long, long time. And I was heating up. At one point in time, it was about take 7 or 8, and the spider just stops on my neck. It starts to sort of spread its legs out. I just sort of grab at it, and sort of pulsing it, and then I'm sort of just lying there, and then the tarantula guy tickles it, goes, and I'm kind of how long is it like to sit in? Oh, it's only just a couple of seconds. As soon as it started going into the mouth, I would just grab it out, because they can cut around that. As long as they see it going in, then they can cut around it to make it look like it's disappeared. So, take 8, that happens. The tarantula stops in the neck. Take 9, we're done for the day. Right? So 9 takes with a live tarantula crawling into my mouth. Right? The next day, I wake up and I've got a rash over my legs, my chest or my arms. So I call production. They call a doctor who knows about these sort of things. He comes over to see me. Goes, okay, all right. See, were you hot yesterday? I sounded very hot, the lights of the this right, and this fire starting to the other right. See, tarantulas on their legs have these very fine hairs. So fine, in fact, that they can easily go through a pore in human skin. So currently, what you have going on is your body is full of tarantula venom, but not enough to hurt you or even make you just going to have this rash. So here's this ointment, take this pill, a few days from now, you'll be right. And the reason that I wanted to tell you this, and your listeners, is because, and you can check this, you can Google it, I'm pretty sure in the history of cinema, I'm the only Academy Award-winning actor who's ever been fucked in the neck by a tarantula.
Was that what he was doing?
Apparently,
He just decided that was a good spot.
just decided I was moist and juicy and it was going to have its way with me.
Yeah, I know about those fibers. Those fibers are nasty. They cause a real problem for people. I was hoping you weren't going to say you were allergic to tarantulas.
No, but I did find out I was allergic to one of the things that I tried to fix it with. It comes up quite a bit every time I had major injuries and stuff. I can't even remember the name of it now, but there's the go-to thing that they inject in here to take away that initial pain.
Cortisone?
Yeah, cortisone. I'm allergic to cortisone.
Oh,
Obviously.
yeah, that is not a good problem, especially if you don't know.
Yeah, well, that's right. It was around about then I found out.
God damn, man. So, is that like the most uncomfortable you've ever been in a scene?
Oh, hell no.
Really?
I had to go into the water on the southwest coast of Iceland, shirtless, for a Darren Aronofsky. Yeah, God, that water was in about 15 minutes you're dead.
Yeah.
I was just walking in there and I had to drop into a chest first, right? And Noah collapses into the water or whatever it was. But it was so weird. I hit that water and like I'm splayed out like that, but every muscle in my body contracted. It was like I hovered back out of the water. It's like over the water. I came straight back onto my feet. I don't know how I did it, but it was so cold. Yeah. But I mean, temperature's one thing, and you tend to in the film business, if the script says it's dry to sunny and you're in the Bahamas, you're probably going to end up shooting at something far away from the Bahamas, and it's going to be freezing. It's always like that. It's like a given that whatever it says is going to be the opposite for but whatever the most comfortable way of shooting that scene might be, there'll be something that makes it up. But in terms of discomfort on film sets, physical discomfort when you're doing fight sequences or things like that, because they can sometimes take a long, long time. I shredded both my hamstrings while I was doing Noah. I flew back to Australia to watch a football game. Actually, football team that I bought in 2006 had finally made a preliminary final after many years of trying. And I wanted to be there to witness it. We ended up losing the game, so it was a waste of money. But I flew back to Australia, and it was also coincided with the youngest athletic day at school. And I was doing well. I was fit as a bull, strong as an ox, absolutely. So I walked up to the little athletics day, and they asked me if I would step in and do this, little running race, thing. So I said, yeah, cool, So one of my son's friends was in the race and he was coming last. So I ran up behind him and I was talking to him about going fast. But I had to really sprint to catch up because I was a long way back. And I hadn't really noticed that all the kids, because I was up behind me, got really excited and jumped up and I was standing and finishing. And so I sort of, go around and I let them just pass me and so you could win, they all go crazy and stuff like that. But then I have to put the brakes on. I put the brakes on and my hamstrings went, I'm lying on the ground like vibrating. And was there. He was only like 7 or something at the time. He was like, "Hey, Dad, that was fun, man. Dad, you know, I could talk." It was like unbelievable, man. And there was a teacher who'd seen what happened, and he went, "Hamstrings?" And I was like, "What things happen?" And he had some tape. So I just taped my legs up under my shorts and then helped me stand up. Now I had to get on a plane that night and go back to the film set on Long Island and run to the Ark with 5,000 extras, 50 times with, I mean, I think we had a rain tower set up. It's the biggest in the history of cinema for that, So I'm getting rain by these gigantic drops. I've got 5,000 extras around that. Actually, no, not 5,000, maybe about 1,000 extras. And I've got no hands, and the scene requires me to run. And because I've taken time off the set, I can't tell anybody that I've injured myself. I just have to get on with it. I don't want any insurance problems or anything else. So that was crazy. And that sequence went on for days. So I was like, and I literally was just getting like KT tape and just taping them off.
Jesus Christ, both hamstrings blown, having to run. That's insane.
Yeah, but at your skids, your pools, your kids' athletics thing, it was like, that's just such a cliche. It's ridiculous. But I think it was to do with the fact that, even though I warmed up that morning, I went to the gym, I went on the bike ride and everything, and I got there, in good shape. It was like, must have just been the hours sitting around watching the races and everything. Just cooled me down too much, and then having to stop so suddenly just to make sure I didn't barrel into those kids. But yeah, that was definitely uncomfortable.
What are the rain towers? How do they do that?
Well, they basically get big cranes and they hoist up grids that are laid with a hose pipe, and the pipe comes down the tower to a water tank. And at a certain point, they turn on the pump, and they operate like sprinklers, basically. But if you imagine like a metal grid in the air where every joining point of pipes is another sprinkler head. And I think we had 2.5 football fields worth of, where we could soak at the push of a button before the rain starts.
Holy shit.
Yeah, because you see I don't know if you've ever seen the movie, but there's these big wide shots of these people running towards the Ark in this rain falling. So we had that whole area up to have
So
rain.
there it is.
Yeah.
That's incredible. That's all done with towers.
Well, that's after I think I've already run that point.
But it's such an intense movie because the story is so crazy.
Yeah.
It's the time-old story of the savior of the human race after God's wrath.
Yeah.
It's a lot of weight playing a role like that.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah. What I thought was the funniest thing with that stuff is when that movie came out, all of this sort of pushback press about how, oh, look at this, Darren Aronofsky, this New York elite, has made Noah into a story about the environment. It's always been a story about the environment. What are you talking about? This is about a flood, man.
Literally.
It was just so weird. And it was like article after article pushing back as if he had done something, against Christianity or whatever, by acknowledging that this is a story about our environment, how we treat our environment, and blah, 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 I quite enjoy the film, but it's harsh. It's a harsh, but he did promise me that at the beginning of that experience. He said, never at any stage, which I thought was funny, because he was riffing off, I think that Ridley Scott did. Ridley Scott said, I promise you don't have to wear sandals, and I promise you never have to lie on a couch if somebody feeds you a grape. So let's do a movie here. So Darren's version was never at any stage will I have you at the prow of an ark flanked by a giraffe and a lion. The funny thing with Noah Mills, most people think they know what's in the Bible, but in reality, what most people know is what they read in the Golden Circle Children's Book of Noah. You know, they've never read the very few mentions about in the Bible or the other religious writings which cover his story, because there are other writings from pre-biblical that never made it into the Bible.
The Epic of Gilgamesh. It's very similar story.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
There seems to be some sort of a historical tale that is repeated through many cultures of the Great Flood.
I don't think there is an ancient religion that doesn't have a flood story.
Right. Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
and we can see it. We can see and date it with how we can, view our world now with the science that's come along.
Mm-hmm.
So there's no doubt that there was a flood. You know, there has been many floods.
But the real hardcore people think they've located Noah's Ark. They've located the remains of it on Mount Ararat.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's this bizarre feature in the rocks
Yeah.
that they believe is where apparently it matches the Bible's description of the actual size of the ark.
Yeah, it's odd, isn't it?
Well,
because if that's there, we should be then be able to have definitive proof.
It seems like somebody should have gone there and figured that out. Yeah,
right.
It's probably been discredited. But you were familiar at all with the work of Randall Carlson? Do you know who he is?
A little bit more context.
Randall Carlson is an expert in asteroid impacts, and he kind of specializes in this theory about the Younger Dryas impact. And the Younger Dryas impact is somewhere around, I think there's multiple times this happened, somewhere around 11,800 years ago, and again somewhere in the 10,000s. That this is what happened that caused the end of the Ice Age. This is what caused the great flooding across North America.
Right. Doesn't that date coincides with what would be the end of Göbekli Tepe? Right?
Yes, yes. It coincides with that, and it also, there's a lot of physical evidence of it with core samples. This used to become a fringe theory, but they started doing core samples and found a high level of iridium, which is very common in space, very rare on Earth, during that same time period. What's really interesting about this guy is he got this idea when he was overlooking this enormous canyon while he was on acid. And it occurred to him that this is because of not just a river that ran through this for thousands and thousands of years. He felt like it was one immense event that took place. He just had this bizarre vision of this immense event that took place.
And now they're talking about those cataclysmic events not being something that is a build and for a period of time, right? It's talking about being immediate, right?
Yeah, immediate.
So
They
it's
think
like
the Ice Age ended. Exactly. Yeah, his work is absolutely fascinating. Very controversial, of course, because it goes kind of against the conventional idea of what happened with the Ice Age. But he thinks the Ice Age ended almost immediately. That something slammed into the ice caps, which were at that point in time between 1 and 2 miles high in a gigantic chunk of North America. And that these asteroids slammed into it, and that's where these features that you see, where it looks like, I don't know if you've ever seen some of the overhead features, but it literally looks like over massive amounts of space, huge water. You know how water, when it goes sand, it leaves these kind of humps and ridges where the water washed over. Well, there's physical evidence of this all throughout the Pacific Northwest. You can find these things, and he thinks that's what ended the Ice Age, killed off 65% of the megafauna in North America, and it happened like that, very quickly. And that's the Noah's Ark story. I mean, that is it. That is the story, which is why it's so fast. It's so interesting that people want to dismiss biblical stories. You know, they say, "Oh, well, it was an oral tradition for 1,000 years before it was ever written down." Like, right. But what was it based on? Right. What the fuck happened? Something happened. Every culture has a story of something like that.
Yeah.
Very likely something.
When I was doing the research building up to it, I was quite surprised because in my naivety, I actually had considered it was only like a Christian thing, and I didn't realize it was touched on everywhere, until I was doing that thing.
Yeah, so Was there any hesitancy in taking on a religious character like that with such significance to it?
No, that was the exciting bit. Yeah. It was a very busy year. It was 2012. In that year, I played Superman's dad the year before and been on. I know that was the fittest I'd ever been. I worked with a guy called Mark Twyke. You ever heard of him? There was this company for a while called Jim Jones, and they were considered to be the hardest artists in the physical training business. It was very, very difficult to become a Jim Jones trainer and stuff. And Mark was the guy that trained the trainers, and he got us around to me. Oh my God, the things that he put me through, but it was all great. And we remained strong friends, because we did some shit together. Like that kind of friendship. In the trenches or whatever. And so the following year, I played the mayor of New York, I think, of Broken City with Mark Wahlberg, which is it's funny. It's one of those performances that you just haven't seen. But I quite like that performance. And then I did Les Mis with all that beautiful cast. So I spent 3 or 4 months on that, and then straight into Noah. So I was exhausted before I started. I had 3 really big jobs in a row, and then to drop into that, which was a lot of physical stuff in that movie, and Darren shoots a lot. So those big wide shots, you're still doing the same actions you're doing when you're close in, so you're sort of working, pretty hard. But I think if anything, I was really excited by the fact of being able to delve into that. I would have preferred what I'm getting at is a little more time. Because it's the quiet contemplation that really fills you up for the thing that you're about to do. And when you're coming straight up on film set, pretty much onto another, I think I had a gap of about 2 or 3 weeks. It's not quite enough.
What would you do if you had all the time that you wanted?
Don't talk to people. Don't talk to people who've got a perspective. I would have probably wanted to spend a little bit more time with some Jewish scholars, because there's a lot of writings adjunct to about Noah. You get to the bottom of that, but I really didn't have the time, so I just had to sort of plow into it with what I had, which is beautiful 2-volume Old Testament and New Testament that Darren got me. So that was the beginning of all the research. But there's not really much else you can do, because you can't go and look up old photos or anything.
Right.
So you've been pretty much stepping into that world, trying to understand Darren's perspective on it and what he was trying to show, that there had been a big civilization already. So there's a civilization prior to that. So you're already talking about a post-apocalyptic world that they're living in, and another apocalypse is coming. That's all based on human behavior and what have you. There's a sequence in the film that some people miss where Noah is looking into these people who are all the sort of the ones who've allowed themselves to give into their base desires or whatever. And within the group of people, he sees a man who looks like a rat, gnawing away at the body of something, possibly another human. And it's him. So he sees himself on the other side of it. So down a lot of cool things going in the movie, a lot of great ideas. And outside of America, it's a huge hit, really massive hit in places like Russia or Brazil or whatever. But I don't think it's really conceived to be here because it didn't hit the box office in the United States. But I don't know, it's 300 or 400 million or something.
It's bizarre that there's controversy attached to it, that it is about the climate. It's bizarre that that's become a weird political point. It's so ideological that people either oppose it or go with it, with no information other than the fact that my team believes this.
Yeah, it's a good
the fucking environment, the very thing we live in, that's a political angle is so strange.
It is so strange because it's there's a whole lot of different things that I think not necessarily on the money, but the bottom line that the burning of fossil fuels is having an effect on our air quality and how we receive sunshine, etc. That's a irrefutable fact.
Yeah.
You can't sort of make up your own opinion on that because there's just too much stuff to prove that that's going on, and it has been going on in our entire lives, and it's just been getting worse. The same things were being talked about in the early 70s when I was in primary school that are now actually physically happening. But it's some people just want to see it as yet another game or whatever, and it's really much more important than that.
It's strange because it also, the problem with having this ideology attached to it is it stops the real research to actually be able to objectively understand what has the most effect. Like what is the thing that's driving us the most, and what is the thing that we can do to mitigate that?
Yeah. So I think things like, the cows farting, I think that's misinformation that just gets thrown out there to sort of spread the blame or whatever. Because, we are told over and over again that there are so many more animals on this planet at a certain point. Okay, so if we've killed off, 80% or whatever of the animals that existed, what about their farts?
Yeah.
That was a dinosaur fart compared to a cow fart,
Well, the thing is, what we're doing is very unnatural, right? So we're serving them grain, and we're keeping them in pens, and then all the pig shit and all that stuff gets into the water. It's very different than a regenerative farm, an actual real farm where cows are grazing, and then their manure fertilizes the land and actually sequesters carbon. A real regenerative farm is carbon neutral.
Yeah,
but it's not the issue.
I run 220 Angus on my place in the bush, and over time, actually learned that all of those factory farming processes are just the absolute wrong thing to do. I mean, when I first had land and cattle, I used to love getting up in the dawn, in the darkness, carry hat on, stop the getting out, and herding them and all that sort of stuff. And then over time, started to realize that that's not good for them. That sort of stuff's not good for them. So we developed this system of my place where we have a single lane and all the other paddocks on with cattle that go onto that lane. So the paddock can be 100 acres or whatever, but you can muster one man, soft voice, handful of grain. Just open the gate, call out a couple of times, they come towards you. You can get every cow in that lane now, and you get up behind them, walk behind them, walk straight to the others. Now we've taken all the
Amazing. Absolutely. Feels. How do you do 6 days? Excellent. All right. We get my computers. We'll get it all recorded for people. How was it hard to go back to work? Was it hard to go back to work? Would you say that it was a vacation week? Excellent. All right. Excellent. That's right. And were you able to? I know you were able to enjoy the first part of the week with some items. Were you able to do it again? I thought you had plans for 2 rounds of. Oh, okay. All right. Well, that worked. Excellent. 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 Shout out to Sophia. Oh, baby. you don't mind, I'll still be here in the other room, but I'll be back in 2 minutes. Okay, no, fine. Next. All right.
Well, the fun of it, but it's just a lot more. It's safer, easier, sensible, and we don't use hose pipes. We don't use stockips anymore. We don't muster on ATVs. It's either on foot or horseback, and we still use working dogs, but the cows don't get upset by the working dogs. They don't get freaked out by them the same way as they get freaked out by an engine roaring up behind them.
Mm-hmm.
So, and the reason for that kind of pastoral care is because at the end of the day, 100% true, steak tastes better.
Mm-hmm.
If you don't adrenalize the cattle, you don't abuse them, it's just better. It's like more tasteful. It doesn't have, really adrenalized meat gets a very gamey quality,
Mm-hmm.
and the steak that we serve on the farm, because I only do all this. I didn't operate it as a business. I started to operate it as a business for a while there, but kind of found out that everybody in the butchery game is similar to working with people that sell used cars, and they're only looking for the store, and they don't really care about the animal. And I do.
So, yeah, you really drove it. Artist, and do you like Billy Joel or do you dislike it? Oh, okay, great. He has a ton. The piano man, only the good guy young. He's got things start to fire. Major differences. We ever had a Billy Joel night. Welcome to everyone in YouTube land. Rabbi Rothschild, the one and only here. We're going to get a karaoke going in a moment. We're going to YouTube. Everyone should be aware that when Rabbi sent on YouTube, he also complains about all of issues and experiences in particular Google and YouTube in the United States. Sundar Pichai, the CEO of YouTube, let's hope that you're the CEO of Alphabet, which owns Google and YouTube. Let's hope your platform is working. You're out there. You just want to kick it off. Let's there's an amazing song. This goes out to my future wife. Perhaps she's out there. She's going to listen to this someday. And I'm going to do this without lyrics. Let's see if we can do it. Here we go. This is Billy Joel's Uptown Girl. In one moment, as we do everything, make sure that everything is good. All right. 5, 6, 7, 8. Uptown girl, she's been living in an uptown uptown girl, but he never had a backstreet guy. A better mama never told her why. I'm gonna try for an uptown girl, even living in her white bread world. And don't think anybody hot blood can. And now she's looking for a downtown man. That's what I am. And when she knows what she wants from her time, and when she wakes up and makes up her mind, she'll see I'm not so tough just because I'm in love with an uptown girl. No, I think we're in her uptown world. We're having class toy and all the presents from her uptown boy. She got her toys. Oh, 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 uptown girl. No, I can't afford to buy her pearls, but maybe someday when my shit comes in, she'll understand what kind of guy I am, and then I'll win. And when she's walking, she's looking so fine. And when she's talking, she'll say that she's mine. She'll say I'm not so tough just because I'm in love with an uptown girl. She's living in her white bread world. There is everyone what can, and now she's looking for a downtown man. That's what I am. Oh, 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 uptown girl, she's my uptown girl. Oh, I'm in love with an uptown girl. My uptown girl. I'm in love with an uptown girl. My uptown girl. I'm in love with an uptown girl. My uptown girl. That's done. Just a bit of communication. Favorite song was this song. Two is this song. That was so interesting. Never forget I was with him that mother that shopping, and I just remembered this is one of my first music videos. Oh, and to the vets known out there, all the blind with rabbis, any time that very little Patrick getting told. Here we go, kids. Harry Truman, Doris Day, Red China, Johnny Ray, South Pacific, Walter Winchell, Joan DiMaggio, Joe McCarthy, Richard Nixon, Studebaker, Television, North Korea, South Korea, Marilyn Monroe. Reisenberg's H-bomb, Sugar Ray, Hemingway, Brando, the King and I, Came to Catch Her in the Rye, Eisenhower vaccine, England's got a new queen, Marciano, Liberace, Santayana, goodbye. He didn't start the fire, It was always burning since the world's been turning. We didn't start the fire. No, we didn't light it, but we're trying to fight it. It's a dollar card, now sure and put up the Rockefeller, Campanella, Communist block. Roy Khan, one for on, Tuscany, backdrop, Indian food fall, rock around the clock. Eisenheim, Steam, Brooklyn's got a windy team, David Crockett, Peter Pan, Ellis Country, Disneyland, Pardo, Budapest, Alabama, cruise jet, Princess Games, Dragon Base, Trouble in the Suez. We didn't start the fire. It was always running since the world was running. We didn't start the fire. No, we didn't fight it, but we tried to fight it. Little Rock past the neck, Mickey Mantle, Cabaret, Stud Nick, Chummy My Bridge on the Quiver Cut. Charles de Gaulle, California baseball, stark weather, homicide, children of the Illinois. Buddy Holly Ben Hurt, Space Monkey Mafia, Hula Hoops Castro, Edsel is a no-go. U2 Stephen D, Halo like Kennedy, Chubby Checker Cycle, Rangers in the Congo. He didn't start the fire. It was always burning since the world recorded. We didn't start the fire. No, we didn't fight it, but we tried to fight it. Anyway, Eichmann, stranger in a strange land, Dylan, Berlin, Bay of Pigs invasion, of Arabia, British Beatlemania, Ole Miss, John Glenn, distant Beats, Patterson, Hope Paul, Malcolm X, British politicians like Giant Cake, thrown away. What else do I have to say? We didn't start the fire. It was always burning since the world's been turning. We didn't start the fire. Well, we can't avoid it, but we're trying to fight it. Drugs stole Ho Chi Minh, Richard Nixon back again. Moonshot, Woodstock, Watergate, punk rock. Then in Dragon John in the air, life flies out of the Russians in Afghanistan. The unfortunate Sally Ride, heavy metal, suicide, foreign deaths, homeless deaths, AIDS pack, burning deaths. Overdurance on the shore, China's under martial law. Rock and roll, a cola was. I can't take it anymore. We didn't start the fire. It was always burning since the world's been turning. We didn't start the fire. But we're ready to run, and it is going on and on and on and on and on. We didn't start the fire. It was always burning since the world's been turning. We didn't start the fire. No, we didn't light it, but we tried to fight it. We didn't start the fire. It was always burning since the world's been turning. We didn't start the fire. No, we didn't light it, but we're trying to fight it. We didn't start the fire. You may have heard if you're out there watching. What is that? Good question. I consider it like 1920 Brooklyn. Next up, we've got perhaps one of the great acapella songs of all time, and it's just a beautiful song. And we have to pick up for it. Do this with saxophone. All right, kids. Here we go. And what? Oh, hey guys. Remember at the beginning of this, I was like, hey, Similar Fish sucks as the CEO and YouTube sucks. Well, we're running into that issue again where it just randomly starts to play the song. Very cool. All right. 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, for the longest time. Whoa, for the longest day, you say goodbye to me tonight. Woo, there would still be music left to write. Oh, what else could I do? I'm so inspired by you. That hasn't happened for the longest time. Once I thought my innocence was gone. Woo! Now I know that happiness goes on. Ah, that's where you found me. When you put your arms around me, I haven't been there for the longest time. Whoa, for the longest time. Whoa, for the longest in that voice you're hearing in the heart. Woo, and the greatest miracle of all is how I need you and how you needed me to. That hasn't happened for the longest time. Maybe this won't last very long, but you feel so right, and I could be wrong. Maybe I've been hoping too hard, but I've gone this far, and it's more than I hoped for. Who knows how much further we'll go on? Ooh, maybe I'll be sorry when you're gone. I'll take my chances. I forgot how nice romance is. I haven't been there for the longest time. I had second thoughts at the start. I said to myself, hold on to your heart. Now I know the woman that you are. You're wonderful so far, and it's more than I hoped for. I don't care what consequence it brings. Woo! I have been a fool for lesser things. I want you so bad. I think you ought to know that I intend to hold you for the longest time. Oh, oh, for the longest time. 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 It reminds me of driving in Malibu. Shout out to Vegas. This is Captain Dan. I'm the captain, baby. This ship. Saturday night. living anymore. One more time. I like to find a little hope in the ground. Oh, why? Very long, but then it was in your tie-dye jeans. And you stare at the junkie and the closet queens. His likes from pornographic magazine and smile. Here we go, kids. His Captain Jack will get you high tonight and take you to your special island. Captain Jack will get you by tonight. Just a little push, and you'll be smiling. People started by night. She's on the date. You just sit at home and masticate. Both of the things just can't wait for that fall. And you sit in the corner in your new English clothes. And you look so polished from your head down to your toes. Until your fingers then pick your nose. Captain Jack will get you high tonight and take you to your special island. Captain Jack will get you by tonight. Just a little push, and you'll be smiling. Shout out to Alexa Rachel, she's hot as fuck, so you decided to take that holiday. You got your tape deck and your brand new check. And you ain't no place to go anywhere. What for? So you got everything, but nothing cool. You just found your partner in a swimming pool. And you guess you won't be going back to school anymore. Here we go, kids. Captain Jack will get you high tonight and take you to your special island. Oh, Captain Jack will get you by tonight. Just a little push, all the smiling. So you pay it out, you smoke your pot, and you meet your girlfriend in the parking lot. But you're still looking for things that you haven't got. But went wrong. You can't understand why your world is so dead. Why you should keep your style, keep your head. bed. That's too long. The captain Jack will get you high tonight and take you to a special island. Oh, now Captain Jack will get you by tonight. Just a little push and you'll be smiling. Oh, Captain Jack will get you high tonight and take you to your special island. Oh, and Captain Jack will get you high tonight. Just a little push and you'll be smiling. Oh, Captain Jack will get you high tonight and take you to the special island. And Captain Jack will make you fly. Next up, Rachel, tell her about it. Ready, kids? This is boy, this is that it can slip away. She made anybody make the same mistakes I made. She realized, girl, she's always there for you. But nice girl wouldn't tell you what to do. Listen, boy, what you think you make it all under control. You know somebody telling you that it's someone's soul. You're a big boy now, you'll never let her go. Let her go. That's the kind of thing she ought to know. Tell her about it. Tell her everything you feel. Give her every reason to accept that you're for real. Tell her about it. Tell her all the crazy dreams. Let her know you need her. Let her know how much she needs. Listen, boys, not automatically a denting guarantee. To ensure yourself, you got to provide communication constantly. When you love someone, you're always insecure. And there's only one good way to be sure. Tell her about it. Let her know how much you care. Let's see if you tell her you wish you were there. Tell her about it every day before you leave. Pay her some attention. Give her something to eat. It's coming then. Get to glory. Because you haven't spoken for so long. Though you may not have anything. Will it be a consolation when she is gone? Listen, boy, to the information from a man who's made mistakes. So forget for you the big difference that it makes. She's a trusting soul, she put her trust in you. But a girl like that won't tell you what you should do. Tell her about it, tell everything you feel. Give her every reason to accept that you're for real. Tell her about it, tell her all your crazy dreams. Let her know you need her, let her know how much you need. Tell her about it, Tell her how you feel right now. Tell her about it. The girl don't want to wait too long. Tell her about it. Tell her now and you'll go on. Tell her about it. Though it gets too late, you got to tell her about it. Don't want to wait, you got to tell her about it. It's a big song, kids. Next up, this is a matter of trust. It's a big song. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. Here we go, girls. Some love is just a lie of the heart. The cold remains within the end of the passion is soft. And we're not wanting to win. But it will, it's just a question of when. I've lived long enough to have learned. The closer you get to the fire, the more you get burned. But that won't happen to us. Because it's always been a matter of trust. I know you're an emotional girl. Took a lot for you to not lose your faith in this world. But I can't offer you truth. But you're gonna face a moment of truth. It's hard when you're always afraid. To just recover when another belief is betrayed. So break my heart if you must. It's a matter of trust. You can go the distance with too much resistance. I know you have doubts, but for God's sake, don't stress me out. This time you got nothing to lose. You can take it, you can leave it whenever you choose. I won't hold back anything, and I'll walk away a fool or a king. Some love is just a lie of the mind. Just make believe in yourself, only a matter of time. And some might have been to adjust, but then it never was a matter of trust. Shout out to you're aware of. We both had our share of believing too long when the whole situation was wrong. Some love is just a lie of the soul, a constant battle for the ultimate state of control. After you've heard my apology, there can hardly be a question of why. Some love is just a lie of the heart. The cold remains of what began with the passion to start. But that can't happen to us because it's always been a matter of trust. Matter of trust. Always been a matter of trust. Just a matter of trust. It's always been. I'm here, kids. Don't worry. I just got to restart this tablet. Why do you have to restart this tablet? Because Jeff Bezos sucks cock? Oh yeah, you thought that this was just limited to Mark Zuckerberg and Sundar Pichai and all of these assholes who are at the head of these companies without mentioning Jeff Bezos. Jeff Bezos. I bet you can't even name what your own browser is called. It's called Silk. No one's ever heard of it. You're Amazon. You're a $1 trillion company. Software based on speed. Really? Yeah. I have certifications in big data from Amazon Web Services. I can tell you that your software sucks. Oh, tight. I just kicked tomatoes all over. How do you like that, kids? We can blame Jeff Bezos. All right. You would think if my grandfather was the head of DARPA, I could put together a better browser than Silk, but apparently not. This goes out to my friend, we'll just call her Naomi. That's not her name, but we'll just say that's her name. Another world code. A bottle of white, a bottle of red, perhaps a bottle of rosé instead. It'll be pulled down the street in our own familiar place. You and I face the bottle of red, bottle of white. It all depends upon your appetite. Lunch to any time you want. Our Italian restaurant. Here we go, kids. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Bum, bum, bum. Okay with me these days. I got a good job. I got a good office. I got a new wife. And the family is fine. Oh, we lost time so long ago. We lost weight. I did not know. You look so hard the time. Do you remember those days hanging out by the village green? Engineer folks, leather jackets, and tight blue jeans. Oh, you and I'm in the box where you're telling me that hello me. Oh, beer, hot lights, my sweet romantic teenage nights. Riding around in the car down the radio lawn. Nobody looked any finer. No, the million in the parkway diner. And you never knew we could on all of that out of life. Oh, and then you below somehow to survive. Oh, 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 Brendan and Abby were going steady in the summer of 75. News down to the black sky in the end of July. Everyone said they were crazy. But you know that you're much too lazy and that you can never afford to live that kind of life. Oh, and I remember and then goodbye. Oh, oh, oh. And a partner with deep pile conference and a couple of paintings for years. A big water bed and a bar with the bread that they saved for a couple of years. They started to fight when the money got tight and then it went down on the 2 years old. Oh, and a roll. Oh, oh, oh. There's no wild and the lifestyle, and it's always the same in the end. They got a divorce as a matter of course, and the closest of friends. And the king and the queen went back to the and you can never go back there again. Oh, 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 oh. Brendan and Eddie were dead already by the summer of 75. And they'll have to the show for the rest of their lives. They get to the greasers. They got that pieces. We do the book and goodbye. Oh, I wonder that if I told you already, and here we go, and Eddie goodbye. Oh, 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 a bottle of red. Ooh, a bottle of ice. Whatever kind of mood you're in tonight, I'm to any time you want. Our Italian restaurant. There we go, kids. All right. So this goes out to all of the unmarried but very young out there. If you are in a relationship and your man does not make you feel the way that you're like that, drop him. He's a loser. Go have some time for you. And then let's find some more to help this man. All right. Next up, we've got an amazing song by Billy Joel. Just break us all over the country. Well, you went uptown riding in your limousine with your Bryant Park Avenue clothes. You had a Dom Perignon in your hand and a spoon up your nose. Ooh, you went wake up in the morning with your head on fire and your eyes too bloody to see. Well, don't try to your coffee, but don't come bitching to me. Cause you had to be a big shot, did you? You had to open up your mouth. Had to be a big shot, didn't you? All your friends were so knocked out. Had to have that last word last night. You know what everything's about. Had to have a white hot spot. Like there had to be a big shot last night. Oh. Impressed with the Halston dress and the people that you knew at Lane's. And the story of the latest success you kept on showing the same. Oh, now you just don't remember all the things you said, and y'all sure that you want to know. And if you had honey, you sure did put on the show. It's just you had to be a big shot, didn't you? You had to prove it to the crowd. You had to be a big shot, didn't you? All your friends were so knocked out. You had to have the last word last night. So much fun to be around. Had to have a front page, both types. You had to be a big shot last night. Oh, 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 oh. Whoa, oh, 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 oh. Oh, 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 oh. No big sense, stick it 2 cents in if you know when you leave it alone. But when you went over the line, you couldn't see it was time to go home. No, 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 you had to be a big shot, didn't you? You had to open up your mouth. You had to have a big shot, didn't you? All your friends were so knocked out. You had to have the last word last night. So much fun to be around. You had to have the white hot spotlight. You had to be a big shot last night. Oh, 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 whoa, 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 big shot. Big shot. Big shot. And I can imagine just all over the Yiddish guy. Everybody's gonna be asking, "Hey, Mom, why isn't that Rabbi said that we go to church?" And she'll just have to say, "You'll understand when you're older." Next up, it's still rock and roll to me. What's the matter with the clothes I'm wearing? Can't you tell that your tie's too wide? Maybe I should have some old set collars. Welcome back to the age of jive. Lady, honey, you can't just trash it till you spend a lot of money. Everybody's talking about the new sound funny, but it's still rock and roll to me. What's the matter with the car I'm driving? Can't you tell that it's time? Should I get a set of white wall tires? Are they gonna use the merit mile? Nowadays you can't be too sentimental. Your best bet's the true baby blue continental. Hot punk, cool punk, even if it's old junk, it's still rock and roll for me. Oh, it doesn't matter what they say in the papers, cause it's always been the same old scheme. There's a new band in town, but you can't get the sound from a story in a magazine. Hey, that you ever received. How about a pair of pink side winders and a prize or a pair of pants? You could really be a boat from a baby if you just give it half a chance. Those your money on the new set speakers. You get more mileage on the cheap pair of sneakers. Next space, new wave, dance phase, and ways is still rock and roll to me. What's the matter with the crowd? I'm still, don't you know that you're out of touch? Should I try to be a train way soon? If you are, then you think too much. Don't you know what to do? Fashion, honey. All you need is looks and a whole lot of money. Next phase, new wave, dance straight, and ways still rock and roll can be you. Everybody's talking about the new stuff, funny, but it's still rock and roll to me. Bingo, bango, bongo. Next up, an amazing song. Friday night I crashed your party. Saturday I said I'm sorry. Sunday came and trashed me out again. I was always having fun, wasn't hurting anyone, and we all enjoyed the weekend for a change. I was standing in the combat zone. I walked through Bedford Story alone. They rode my motorcycle in the rain. Then he told me not to drive, but I made it home alive. So you wouldn't only prove that I'm insane. You may be right, I may be crazy. Oh, but it just may be the lunatic you're looking for. Turn out the light. Don't try to save me. You may be wrong, for all I know, but you may be right. Well, remember how I found you there, all alone in your electric chair. I told you dirty seals until you smiled. You were lonely for a man. I said, take me as I am, cause you might enjoy some madness for a while. Now on of all the years you tried to find someone to satisfy, I might be as crazy as you say. And it's crazy that it's true, that it's all because of you. And you wouldn't want me any other way. You may be right, I may be crazy. Oh, it just may be a lunatic you're looking for. Too late to fight, it's too late to change. You may be right, for all I know, but you may be right. You may be right, I may be crazy, but it just may be a lunatic you're looking for. It's not light, but don't try to save me. You may be wrong, but I know you can make it right. You may be wrong, but you may be right. You may be wrong, but you may be right. You may be wrong, but you may be right. You may be wrong, but you may be right. You may be wrong, but you may be right. You may be What's the book from? Well, kids, before your mother could catch anybody, and maybe this person, maybe this has a special place. They were wonderful and changed these lyrics a little bit in the past. So good. Oh, Hammer, yeah, singing that song. She can kill with a smile, she can move with her eyes. She can ruin your faith with a casual lie. And you only reveal just what you to see. She hides like a child, but she's more than a woman to me. She can lead you to love, she can take you or leave you. She can ask for the truth, but she'll never believe. She take what you give her as long as it's free. Yeah, she feels like a thief, but she's always woman to be. Oh, she takes care of herself. She can wait if she wants. She's ahead of her time. Oh, and she never gives up, and she never gives in. She just changes her mind. She promises you more than the God it will need. And she carelessly touch you and laugh while you're breathing. Did you bring out the best and the worst you can be? Put it all on yourself, yeah, she's more than a woman to me. Oh, she takes care of herself. She can wait if she wants. She's ahead of her time. Oh, and she never gives in. She never gives in. She just changes her mind. She's frequently kind. She's suddenly cool. She can do as she pleases. She's nobody's fool. But she can't be convicted. She's in her degree. And the most that she'll do is throw shadows at you, but she's more than a woman to be. me a joker, call me a fool. Right at this moment, I'm totally cool. Clear as a circle, sharp as a knife. I feel like I'm in the prime of my life. Sometimes it feels like I'm going too fast. I don't know how long this feeling will last. Maybe it's only tonight. Darling, I don't know why I go to extreme. Too high or too low, ain't no between. And if I stand here, I know it's all or nothing at all. Darling, I don't know where I'll go to extreme. Sometimes I'm tired, sometimes I'm shocked, sometimes I don't know how much more I got. Maybe I'm headed over the hill, maybe I set myself up for the kill. Tell me, how much do you think you can take until the heart is starting to break? Sometimes I feel like a girl, and I don't know why I go to extreme. Too high or too low, there ain't no in between. You can't be sure when I'm gone, I won't be there too long. Darling, I don't know why I go to extremes. Out of the darkness, into the light, leaving the scene of the crime. Even I'm wrong or I'm perfectly right. Sometimes I lie awake night after night, humming apart at the seams. Because you feel ready to fight. Why do I go to extremes? And if I stand or I fall, it's all for nothing at all. Darling, I don't know why I go to extremes. So I don't know why I go to extremes. Too high or too low, there ain't no between. You can be sure when I'm gone, I won't be out there too long. Darling, I don't know why I go to extremes. I don't know why. I don't know why. I don't know why. I don't know. Next up, um, shout out to Allentown, and all the cities like Allentown. For all the people who grew up in there, they love you and they take care of you. Well, we're living here in Allentown, and they're closing all the factories down. Out in Bethlehem, they're killing time, killing out guns, sending on. And their fathers fought the Second World War, spent their weekends on the Jersey Shore. Met our mothers in the USO, asking to dance, in the snow. We're living here in Allentown, that the restlessness was handed down, and it's getting very hard to stay. Ah, oh. Well, we're waiting here in Allentown for the Pennsylvania we never found, for the promises our teachers gave. If we were taught, if we behaved, so the graduations hang on the wall, but they never really helped us at all. No, they never taught us what was real. Iron of coats, homey and steel, and we're waiting here in Allentown. They're taking all the crow from the ground, and the Union people crawled away. Oh, we shot a pretty good shots. We just missed the fire if something happened on the way to that place, if you're an American flag in a oh, well, I'm living here in Allentown, and it's great to keep a good man down. But I won't be getting up today. Oh, I need to get very hard to stay. And here in Allentown. Next song is for all those from Russian there's a thing called the Cold War. And we whipped everybody else. Back to back World War champions. Pick up a score. Game of 44. Never saw. Your father. The sacrifice. The child of war. Never saw. We never had. Never after school. Ready to say the days. Followed the rules. Then we left and straight. The down the hills. Martial life is very sad. And such was life in Leningrad. I'm 49, 4 kids, hardly time. Shot them as clear as a deadline. When I started yelling there, let's get it. All the war kids were hard to kill. Under their desk in there, they kill. And they would be going to fall. What do they do on the passing time. The painless circus clown, greatest happiness you've ever found. Was making the Russian children glad, and children lived in my nation. Daughter laugh, and we embrace. We never knew what we did. Terrible, passionate, mercenary from all over the world. And is this about a daughter? I don't know. I don't know what this is. Hey Alexa, suck this dick. I had tried and was to live in love, but now I can't come. So I was dead back in my house yesterday. Every morning from the bell from the day. I can't go out those here. I had to sell my home to try to do that with my fingers to the bone. I can roll my down for the next time. I will go to the chambers. There were giants on the candles. The good captain can fall asleep. I got here today and took the cold. And I was on the bed, but when I got home, noticed they say these brothers and they were used to be. But I got chicken and I don't know how I need to keep my downy still at some. And if you go, get around and believe. Tell my wife I am strong in the Atlantis. And I still have my hands on the beach. I'm flying around Easter Alexa. More and more miles come forward every year. Since they tell me I can't sell no strikers, They may know there ain't no future for and what's the fee? There ain't no future for islanders like me. Shout out to Alexa Ray. Next song for Great City. It's actually really interesting. There's this. I don't know exactly. I believe it's called Catholic Central. Yo, Big Dog, please tell me all the famous people who at one time met at Catholic Central. And, yeah. Catholic Central in Vienna is legendary for being known for some of the most influential figures in history, particularly in the early 20th century. Over the years, being a hotspot for writers, intellectual politicians, and artists, some of the most famous people are known to have who are known to have frequented Catholic Central. Leon Trotsky, the Russian revolutionary, spent time at Catholic Central while in Vienna before becoming one of the key figures in the Russian Revolution. Sigmund Freud, the father of psychoanalysis, was a leader of Catholic Central, often meeting colleagues and discussing his ideas. Franz Kafka, the renowned Czech writer, best known for his works like The Trial and Metamorphosis, was a frequent visitor to Catholic Central. Joseph Stalin, another prominent figure from the Russian Revolution, Stalin was said to have visited Catholic Central during his time in Vienna. Hermann Hesse, the German-Swiss author of Steppenwolf and Siddhartha, also spent time in Catholic. Leopold von Emden, a famous Austrian writer, he often met with intellectuals at Catholic Central. Adolf Loos, the influential architect who was a key figure in the modernist movement, also spent time at Catholic. Arthur Schnitzler, the Austrian playwright and author of Dream Story, a work that inspired the Eisbach chef, was a writer. Paul Kraus, a common Austrian journalist and satirist, known for a short criticism of the society of the time, he frequented the Catholic. Otto Wagner, the famous Austrian architect who helped shape Vienna's urban landscape, was also a noted. This was like the fucking Cheers of the 19th century. Slow down, you crazy child. So when she's more like juvenile, when you on, everybody else still so afraid. Where's the fire? What's the hurt me about? And who will you know before you burn it out? You got so much to do, you have so many hours in a day. Hey, you know when the blue truth is told, you just what you got. You can just get it over. One, get it off before you get it halfway. You realize it's slow down, you do that. You get everything on or the right time. So borderline tonight. Too bad you believe that it has stuff that you forget what you do. Realize, yeah, slow down, the crazy child. Pick the phone up, the hook, disappear for a while. It's alright, you can't afford to live a halo. When you realize, yeah, when the truth is told, you can just get off before you get halfway through. Why don't you realize, yeah, I'm not always right. So in the future, that I'll be everybody's leading side that falls on 100% every single time. But occasionally I'll miss the word for it. Like I recognize recently when I accidentally get the phrase. And kind of fun funny, um, it, funny, like, um, every single time. Instead of saying misogynist, I just masochist. Don't know the difference. Ask your mother. All right. Next song is it has this song. This is I use ChatGPT. No, can you please tell me a Billy Joel song that has something to do with like the Alhambra, not California, but Spain, and like the Casbah, but it's not Rock the Casbah. Oh, yeah. But I'm on that wheel in West Virginia. Rode a boy with a 6-star in his tank. Great fight for crime. And made him a legend this time. He took the rest of the Rio Grande. The guy who plays the lake in Colorado. In the pocket of his vest, pages and size. People tell him why surprise. But he's never heavy. Yes, he can always go alone. And he put many other lives to shame. He never had a sweetheart, and he never had a home. But the cowboys and the Dutchmen who became. And lots of days in Utah to Oklahoma. And the law just could not seem to track him down. And there's been never too bad for the folks that he loved to tell. When that kid into town. What does this have to do with a cat? Oh, you can sometimes. We found it. We found it. So formed in the shape of posse, captured Rabbi, and the judge said, string him up for what he did. Cowboys and the king like to see him pouring. Watch the hand of the Rabbi the king. You don't have to travel heavy, and he always rode a bar. And his feet would never move around the shade. And he had a sweetheart, but he finds time to home. But they'll come back and it's his house with no boys with a six-pack in his hand. Staring into crime. And he was in time. The nurse of the old man. Alright, so I guess I'm going to have to. That had nothing to do with Spain, or Hamra, or Caspa. Oh, they do. The Alhambra, the You could- It does. I don't think I know that. Yeah. Right, kids, we gotta work with it. I'd rather can you find me some Wikipedia Wikipedia Foundation sit on the phone, not helping anybody. But if you ever have a chance to donate to the Wikipedia, leave kid bears. Shout out to Sound Facts, they're amazing. Shout out to Rabbi Pictures. Alright, the time is Colorado, Utah to Oklahoma, streaming up for the kids, American this stuff doesn't much. You might have taught me how to say build up. It's not like a no just not that much of a aspect. Now the second is his last concert in Shakespeare. Can you please provide me a set list for Billy Joel's last concert in Shakespeare? Billy Joel's last concert in Shakespeare. Zanzibar, not Casper, Zanzibar. That's it. All right, kids, Zanzibar. Zanzibar's in Africa. I don't know why I'm mistaken. So why did ChatGPT I it on? So I was really excited to see what it did. Here's Zanzibar. And the Jacks is in the boss. So it's what he has lost his style. Don't walk downtown. You can't go around. All free. Oh, yeah, just another place around the bar. Waitress always serves secret smile. Whoa, spring town. She's gonna pull it down for me. Yeah, with an old man's car. I got a jazz guitar. I got a tab at Zanzibar. Where I'll be. But the Yankees grab the headlines every time. Never promise so much fun. And black and white for everyone to see. Oh, hey, I'm trying to get to second base. And see it, she will give you a sign. Whoa, she's gonna get the go ahead. The inning isn't over yet. For me, I got the old man's car. I got the jazz guitar. I got the tab at Zanzibar. Tonight, Whoa, she's waiting at the center town. She's gonna pull the curtains down for me. Only I got an old man's car. I got a jazz guitar. I got a tab that designs a car. Tonight, I'll be. Yeah, you in the back. Yeah. Where did that the relevant at this point, kids. Next song is another Billy Joel. Believe it or not. No. Right? Don't ask. What's with the question? Your life is in your blank cafe. Leave the table when you blink. Oh, every dog must have his every day. Every drunk must have his drink. Oh, for answers, just take your chances. Don't ask me why. All your life you had to stand in line. Still you're standing on your feet. Oh, how your choices made you change your mind. Now your calendar's complete. Boy, for answers, just take the chances. Don't ask me why. Ready, kids? Here we go. You didn't say the human heart is only make believe. I am only fighting fire with fire. You must still a victim of the accident you leave. She is on the victim of all the servants in your new hotel. Oh, your roses at your feet. Oh, for them all, but baby, I can tell you're no stranger to the street. Don't ask for favor no time to change it. Don't ask me why. Yesterday you were an only child. Now your ghosts have gone away. Oh, and feel that in the classic style. Now you can't live prostate. Don't have answers. Don't take your chances. Don't ask me why. Don't ask me why. It's on your kids. She's got a way about her. Don't know what it is, but I know that I can't live without her. She's got a way of pleasing. Don't know what it is, but there doesn't have to be a reason. She's got a smile that heals me. Don't know what it is, but I have to laugh when she's around. She's got a way of walking. I don't know what it is, but it lifts me up when we are walking. She comes to me when I'm feeling down. She ties me without a sound. She touches me. It turns around. She's got a way of showing how I feel. I feel strength to keep on going. She's got a light around her. Where she goes, a million dreams and loves about her everywhere. She comes to me when I'm feeling down and inspires me without a sound. She touches me and I get turned around. Oh, oh. She's got a smile. Don't know why, but I have to laugh when she reveals. She's got a way about her. Don't know what it is, but I know that I can't live without her. My next song, period. Come out, Virginia, don't really wait. We have to look for summer to rain fall sooner or later. Come back, baby. I'm not keep it warm. He showed you the statue, told you to play. But you were tempted not to play. All the papers told you the price that you pay. But this is my house done. young. That's what I said. Only to die young. Only to die young. Moving like a loud rock with a dangerous crowd. We ain't too pretty, we ain't too proud. We might be laughing a bit too much, but that never hurt no more. So come on, Virginia, show me a sign. Send up a signal, I'll throw you a line. Send me guys turkey, I hide behind. Never let's sing the song. The good guy, young. Oh, 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 oh. Only the good guy, young. Only the good guy, young. Got a white dress and a party for your bar this summer. Oh, you got a brand new soul. Ooh, and nothing to the beginning, you can find enough information. Or hide this hanging down on me. What you got it on your hind with this? Oh, say there's a heaven. Those who wait. Some say better, but I say wait. Back with the same balance. It's a much more fun. Only the good die young. Oh, baby. Only the good die young. Only the good die young. No, check the chimney, they told him to back together, there's a reputation. Oh, she never cared for me. Because she had to say a prayer for me. Whoa, 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 come out. But Jimmy don't let her wait. Yeah, there was just one to some little come down to faith. Gotta not be the one. Well, then only the good guy, young. Oh, yeah. Only the good guy, young. Only the good guy, young. Only the good guy, young. Only the good guy, only the good Next up, we got something I've never. I just ride into the city tonight. The lights and the hot new and the car. We join the brothers in the vending machine. Why not sunset Boulevard? Say goodbye to Hollywood. Say goodbye, my baby. Say goodbye to Hollywood. Say goodbye, baby. Johnny taking care of me for a while. This time it's so right to go. They got me sitting in the back of the door. Now she wants to come out and say goodbye to Hollywood. Say goodbye to my baby. Say goodbye to Hollywood. Say goodbye to my baby. Moving on to the chance to take and time. Guys, we get oh, and the word I find the ways getting it on. So many places on the train. Say goodbye to honey. Say goodbye, my baby. Say goodbye to honey. Say goodbye, my baby. Maybe I'll give you a chance to how to say, keep on oh, so I went out of my so many faces in my life, some of that, some of that we have. I can see that I have a about goodbye again. Say goodbye to Hollywood. Say goodbye to my baby. Say goodbye to Hollywood. Say goodbye to my Alright, next up, studies in time. Plus the tri-state area. Some folks like to get away, take a holiday from the neighborhood. I'm going to live in Miami Beach, Hollywood. And I'm American a Greyhound. I'm a Hudson the line. I'm in New York State of Mind. She on the sunny stars, dancing around and limousines. Get high in the Rockies, under the evergreens. I don't know what I mean, and I don't want to waste all the time. I'm in New York State of Mind. It was so easy. comes down to reality. I believe that it'll be fine. I'm very just trying to time when I live this time. I don't have any reason to get all the New York state of mind. Was so easy, day by day. That's a touch with the rhythm and when I need a little different day of New York time. Oh, sometimes it's reality. I'm with me, but I've let it slide. Not rivers trying to down on riverside. I've got my new reason, but that's my own behind. We all stay high. I'm not taking a break now. I'm not taking a break now. All right, next up, we've got don't go changing to try and please me. No, I've let you down before. Mm-hmm. Don't imagine you're too familiar, and I don't see you anymore. This is for the rest of the I'm not leave you in times of trouble. Because of that conversation, I took the good times. I'll take the bad times. I'll take you just the way you are. Don't go trying some new fashion. Don't change the color of your hair. You always have mine. I'm unspoken passion. All my life seem to care. Oh, don't want clever conversation. I never want to work hard. I just want someone I can talk to. I want you just the way you are. I need to know that you will always be the same old someone that I need. Oh, what will it take till you believe in me? When that I believe in you. Oh, said I love you. That's forever. And I promise from the heart. I love you. And that love, I love you just the way you are. Good body. Look at this. Superhuman strength. Superhuman sex. Supermodel. There's like a level of supermodel above that. And that's this, baby. I'm a potential 6-star, girls. Don't want clever conversation. Work that hard. Just want someone I can talk to. Want you just the way you are. He's a man, girls. Everybody knows it. Prevent self. Tell the world. My rabbi's innocent. Some people say far away from the door. There's a change for it up. They hear a voice in the hall outside. As we just passes by. Some people live with the fear of a touch. They don't know it has been fooled. They will not listen to anyone, so nobody tells them a lie. I know you're only protecting yourself. I know you're thinking of somebody else. Someone who hurt you, but I'm not making up the love you've been denying me for every day. I'm not above doing anything to restore your faith if I can. Some people see me as a hero before they have looked at they run. I'm only willing to hear your mind because I'm an innocent man. I'm an innocent man. Oh, yes, I am. Some people say they will never forget. Never promise they will job because they only remember to what they was not telling. Some people sleep while we're on every night instead of taking a long visit bed. Some people find it easier to hear than wait for more. I know you don't love me like I say. I know you're gonna keep turning away. But I've been waiting like been so long. I can keep you around. I'm to be my friend. I'm not above being true for a while. If you're true to me, I understand. Some people run from a possible fight. Some people figure they can never win. And although this is a fight, I can really be accused as an innocent man. I am an innocent man. Oh, yes, I am an innocent man. You know you let me hurt yourself out of spite. I guess you'd rather be a body tonight. I don't know the decision. And you probably wonder if there's a chance of resurrecting my love. I'm not above going back to the start to find out where we are at. Some people hope for a better future. Some people just accept the world as it is. But I'm not willing to lay down and die because I'm an innocent man. I am an innocent man. Oh, yes, I am an innocent man. Oh, oh, oh. I talk the way that I talk, I speak the way that I speak. I don't want to intimidate people. I don't want them to be afraid. So if they see Rabbi and see a Rabbi use the words for me, I would not. Rabbi's not afraid of me. I make this the boss. That's the boss. I'll do it. Why not both, baby? Just for attention. It isn't hard to find. You can have whatever you need to. A other food and choices from not just what the ground. But it seems to be so hard to get. Such a lonely world. Everyone is so untrue. Honestly, hardly ever heard. Mostly what I need. I can always find someone to share the sympathize. And then I but I don't want some pretty face, some pretty eyes. How I'd like this someone to believe. Honestly, such a lonely world. Everyone is so untrue. Honestly, hardly ever heard anything what I need from you. Such a long world. Everyone is so true. Honestly, I'll be ever got a call from an old friend. We used to be real close. Said he couldn't go on the American way. Closed the shop, sold the house, bought a ticket to the West Coast. Now he lives in the San Bernardino in LA. I don't need you to worry for me because I'm right. I don't want you to tell me it's time to go home. Go ahead, what you saying? This is my life. Go ahead with your own life. Leave me alone. I'm never said you had me walking through the circumstance. I never said I was a victim of circumstance. I still belong. Don't get me wrong. And you can speak your mind, but not on my time. They will tell you you can't sleep alone in a strange place. Then they tell you you can't sleep somebody else. And sooner or later you sleep in your own space. Either way, it's okay to wake up with yourself. I don't need you to worry for me, cause I'm alright. I don't want you to tell me it's time to come home. I don't care what you say anymore. This is my life. Go ahead with your own life. Leave it alone. I never said you had to walk a second chance. I never said I was a victim of circumstance. I still belong. Don't get me wrong. And you can speak your mind, but not on my time. I don't care what you say anymore. This is my life. Go ahead with your own life. Leave me alone. Moving out, Anthony's song. Shout out to all the Anthonys out there. Shout out to all the Anthonys out there. Anthony works in the grocery store, saving his pennies for Sunday. Mama only left a note on the door. She said, son, he moved out to the country. Oh, but working too hard can give you a heart attack. You ought to know by now. You ought to know by who needs a house out in Hackensack. Is that all you get for your money? And it seems such a waste of time. But that's what it's all about. Mama is back, moving up, and I'm moving out. I'm moving out. Sergeant O'Leary is walking the beats. Then comes the bartender. He works at Mr. Cacciatore's down the soul of the street. As from the medical center. Before I had a like you ought to know. By now you ought to know. Then it could ride with the broken back. It needs to be polished defenders. It seems such a waste of time. Oh, that's what it's all about. Mama, that's moving up and moving out. Moving up. You should never argue with the crazy mama, mama, mama. You ought to know that. Now you ought to know that. You can pay us for the overtime. That all you get for your money. Everything what you have in mind. That's what it's all about. Good luck moving up, cause I'm moving out. Moving out. Moving out. All right. Please provide you with diligence not to impact this whole time. But just listen. This is something else. So on earth, we left us in from the side, and we were sharp as knives, and we were so hung to lay down our lives. We came and spastic like tameless horses. We left in plastic as numbered corpses, and we were fast to travel sight. Our hands were heavy, but our pennies were tight. We had no fun. We had no sauce. They sent us playboy. They gave us five. We dug in deep, tried to start, and pray to us and wisdom all of our life. We had no cameras to shoot the landscape. We passed our hash pipe and played outdoors. dark, so dark at night, and we held on to each other like brother to brother. We promised our mothers to fight. And we're together. We said we don't go down together. That we would all go down together. Child, remember baby, they left their shadow on every page. And what's wrong and what's right, it didn't matter, it was the fight. We held the close line, they held the high, and it was shine as shine as light. They counted the roses and waited for us to arrive. And we would all go down together. We said we'd all go down together. Yes, we would all go down together. We got two songs left. I'll see if I think I could do this song. If I ever get a viral kids to remind me, I have to sing Billy Joel, She's Sleeping, phenomenal. It's like, you might be able to watch it, but the people She's Sleeping, their last concert together, Billy Joel's last concert, She's Sleeping. regular crowd shuffles in. There's an old man sitting next to me, taking up to his tonic and gin. He said, son, can you play me a melody? I'm not really sure how it goes, but it sounded sweet and I knew it complete when I wore a younger man's clothes. Ah, da-da-da, da-da-da, da-da-da. Sing us a song, you're the piano man. Sing us a song tonight. When you're not in the mood for a melody, got us feeling alright. John at the bar is a friend of mine. He's giving my drinks for free. And quick little joke or a light up the smoke. There's someplace that you rather be. Since Rabbi or Jesus is killing me as a smile on his face. Well, I'm sure that I could be a movie star if I could get out of this place. Oh, did now Paul is a Guinness state novelist. And he's talking with Davy, who's still in the Navy, and probably will be alive. No waitresses practicing politics, and the businessman slowly gets one. And they're sharing a drink they call loneliness, but it's better than drinking alone. Sing us a song, you're the piano man. Sing us a song tonight. They're all in the mood for the melody. You got us feeling alright. It's a pretty good crowd. And I am just because no one else has been coming to see. Keep together our life for a while. And the piano it sounds like carnival. And the microphone smells like a beer. And they sit at my bar and put bread in my jar and say, man, what are you doing here? Sing us a song, you're the piano man. Sing us a song tonight. Without you, for melody, and you got us feeling alright. Okay. Here we go. This song came out when I was a young person, and I don't know what I think about this song. That's right. I heard it when I first heard it. I thought, shout out to Billy Joel. In the middle of the night, I go walking in my sleep. From the mountains of faith, you live so deep, and so deep. I must be looking for something, something sacred I lost. But the river is wide, and it's too hard to cross, too hard to cross. And even though I know the river is wide, I walk down every deep in the sand on the shoulder. And the lines on the opposite sides, and while you find what I'm looking for, in the middle of the night. I go walking in my sleep, walking through the valley of fear. Getting fear to the stone fear. Getting deep, I'm searching for something taken out of my soul, something I never lose, something somebody stole, I don't know what I'm walking tonight, but I don't want to walk anymore. I'm hoping for the rest of my life until I finally find who I'm looking for. In the middle of the night, I go walking in my sleep, through the jungle without, through the river so deep, I'm only searching for something so I get over these feelings, the eyes that Sunshine like after this sun knows I've never been spiritual. I find out in the in the middle of the night. I go walking in my sleep, through the desert of truth, to the rivers of the deep, rivers of the ocean. We all start in the street. We're all carried along by the river of dreams in the middle of the night. I go walking in the middle. 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 Oh yeah, my dad's amazing. Great, I have the worst kids. A grade A fucking wins. Holy shit, that's a piss. Oh, that feels so bad, man. Monster. Monster. Kids, I can feel the fucking pirates are taking it now. BRB, yo.
What's going on?
How you doing, Ted? You can ask every name. What's going on here?
I'm going to live for 500 years.
Excellent. I'll teach you right now. It's through life extension technology, which can consist of a mixture of human growth hormone, stem cells, and motion therapy, where the cells, the platelets of the younger people are used for the benefit of older people. You can use nootropics and biogenics, but eventually the body's going to break down. So how do we get you past age 80 of life expectancy to 100, 120, then eventually to 500, maybe even longer? That's through another type of technology, my man, known as mind-uploading technology, where we scan your brain into a computer, like a CAT scan or an MRI. We scan your entire central nervous system, your peripheral nervous system, in that computer for later download as an Android and avatar of clone, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, and a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But what I'm telling you right now, that you're looking for a place where you can experience perhaps digital immortality, you're looking at the right place.
How would I go about uploading myself?
Well, currently the technology is in its infancy, so we first have to perhaps be able to welcome everyone. We first have to be able to perhaps. So if you let me know what are the strategies to perhaps be able to do this. In addition to mind-uploading technology, you can perhaps be able to replicate yourself using data. So if you have lots of data on yourself, that's a way to do it as well. But as of right now, if you really want to know perhaps the best way to be able to, I would say, live forever, is you got to be able to afford it. Now, I'm going to help you with that. The way that I will help you is that I have more data than any person ever, and data is Earth's number one resource of value for food, water, air, gold, petroleum, anything. And the fact that I have so much data means that I may be able to help you. I'll be able to monetize it for you, but we'll be able to give you essentially a lifetime opportunity to be able to help everyone in your community, to start your own charities, to help your own friends and family, and other children. Right. Right. Well, so you gotta understand that people have already been trillionaires. It's trillionaires is what? If you look at the Zimbabwe dollar, it was worth trillions about 10 years ago. But what I'm talking about is what you are thinking. United States dollar trillion. And data is the most valuable resource that there is. Basically, John D. Rockefeller had petroleum, which made him the world's first billionaire. And I have data, which could perhaps make me the world's first trillion. Pretty well, my friend. Well, we talk about some things on the stream that aren't normally discussed in society that are going to be beneficial for people to watch and learn. Like what? Like anti-gravity, antimatter, alien disclosure. We just had a major alien disclosure event yesterday before the United States Congress. You probably didn't hear about it, but they talk about UAPs, unidentified aerial phenomena, and unidentified submersible phenomena. Basically, UFOs that go underwater and in the air, and this is not anything but cold hard facts that were in front of the United States Congress. This happened yesterday. Congress people got to question basically whistleblowers yesterday at length and ask them all about aliens and extraterrestrial, and so I think that disclosure will come sooner rather than later. And additionally, things that we talk about on the screen, the things like fission power, where you take an atom and pull it apart, fusion power, where you slam atoms together. We talk about things like that's okay. No, you're good. Good. All the time. Yeah, and it's fine. I have thick skin. Exactly. And it doesn't hurt me at all. And if anything, it'll be funny in the future when people watch this and they can tell you that I can do this all day. It's not really hard. And all we need to do is talk about world peace, and we don't want anybody to die anymore. We want people to have peace everywhere in the world, and that's what I advocate. I'm an optimist. I'm a positive individual. I want people to come here and feel comfortable, feel at home. Essentially, I got Sophia Caspian's here, passed away in Dreamland. I just sang for 3 hours, Billy Joel concert, and I really love music. I love art. We're watching the Joe Rogan Experience with the push of one button. We can just start it and push another button and pause it. So we're doing actually a Joe Rogan marathon. We've watched them this most recent one all the way back to this one, and really it's about making people feel comfortable, making people feel welcome. And once they learn about what we're doing, I have 1,400 people in this Discord who are in group with what we do, and I just started it a few months ago, and it's just grown. I get dozens of people who join a day who are allied in the mission that they don't know they have for anymore. Anywhere on earth, they don't feel that it's right for me to put my hands on you without your consent, or you to put your hands on me without consent. And if we can work like that globally, we'll get closer and closer to world peace. Now, I know people are gonna. I get this every day. The check is Rabbi, how are you gonna make world peace when we can't even get along at home? Okay, well, when we start to recognize that we're not alone in this universe, if we ever want to start space tourism and terraforming other planets and interstellar travel, if we ever want to even experiment with that stuff, we have to have peace at home. You don't get extraterrestrial civilizations that have civil wars going on while they're adventuring and exploring other planets. It doesn't happen. We have to take care of things at home first. The same is true generally with countries. You don't have a civil war at home when you are out colonizing other places. You have to have peace at home before you can start to explore. And when people hear that, they recognize that my mission is really to see a day where nobody dies. They're very positive towards this. So, you should know you're always welcome here. We're just watching Joe Rogan. Like I said, I just did a 3-hour concert, so my voice is a little sore, but I just want you to know how much I appreciate you being here. Absolutely. Absolutely. You came in and you're like, hey, I want to live to be 500 years old. But you didn't think someone would have a scientific answer for you. But I really think that you will, if that's what you want. And if you're like, okay, Rabbi, data's great, but like, how else would you make it? I'm sponsored by cryptocurrency. I've been sponsored by them for more than a year. And what we do is it's called Harry Potter on the side 10 people. You're like, Rabbi, that's the longest name ever. I recognize that. It's a meme coin that's worth like $300 million right now, and it's on its way to $1 billion. Yeah, exactly. It's very serious. So like these are NFTs, these pillows. When I started, they were worth like nothing. A few weeks ago, they were worth like $800. They're worth $11,000 now, and they're just getting higher, getting more and more. And especially with Elon Musk and what he's been doing pushing cryptocurrency. I don't know if you're aware, but like in the last 2 weeks, Bitcoin is up like $13,000. It went from $80,000 to $93,000. I mean, just incredible results. Yep, exactly. So I've been live in a Telegram for more than a year with this cryptocurrency, and eventually I've been answering any questions that they have. I'm basically a concierge for it. I welcome people, and so I'm very close with the community there. Very close. I'm really at the heart of the cryptocurrency world. In addition to being at the heart of the world, I'm at the heart of Discord. So you may have. Did you find out about me from Discord?
Yes.
Excellent. So as you may know,
Actually, Sophia here remembers.
Sophia's amazing, and she's just been an absolute gem. So thank you so much for being a good friend to her and a good friend to just joining. And that's when I met Sophia through Discord, and I have a way that I can be in multiple Discords at once. So I'm right now in one. That one over there is on Discord. I want to make peace with everyone in the world, so I want to make sure that people of Islam are not forgotten, and so they're connected to this as well. We have. I'm also in one called Tequila. I'm in one called Love Me. I'm in one called Edgy. I'm in one called Ego. Yeah, I'm everywhere. I'm in Daddy. I'm in Socialized. I'm in Chill Zone. I'm in live in Aiden Ross. Do you know who Aiden Ross is? He's a streamer. Excellent. I've been live in Aiden Ross's Discord for 6 months. I'm the #1 streamer in there of all time. I'm also the #1 streamer in my show Speaks Discord. Aiden Ross has been in my YouTube stream and the owner of Kick, so Aiden Ross is a partner. Aiden Ross owns like 20% of Kick. And a person named Craven wants to be. So we're actually friends on Discord, so I can just send him a message whenever I want. And that happened recently, so we're picking up momentum. And with each day, we continue to grow, continue to meet really nice people like you. And it's just a matter of time until this blows up. When it does, I'm going to take care of you, and take care of all your friends and all your family, make sure that all their work is going to be the best they can. Absolutely. So, with that, if you don't mind, we're going to just watch the Joe Rogan. I'm here if you have any questions or whatever. Just think back, relax. Okay. And if you ever want to know how you can help with this, it's exactly what Kathy and C and Sophia do. Whenever you have downtime, you just come in here, leave your account on overnight when you're going to bed if you can. The more people we have in here, the better. It's a larger community. And just, I don't want anything from you. I'm never going to ask you for money or anything like that. If anything, I'm going to give you money in the future. And hopefully in the future sooner rather than later. Absolutely. All right. So with that, we got Russell Crowe on the Joe Rogan Experience. Shout out to our new friend in the Discord. And if you need anything, you can always send a message on here.
For many years in the valley that I live in because of the way I came from. But can't do it. It's got to be fair. They've got to have a great life.
It makes sense. It's smart. It's less karma. It's a better situation for them.
Yeah, and they just feel healthy. So I went fully organic. It took us like 5 or 7 years to get the certification. But then I would walk amongst the cattle, and because we couldn't, douse them because they were organic cattle, things like buffalo fly, or little things were just all over it, and I thought, that can't be good. It's like having a kid and never giving the kid Panadol if he gets a fever. By the time that kid's 13, it hasn't, it hasn't overcome it. It's like the biggest, best, strongest. It's this really big bloke in the corner. He spent most of his life sick because he never got the medicine to make it easier for his body to recover. And that kind of was happening to cows. They lost a lot of weight, and they just looked in distress. So I keep my pastures organic, but I do topical treatments for the cattle, so they don't have to deal with ticks and butterfly fly, things like that. Where my place is, it's still considered coastal, so we get all of the bioflies that can affect them negatively. So, now I have that balance. I can't, sell them as organic meat, but they're hand-raised, organic pasture, and as I say, they don't get adrenalized through their life. So when we do cull them, the meat is a profound experience.
Do you sell it online? How's it go?
No, I don't sell it.
Don't sell it at all?
Well, occasionally there's one butcher near me that I trust who's really into what he does, and he will ask if he can have a couple of pieces, and I'll let him have it. We do sell to some neighbours that we know are, need a little bit of assistance on this.
I'm here. I'm just setting up some computers. How are you?
We sell it to them for less than cost to produce. So, and they less than they would be expecting to get into the supermarket. But basically,
I'm live right now
cows to feed my
on
family.
8
So,
different YouTube channels.
kids are very
So I
snobby
just
about
gotta.
safety.
Because
But
the
growing
one
up
that you
in
had said here, but thank you so much. I do the Billy Joel project.
Mexican,
Apologies, I couldn't help you. I have to do it here.
most humane countries.
How did you get started doing this? Like, what was? It seems like you're a very busy person to be starting a regenerative farm.
Well, it comes from when I was getting a little bit of success. I see